closed his eyes. I am being slandered accurately. They did not take the armored transport. This decision pleased Bram about as much as bad weather pleased laundry. He stood near the dead machine with both hands raised in disbelief while Noah sat on a crate beside Old Mule, drinking water under Mira's supervision and trying to make his headache look less like a structural emergency. "You got it started," Bram said. We all heard it. "And moved." "It almost moved into a barrier hard enough to turn my brain into soup," Noah replied. "But with practice, yes, maybe I eventually learned to control one. Today, it is an armored coffin with ambition." Sam, who had been circling the vehicle with the reverence of someone looking at a dragon skeleton, glanced over. "Armored coffin with ambition is a great name." "Do not name the vehicle we are not taking," Noah said. Leon raised his head from the bus doorway. "Too late. I already call it regret box." Dante stepped between Noah and Bram, his presence quiet enough that it took Bram a second to realize the conversation had changed shape. "The transport is damaged, noisy, restricted, and unstable under Noah's control," Dante said. "It has limited internal capacity for wounded civilians, poor visibility, and may attract attention from anything that responds to military signals or engine noise. We strip useful gear and leave it." Bram opened his mouth, then shut it when he noticed Dante's expression. Noah took another sip of water. "I like when he says my decisions in a scarier voice." Mira checked his pupils with a small flashlight. "Your decision was only acceptable because you stopped before you collapsed. Technically, Dante ordered me to stop. Then Dante is currently my favorite soldier." Leon groaned from inside. "I am wounded and charming. How am I losing?" "By being a patient," Mira said. "Patients rarely rank high." The work began after that, practical and careful, because the group had learned that survival sometimes looked like scavenging while pretending not to be terrified. The checkpoint's military gear did not turn them into an army. It gave them weight, straps, better bags, a few helmets, and rules they did not yet know how to follow properly. Dante moved among them with weary discipline, showing Sam how to check whether a weapon was clear, stopping Bram from casually pointing a rifle toward Old Mule, and explaining to Noah that a tactical vest was not a magic talisman against bad decisions. "It distributes weight and carries equipment," Dante said while adjusting a vest against Noah's shoulders. "It is not permission to get shot." Noah looked down at the unfamiliar straps. "I was not planning to." "People rarely are. You have a very uplifting teaching style. It keeps students alive." Leon, from a seat inside the bus, lifted 2 fingers. "He made me do obstacle drills in the rain when I was 14. Dante did not look over. "You fell because you were showing off." "I fell heroically." "You fell into mud." "Heroic mud." Ellie, who had been watching the brothers with open fascination, whispered to her mother, "Are they always like that?" "Mezes." Calder whispered back, "I hope so. It means they are alive enough to argue." Mira found more medical supplies in a sealed side crate, not enough to make anyone comfortable, but enough to reduce the immediate risk of infection and pain. She held up a packet of sterile gauze with the expression of a person receiving jewelry. "This," she said, "is beautiful." Sam peeked into another crate. "I found smoke grenades." Dante turned instantly. "Do not pull anything." Sam froze with both hands visible. "I am not pulling anything. I am appreciating from a respectful distance." "Increase the distance." Noah watched them work and felt something inside the group shift. Before Dante and Leon, their survival had been held together by panic, Noah's ability, Mira's stubborn competence, and Old Mule's impossible engine. Now there was structure trying to form, rough and uneven, but real. Dante saw danger before it became obvious. Leon made fear easier to breathe around, even when he was in pain. Sam learned quickly. Mira kept people alive. Mezes. Calder kept Ellie calm, and Harold, pale but awake, had begun quietly sorting ration packs as if being useful were the only medicine he trusted. RAM remained a problem, but even problems could carry boxes. The radio came alive shortly after noon. Sam had been working beside the ruined command booth, surrounded by batteries, wires, cracked casings, and the intense expression of someone trying to convince dead electronics that the apocalypse had not invalidated curiosity. The command booth itself was little more than a glass box reinforced with sandbags, its windows spider-webbed by impacts, its desk overturned, and its walls still papered with route notices curling from damp corners. The atmosphere around the booth felt different from the open checkpoint, tighter and stale, as if orders had once accumulated there until the air learned to taste like authority. "I have something," Sam called. Dante turned first. Noah followed, then Mira, then almost everyone else who was not actively bleeding or asleep. Static crackled from the small military radio on the desk. Sam adjusted 2 wires pressed against a battery pack, and the static sharpened into a looping message, distorted but recognizable beneath the damage. "All remaining units regroup at forward site Kestrel. Evacuation priority active. Repeat, all remaining units regroup at forward site Kestrel. Authentication pending. Evacuation priority active." The message repeated. Dante's face changed. Not dramatically. Dante did not seem built for dramatic facial changes, but something went still behind his eyes. Leon heard it from inside the bus and pushed himself upright despite Mira's warning. "Kestrel?" Dante did not answer immediately. Noah looked between them. "You know it?" "We knew of it," Dante said. Forward Site Kestrel was a contingency rally point. It was not supposed to broadcast openly. Sam adjusted the wire, and the message looped again. "All remaining units regroup at Forward Site Kestrel. Evacuation priority active." Leon laughed once without humor. "That's convenient. Yesterday we were non-recoverable. Today all remaining units are invited to the party." Mira's expression hardened. "Could it be real?" "Possible," Dante said. "Unlikely. Dangerous either way." Noah studied the radio as if it might reveal intent through static. Could it be a trap? Any signal that tells desperate armed people where to go can become a trap, even if it starts honest. "That is depressing and efficient," Noah said. Leon leaned his head back against the bus frame. "That's Dante's brand." Sam looked disappointed in the way only a teenager denied a mystery adventure could look. "So we ignore it?" Dante picked up the map from the command booth and marked a rough location with a grease pencil. "We record it. We do not chase it without food, water, ammunition, medical stability, and a plan that contains more than maybe the mysterious radio is friendly." Noah nodded. "I support not trusting the haunted command frequency." The radio hissed. "Authentication pending. Evacuation priority active." Then, underneath the static, almost too low to hear, another sound entered the transmission. A breath. Sam's smile vanished. The radio clicked. The message resumed from the beginning. Dante switched it off. Nobody argued. The toll mark pulsed while they were loading the last crates. Noah nearly dropped the box of ration packs he was carrying because the sensation did not arrive in his body, exactly, but through old mule. A deep throb beneath the right front panel where Garrick's authority still clung like a dirty handprint. It spread along the bus frame in a slow wave, testing edges, searching, listening. System text flared across his vision. Foreign authority pulse detected. Toll mark active. Tracking sweep in progress. Claim resistance developing. Recommended action, increase distance or remove claim. Noah set the box down carefully. Mira noticed first. "Noah, the mark is moving." "Not moving, exactly. Pulsing. Like someone is pinging it." Dante crossed the distance from the command booth in 3 quick steps, injury forgotten for the moment. "Tracking sweep?" System used those exact words. Dante looked toward the road beyond the checkpoint. "Then assume someone knows our approximate direction." Bram swore. I told you. I told you that bridge would follow us. We should dump the bus, take what we can carry, and split before they get here. Old Mule's lights flickered once. Noah's head turned slowly toward Bram. We are not dumping the bus. It's a beacon. It is also our shelter, our transport, our medical room, our storage, and the only reason half of us are not currently creative stains on the pavement. Bram's grip tightened around his pipe. And if they come for it? Noah felt the mark pulse again, then pressed his hand against Old Mule's side panel. Beneath his palm, the bus's presence steadied, stubborn and familiar, patched and rattling and alive because he insisted it was. Then they find out it is not theirs. Dante watched him for a moment, then gave a short nod. We move in 5. Leon called from the bus. I love how our planning style has become ominous sentences and unreasonable transportation. Sam lifted the crate of smoke grenades with both hands. Do I bring these? Dante and Mira answered together. Carefully. That was when the first hollow appeared on top of the outer barricade. It crouched against the gray sky, wet skin stretched over long limbs, head tilted as if listening to the engine, the radio memory, the blood, or something worse inside the bones of the city. Another climbed onto the roof of a dead personnel truck behind it. A third moved between the sandbags near the medical tent, too low and too fast for something that had once been human. The checkpoint, which had felt abandoned, abruptly became occupied. Dante saw the attack before it happened. Noah knew because Dante's eye shifted, tracking something invisible, and his body moved half a second before the hollow on the barricade launched itself towards Sam. Dante snapped. Sam dropped without asking why. The creature passed over him, claws slicing the air where his throat had been, and slammed into the command booth hard enough to crack the remaining glass. System text flickered near Dante's shoulder, visible for a heartbeat. Ability activated, threat line. Noah did not have time to appreciate it. He ran for Old Mule. The bus connection slammed into place the instant he touched the door rail, warm and familiar compared to the armored transport's brutal storm. The engine's idle rose as if Old Mule had been waiting to be asked. The front lights flared. The door folded open. Everyone in? Mira shouted, and this time her voice carried enough authority that even Bram obeyed. Hollows spilled over the barricade in ugly pieces of motion, 4, then 5, then a 6 that moved differently from the others, heavier through the shoulders, with plates of darkened skin along one side of its neck like something had begun armoring it incorrectly. The checkpoint filled with noise, claws on concrete, Sam yelling, crates scraping, Ellie crying once before misses. Calder pulled her close, and Leon cursing because his own body was still refusing to cooperate with his personality. Leon grabbed the rail and tried to stand. Mira shoved him back down with one hand. No, I can help. You can bleed decoratively from a seated position. That is not my best battlefield role. Dante fired twice with a recovered sidearm. Each shot measured, forcing a hollow's side was long enough for Sam to scramble toward the bus with the smoke grenade crate clutched against his chest like a sacred offering. Noah swung Old Mule forward. The bus rolled between the medical tent and the command booth, not fast, not dramatically, but with the heavy confidence of a wall that had discovered wheels. A hollow lunged toward Mira from the left, and Noah bricked at Dante's shouted mark before he even understood the command. Brief! Old Mule stopped. The creature overshot close straight his side panel into Mira, and Dante drove through the head of his range. No, his breath caught. Dante was already moving. Angle right. Use the truck. The dead one? Unless you see another. Noah turned the wheel, and Old Mule's front end nudged the back of the dead personnel truck. The truck shifted just enough to narrow the gap between two concrete barriers, cutting off the heavier hollow's approach. Sam reached the bus steps. A smaller creature burst from beneath the collapsed tent and went for his legs. Leon moved. It was only one step, awkward and painful, then the second step detonated beneath him. For a heartbeat he became a blur of motion across the bus aisle, launching through the open door with one hand gripping the rail, his injured leg dragging behind the burst like an unpaid debt. He kicked the creature sideways before it reached Sam, not with elegance, but with enough force to send it tumbling into his stack of sandbags. Ability activated. Second step. Kinetic burst. Short range. Warning, lower limb strain severe. Leon landed badly, face going white. Worth it, he wheezed. Mira's expression promised consequences. Inside. Now. Yes, Doctor of Violence. Sam threw his smoke grenade because panic and instruction had collided in his hands at high speed. It bounced once, rolled under a folding table, and began vomiting thick gray smoke across the checkpoint in a spreading cloud that swallowed the command booth, the medical tent, and half the barricade. Dante stared at the smoke. Sam coughed. Was that bad? Dante watched two hollows lose line of sight and collide with each other inside the cloud. Accidentally useful, he said. Sam straightened. I accept that grade. Noah slammed the door shut as the last of them piled inside, then reversed Old Mule through the narrow lane between barriers while the heavier hollow struck the side hard enough to make the improvised mesh scream against its bolts. Structural protection, holding. Internal passenger stability, poor. Noah shouted, hold on to something that looks attached. Leon, sprawled half on the floor, said, I have terrible news about myself. Old Mule backed through the checkpoint gate, engine roaring, smoke curling behind them like a dirty curtain. One hollow leaped onto the front grille. Noah flashed the headlights at full brightness and hit the horn. The creature recoiled just enough. Dante fired once through the cracked side window. The hollow vanished beneath the front bumper, and Noah felt the impact through the bus with a shudder that made his stomach twist. He did not look back. They escaped the checkpoint with more supplies than they had arrived with, fewer illusions than anyone wanted, and a new silence inside Old Mule that had nothing to do with peace. The bus moved through a side road lined with bare trees, government storage buildings, and abandoned police cars whose blue lights would never flash again. Rain had returned in a fine mist, softening the edges of the world without making it gentler. The sky pressed lower, and the city ahead spread out in broken layers of concrete, smoke, dead streets, and possible routes that might each contain salvation or another disaster wearing its face. Noah kept both hands on the wheel. His headache had settled into a dull pressure. The armored transport's weight still haunted the back of his mind, not as pain now, but as a warning. He had wanted the stronger machine because stronger seemed safer. The New World, however, had made a hobby of mocking simple equations. Stronger was not safer if he could not control it. Armored was not safer if it drew the wrong eyes. Military was not safer if the military had already decided some people were easier to leave behind. In the mirror, he saw Dante seated near the front, one hand pressed against his ribs, eyes still scanning despite exhaustion. Leon had been forced flat again by Mira and looked deeply offended by medical reality. Sam was holding the smoke grenade crate like a student who had accidentally passed an exam. Mrs. Calder whispered to Ellie. Harold slept uneasily. Bran stared out the window with a face that suggested fear was gradually becoming resentment. Mira stood beside Noah's seat, bracing herself against the rail as the bus turned around a dead delivery truck. You chose the bus, she said quietly. Noah glanced at her. You sound surprised. I am not surprised. I am checking whether you understand why. He looked through the windshield at the wet road ahead. The armored transport was stronger. Ness. It was also too heavy for me, too unstable, too hard to see out of, and too easy to turn into a very expensive mistake. Also yes. Old Mule is ridiculous, vulnerable, badly patched, probably haunted, and apparently sensitive about criticism. The dashboard light flickered once. Noah pointed at it. Though Mira's mouth curved slightly. Noah tightened his grip on the wheel, feeling the bus answer beneath him. Not perfectly, not magically immune to everything, but steadily, stubbornly, with a familiarity that had begun to feel less like a tool and more like trust. "And it listens," he said. Dante, who had apparently been listening despite pretending otherwise, spoke from behind them. "You chose the platform you can control. That is the correct decision." Noah glanced back. That sounded almost like approval. "Do not get greedy." Leon lifted one hand weakly. "I approve." Mostly because the other vehicle felt like a metal coffin designed by angry accountants. Sam nodded. "Regret box." "We are not naming it," Noah said. "Too late," Leon and Sam said together. For the first time since the radio broadcast, Dante almost smiled. The system flickered at the lower edge of Noah's vision. Milestone recorded. Military-grade contact. Authority capacity insufficient for stable control. Recommended growth path. Platform mastery before expansion. Current primary platform. Old Mule. Noah read the message twice, then let out a slow breath. The system had a point which annoyed him more than its usual cryptic behavior. Sam unfolded the map they had recovered from the checkpoint and leaned forward between the seats. "So, if we are not going to forward site Kestrel yet, and the bridge corridor is a terrible idea owned by a tax gremlin, then the depot route is still our best option. Depot 6 is marked here." Dante looked at the map. "Logistics depot." If the marking is accurate, it could have food, water purification, batteries, tools, maybe spare parts. Bram snorted. "And people already sitting on it with guns." "Probably," Dante said. That was not meant to be encouraging. It was accurate. Mira looked at Noah. "We need supplies. Real supplies, not what we can keep stealing from ruins one drawer at a time." Noah looked at the routes Sam had traced across the map, then at the road ahead, where the rain blurred the ruined city into a corridor of gray light and dead machines. The toll mark pulsed faintly again, weaker this time, but still present. Somewhere behind them, Garrick's claim continued to search. Somewhere elsewhere, the hybrid born from assimilation was changing. Ahead lay a depot that might save them or trap them. Noah rested his thumb against the worn steering wheel, felt Old Mule's answer through the connection, and chose the road. "All right," he said. "We go to the depot." Leon sighed from the floor. "Excellent. I was worried we might do something safe." Noah turned Old Mule toward the marked route while the city opened in front of them, broken, wet, and waiting. In the side mirror, the abandoned armored transport vanished behind the checkpoint walls, stronger, heavier, and built for war. It had not answered him the way Old Mule did. For now, survival did not need the strongest machine. It needed the one that would listen. Chapter 11. The Mark on Old Mule. Old Mule began pulling left 3 streets after they left the abandoned checkpoint, which would have been worrying enough if Mercer had felt anything wrong with the steering column, the suspension, the tires, or the uneven sheet metal panels they had bolted over the lower windows. He felt none of that. The front wheels responded properly beneath his hands. The right rear tire rolled over broken glass without losing pressure. The engine hummed with the impossible steadiness that had become both miracle and responsibility, and the old bus carried its wounded passengers, stolen military supplies, patched doors, rattling metal mesh, and exhausted hope through the wet industrial outskirts of the city with the stubborn dignity of something too ugly to die. Yet something was still pulling. Not mechanically. Not physically. It was a pressure inside the invisible connection between Noah and the vehicle, a slow, unpleasant tug beneath the skin of his awareness, as if someone had tied a dirty string around Old Mule's frame and was gently, patiently, insistently trying to draw the bus back toward the bridge. The road around them was broad and empty, lined by cold warehouses with shuttered loading bays, chain-link fences bent inward by panic, and puddles dark enough to look bottomless beneath the gray afternoon sky. Torn warning signs hung from posts along the curb, their red paint washed dull by rain, and the dead vehicles scattered along the lanes were spaced farther apart here than they had been downtown, which should have made driving easier. Instead, Noah kept correcting the wheel by instinct, because the bus wanted to drift toward streets that led back to Garrick's territory. Or rather, something on the bus wanted that. Foreign authority pulse detected. Toll mark active. Directional claim attempt weak. Sovereign authority resistance developing. Noah stared through the cracked windshield and tightened his grip on the wheel until his knuckles ached. Oh, I really do not like that. Mira, who had been kneeling beside Dante Cross near the middle of the aisle, looked up from the bandage she was wrapping around his shoulder. The interior of the bus smelled of antiseptic, damp clothes, old vinyl, and the faint gun oil scent of the equipment they had taken from the checkpoint, while every bump in the road made loose buckles and metal clips tap softly against the floor. What happened? She asked. Old Mule is not pulling left, Noah said. Leon Cross, stretched across two seats with one leg elevated and a military jacket folded beneath his head, opened one eye. That sentence began like a normal vehicle complaint and then took a spiritual detour. Noah glanced at him in the mirror. That is because the steering is fine. Then what is pulling left? The supernatural tax receipt Garrick slapped on my bus. Sam Reed, sitting on the floor near the front with a rolled map across his knees and a helmet far too large for his head hanging from one elbow, looked up immediately. The toll mark. Noah nodded. It is pulsing again. Bram, who sat alone near the rear door with a bruised cheek, nervous eyes, and the uncomfortable posture of someone who had discovered that no seat was far enough from armed soldiers, muttered, I told you. He doesn't let people leave debt behind. Leon turned his head slightly. You say things like that, Bram, and somehow every word makes me want to secure you to the roof. Bram glared at him but did not answer, because Dante had opened his eyes. The older Cross brother had barely spoken since the checkpoint, where he had seen the cold military phrase that had turned his survival into paperwork. Missing. Non-recoverable. The words had followed him back onto the bus like a second wound. Even now, wounded, pale, and held together by Mira's bandages and stubborn discipline, he looked less like a rescued man than a blade someone had wrapped in cloth to keep from bleeding on the furniture. If the mark gives him direction, Dante said, his voice rough, then treat it like a tracker. No, let out a slow breath. That was my cheerful guess. It is not a guess. He marked the vehicle at a controlled transit point. If his ability functions through declared passage, then the mark likely updates when he reaches for it. Mira tied off the bandage and looked between them. So we either keep moving until we leave the range, remove the mark, or use it against him. Dante gave a small, approving nod. Those are the three obvious options. Sam raised a finger. I vote for remove the creepy debt sticker. Leon lifted his hand weakly from the seat. I vote for anything that does not involve my brother saying obvious options in that tone, because it usually means the fourth option is everyone dies. Dante did not look at him. The fourth option is everyone dies. Ugh, Leon said. Noah steered around a delivery truck lying half across the road, feeling Old Mule respond cleanly beneath him even as the invisible tug persisted. Bram leaned forward. There is another option. We give Garrick what he wants. The bus went quieter. Not silent, because engines, rain, and frightened people made silence difficult, but quiet enough that Bram seemed to realize he had stepped onto fragile ground. Noah did not look away from the road. What exactly do you think Garrick wants? Bram swallowed. A bus. Maybe supplies. Maybe a deal. Leon gave a short laugh. Adorable. He thinks the local road tyrant wants a bus without the walking ignition key. Bram's face hardened. Then maybe he wants the key. Mira stood slowly. Mezzes. Calder pulled Ellie closer near the back. Dante's gaze sharpened. Noah finally looked in the mirror, meeting Bram's eyes through the dim reflection. Oh! Bram lifted both hands slightly, defensive and frustrated. You don't know what he'll do. You don't know how these people work. Garrick can make roads disappear. He can turn every checkpoint, every scavenger, every hungry idiot with a knife against us. One man is not worth all of us dying. The words struck the interior of the bus harder than Noah expected. Because Bram was a coward, yes. And selfish. And untrustworthy. But fear had a way of discovering ugly arguments that still sounded rational if you listened to them from the wrong angle. Noah felt the toll mark pulse again, tugging toward the bridge like a patient hand on a leash. Leon's voice went colder. If you try to sell the driver, you walk. Bram looked at him. You can barely stand. Leon smiled without humor. Then I will crawl after you with a rock and determination. Dante did not smile at all. He will not need to. Noah felt Mira watching him, waiting to see whether he would explode, joke, or fold the fear into something useful. He wanted to say something sharp, because sharp words were easier than admitting that Bram had named the danger correctly. The bus could not be stolen. Noah could. And everyone inside had begun to understand that. The bus is not just metal, Noah said at last, keeping his voice as steady as the engine beneath him. It is our walls, our clinic, our beds, our supplies, our way out, and currently the only reason most of us are not taking a scenic walk through monster weather. Garrick does not get it because he marked a bridge and developed a tax hobby. Well nodded. Strong anti-tax platform. I support this government. Noah pointed through the mirror. Do not make me a government. Ellie, from behind her mother's coat, whispered, Bus Kingdom. No, Noah said immediately. The lights inside Old Mule flickered once. Sam grinned. Noah looked at the dashboard. You stay out of this. The moment of humor lasted exactly long enough to keep the fear from becoming poison, and then Dante leaned forward with a grimace, one hand pressed against his bandaged shoulder. We need a place out of sight. Somewhere with cover, enough space to inspect the exterior, and more than one exit. Sam looked down at the map. There's an old car wash 2 blocks east. It has a service yard behind it and side access to the next street. Leon made a thoughtful sound. A car wash. Noah sighed. Of course. Mira raised an eyebrow. You have a problem with the location? We are seriously going to wash off supernatural debt in an abandoned car wash. Sam's grin widened. It is thematically appropriate. Noah turned Old Mule carefully onto the side road, following the faint pressure of Sam's directions while resisting the uglier pressure of Garrick's mark. Fine, he said. If we survive, I am billing the haunted finance department. The car wash sat between a closed tire shop and a small warehouse whose front sign had fallen halfway off, leaving only the words Fast Industrial visible above a row of dark windows. Once, the place must have been cheerful in the cheap practical way of roadside businesses, with bright blue panels, plastic banners, a row of vacuum stations, and 3 automated wash bays designed to swallow dirty cars and return them shining. Now the banners hung limp and torn, the brushes inside the bays sagged like dead sea creatures, and rainwater mixed with old detergent in the channels cut into the concrete floor. The physical details were almost ridiculous enough to soften the dread. A cracked sign near the entrance still promised premium foam wax. A faded cartoon bubble smiled from a poster, apparently delighted by the end of civilization. The atmosphere, however, remained tense and watchful because the high metal canopy amplified every sound Old Mule made as Noah eased the bus beneath it. The engine echoed between the wash bays. Water dripped from broken pipes. Somewhere behind the warehouse, a loose sheet of metal banged softly in the wind at irregular intervals, like a patient knock from someone who had no intention of leaving. Noah parked with the front of the bus angled toward one exit and the rear close enough to his side lane that they could reverse out if needed. Dante approved with a slight nod. Good parking had apparently become a military virtue. Noah kept one hand on the wheel and let his awareness spread through Old Mule again. The mark pulsed along the side of the bus, not in one clean point but as a smeared sensation near the right front panel, close to the reinforced metal plate they had bolted beside the entrance door. It felt like grit under a bandage, something small enough to ignore until it infected the whole wound. Vehicle authority stable. Foreign claim interference, Active. Suggested action. Identify claim anchor. Noah stared at the text. Apparently it has an anchor. Sam was already unbuckling the helmet from his elbow. That means there is something physical. Or system physical, Noah said. Leon pushed himself up too quickly and hissed through his teeth. Mira appeared beside him as if summoned by poor decision-making. Oh, I had not said anything yet. You inhaled like you were about to volunteer. Leon looked offended. That is profiling. That is medical experience. Dante tried to stand. Mira turned without missing a beat. Also no. Dante paused. I am more useful outside. You are also recently categorized as leaking in multiple places. Leon smiled at his brother. She has a point. Mira looked at Leon. You remain included in the no. Leon settled back with wounded dignity. Noah looked at Dante. I need someone with threat sense inside or near the door. If Garrick's people arrive, I want warning before they are already waving complaints. Dante considered that, then nodded and remained seated with obvious reluctance. I can do that. Leon leaned toward Noah. Look at you, assigning elite soldiers to bus duty. Noah opened the driver's side window slightly, listening to rainwater patter on the metal canopy. If either of you makes a schedule, I am leaving. They moved carefully. Sam, Noah, and after much argument, Bram exited first to inspect the right side of the bus, while Dante watched from the open front door with one hand resting near a rifle they had taken from the checkpoint. Mira remained inside with the wounded, though she stood close enough to the entrance that Noah suspected she would appear outside the moment someone looked like they were bleeding too creatively. The air under the canopy smelled of old soap, wet rubber, rust, and cold concrete. Old Mule's patched side panels looked even more absurd in the filtered gray light, a collection of bolted mesh, scavenged sheet metal, cracked original paint, and straps that made the bus resemble a retired city vehicle attempting amateur armor cosplay. Rain tapped on the canopy overhead while water ran in thin streams down the shallow channels near Noah's boots. Sam crouched near the front panel with a flashlight. Here, he said after less than a minute. Noah stepped closer. The toll mark sat just behind the right front door, half on the original bus body and half across the scavenged plate they had added at the service yard. It was not painted. It was not scratched. It looked pressed into the metal like a watermark burned beneath the surface, a pale circular sigil made of thin angular lines that resembled a coin, a road sign, and a noose all at once. Bram crossed his arms tightly. That's his mark. Noah looked at him. You have seen it before? On carts. On packs. Sometimes on people. Sam swallowed. Pavel? Bram stared at the sigil. If they try to run after owing him. Noah's jaw tightened. Sam reached out with a screwdriver. The mark flashed. The screwdriver sparked and flew from his hand, clattering across the wet concrete. Sam yelped and jumped backward. Dante's rifle came up from inside the bus. Mira shouted, "What happened?" Supernatural tax fraud has defenses, Noah called back, then looked at Sam. You okay? Sam shook his fingers. Pride injured. Hand mostly fine. System text unfolded across Noah's vision. Foreign claim located. Removal attempt physical. Result ineffective. Claim anchor status authority-based. Noah closed his eyes. Of course it is authority-based. Sam retrieved the screwdriver more carefully this time. What does that mean? It means we cannot scrape it off because Carrick did not just mark the metal. He marked the right to say the bus passed through his territory and owes him. Ram shifted. That is how his ability works. Dante spoke from the doorway. Then the mark is not damage. Is a claim. Noah nodded slowly, hating how perfectly that fit. A claim on my bus. Leon called from inside, our bus. Ellie added, old mule. Noah looked toward the cracked windows where several faces watched from behind the mesh. Something inside his chest loosened, only slightly. Right, he said. Old mule. The mark pulsed again. This time no, I felt the tug more clearly, as if Garrick were somewhere far away dragging a hook through invisible water. He placed one hand on the marked panel. Cold spread through his palm. Not winter cold. Ownership cold. The feeling of a locked door. The feeling of a hand on the back of your neck. Authority conflict available. Sovereign driver vs toll mark. Initiate contest? No, I laughed once under his breath. Sam looked at him. Good laugh or bad laugh? That depends on whether arguing with magical bureaucracy counts as a life skill. Ram stepped back. You shouldn't do that. No, I looked over. Thank you, Bram. Your concern is confusing and probably self-interested. I mean it. Garrick always knows when someone fights the mark. It draws attention. Dante's gaze sharpened. How quickly? Ron hesitated. Depends on how hard they fight. Rain dripped from the canopy edge behind them. No, he looked at the sigil, then at the bus, then at the people inside it. They needed time. They needed distance. They needed Garrick's hand loosened from their direction before he sent more collectors, more guns, more desperate men willing to trade morality for safe passage. No, pulled his hand away from the mark. Then we do it from the driver's seat. Inside Old Mule, the air felt heavier than it had before. The bus had become quiet around him, as if every passenger understood that what Noah was about to attempt might be less dramatic than a street fight but somehow more dangerous. Rain rolled down the windshield in crooked lines. The cracked dashboard glowed softly. The hanging straps swayed faintly whenever the wind moved under the car wash canopy. The smell of bandages, old plastic, detergent drifting through the open door, and the metallic scent of military gear wrapped the interior in a strange mixture of clinic, shelter, and war room. Noah sat behind the wheel and placed both hands on it. The connection opened immediately. Old Mule's engine, frame, doors, lights, seats, patched panels, and strapped-down supplies formed themselves inside his awareness, familiar and imperfect and stubborn. He could feel the wounded weight of people inside, not as bodies he could control but as presence, distribution, trust, pressure. He felt Harold lying near the middle. Mezes, Calder and Ellie near the back. Leon's restless leg. Dante near the entrance, alert despite pain. Mira standing beside the front aisle, watching him with a steadiness that made the trembling in his hands feel less humiliating. And he felt the toll mark. It was lodged inside of the bus like a foreign nail driven into a living wall. Authority conflict initiated. Sovereign driver vs toll mark. Foreign claim resistance, 22%. Warning, cognitive strain possible. Noah inhaled slowly. Okay, he whispered. This is just engineering. Mira folded her arms. No, it is not. It helps if I lie to myself. Then continue. He focused on the mark the way he would have focused on a seized bolt, a misaligned shaft, a cracked bearing, something out of place in a machine that needed to move. He tried to push it away with the full pressure of his authority, tried to force the sigil out of Old Mule's structure, and for half a second the mark brightened so fiercely that Noah felt the flash behind his eyes. Pain stabbed through his skull. The steering wheel lurched in his hands. The engine coughed. Several people gasped. Conflict strain increasing. Foreign claim resistance, 24%. Warning, inefficient contest method. Noah clenched his teeth. I noticed. Mira stepped closer. Noah, I'm fine. You are lying badly. I am busy losing a fight to a toll receipt. The pressure increased again, and this time Noah felt something else beneath the mark, a thread leading outward, not a physical direction but a legalistic concept twisted into power. Hasadi. The Playum. Return. Yarick's ability did not shove like a monster or slash like claws. It insisted. It declared that because Old Mule had crossed a road Garrick controlled, the vehicle remained answerable to him. It was absurd. It was also strong. Noah shoved back harder. The pain sharpened. The overhead lights flickered. Old Mule's engine stumbled once, and fear moved through the passengers like wind through tall grass. Mira's hand landed on Noah's wrist. Not hard. Not dramatic. Just steady. Stop pushing against him. Noah opened his eyes, not realizing he had closed them. What? You are treating it like a door you have to break. It is an authority conflict. Breaking seems appropriate. You are making it about Garrick. It is his mark. Mira leaned closer, lowering her voice enough that the others could not easily hear every word. Then stop arguing with his mark and remember what this bus is carrying. No, his breathing was too fast. Mira's fingers remained around his wrist, grounding him against the cold pressure of the sigil. This is not just a vehicle, she said. It is Harold trying not to die. It is Ellie sleeping for the first time without screaming. It is Sam pretending not to be scared because he thinks you need help. It is Dante and Leon realizing someone came back for them. It is all of us deciding that Old Mule is not Garrick's road debt. Noah swallowed. Mira's expression softened, but only slightly, because she was still Mira and apparently had strong moral objections to excessive gentleness. Do not push against him, she said. Hold on to us. Noah stared at her. That sounds less technical than I prefer. Then pretend it is engineering with feelings. That is the worst branch of engineering. And yet, Mira said, here we are. For a moment, the humor did not cut the tension so much as make it bearable. Noah closed his eyes again. This time, he did not shove. He listened. Old Mule was ugly, damaged, patched, full of scratches, dents, loose screws, frightened people, stolen bandages, and bad jokes. It was not a throne. It was not a weapon. It was not a prize Garrick could claim because it had crossed his bridge. It was a moving shelter. A promise with wheels. A place people had chosen to stay because Noah had kept turning back. He let that thought spread through his authority, not as force but as belonging. The mark resisted. Then, slowly, it dimmed. Foreign claims suppressed, 41%. Toll mark tracking accuracy reduced. Internal authority resonance detected. New concept registered, authority conflict. The pressure snapped back like a cut cable. Noah gasped, slumping forward over the wheel. The engine steadied. The lights returned to normal. The unpleasant tug remained, but weaker now, less like a leash and more like a thread someone had frayed between dirty fingers. Mira did not remove her hand until his breathing slowed. You did it, she said. Noah opened one eye. I partially insulted a supernatural parking violation. Sam let out a breath from somewhere behind them. That counts. Leon raised one hand from his seat. I understood none of that, but morale seems improved. Dante, still near the door, looked toward the right side of the bus. Tracking reduced? Noah nodded carefully, regretting the motion when his headache surged. 41% suppression, according to the world's least helpful user interface. Dante absorbed that. Enough to buy time. Not enough to assume safety. That is exactly the amount of success I dislike. Mira stepped away, but not far. You need water. I need a universe with fewer clay mechanics. You get water. Noah accepted the bottle she handed him and drank, aware that the others were watching him differently again. Not with worship. Not exactly with fear. With understanding. They had all felt the bus stumble when he fought the mark. They had all felt it steady when he stopped fighting alone. Noah did not know whether that made him feel better or worse. Far away, on the bridge that had become a border, a gate, and a throne all at once, Garrick stood beneath a tarp stretched between two streetlight poles and stared at the map spread across the hood of a dead police car. The bridge was cleaner than most of the city, not because it was safe, but because controlled places often looked cleaner right before they became cruel. Barriers had been reinforced with buses dragged sideways across the lanes. Metal fences guided travelers toward a payment line. A guard tower made from scaffolding rose near the center span, where armed men watched the approaches with the tired impatience of people who had discovered authority and found it addictive. Rain tapped on the tarp overhead. A lantern burned on the map. Colored pins marked the roads Garrick controlled, the alleys he suspected, the water access points he intended to take next, and the places where desperate groups had agreed to pay for safe passage. He lifted his right hand. On his palm, a pale symbol glowed. A small mark dimmed, resisted, and blurred. Garrick did not frown. He smiled. The man beside him, Rusk, shifted uncomfortably. Problem? Garrick closed his hand slowly. Interest. Rusk waited. The bus driver is not merely resisting the mark. He is contesting it. Can he break it? Not yet. The words hung between them. Rusk understood the part Garrick had not said. Garrick looked toward the far end of the bridge where travelers waited beneath rain and guards counted supplies. A driver who does not pay tolls is inconvenient, he said. A driver who can break tolls is rebellion. Rusk's expression hardened. You want the bus? Garrick looked down at the map. No. He placed a finger on the road leading away from the bridge, then dragged it toward the districts where Old Mule had vanished. I want the driver alive. The first warning came from Dante. He straightened near the front door so suddenly that Mira looked up from the medical kit. Contact. Noah set the water bottle down and gripped the wheel again. How many? Dante's eyes narrowed, unfocused in a way Noah had begun to recognize. Threat line did not make his eyes glow, did not throw dramatic lightning into the air, and did not announce itself with theatrical system text every time. It simply changed him, sharpening his attention until the entire space around him became possible violence. 3 lines, Dante said. Front left. Rear right. High angle. Leon groaned. High angle means roof, and I am medically opposed to roof problems. Sam scrambled toward the front window and then stopped when Mira snapped his name. Stay low, she said. Outside the bus, the abandoned car wash looked the same at first. Wet concrete, dead brushes, torn banners, water trickling through drainage channels, the smiling foam bubble on the poster still offensively cheerful. Then Noah saw movement beyond the left wash bay. A man in a dark rain jacket crouched behind a vacuum station. Another moved behind the tire shop wall. A third shape shifted along the low roof of the warehouse, raising something that might have been a crossbow or a short rifle. Not a large force. A probe. A test. Garrick wanted to know how weak the mark had left them. Noah's headache made the edges of his vision throb, but the bus answered when he reached for it. Internal command available, doors, lights, brakes. Authority condition, strain. Recommended action, defensive maneuver. Noah smiled despite the pain. Old Mule, please continue being unreasonable. The interior lights went out. Ellie whispered, the bus is listening. The exterior headlights exploded on full brightness, cutting through the gray rain and striking the man near the vacuum station directly in the face. He cursed and stumbled back. Dante shouted, roof. Noah hit the horn. The sound boomed beneath the metal canopy like an angry ship announcing war in a bathtub. The man on the warehouse roof flinched at the exact wrong moment, and whatever weapon he had been aiming fired high, the bolt or a round striking the car wash sign with a sharp crack. Leon laughed from the seat. I take it back. I love roof problems. The rear right attacker rushed toward the back of the bus, probably hoping to climb onto the bumper or reach the emergency door. Noah felt him through Old Mule's structure the instant his boot struck the rear step. Not as a person. As pressure. Unauthorized contact. Noah pulsed the brakes and reversed half a meter. The man lost his grip, slipped into detergent-slick water, and fell hard into the drainage channel. Sam peered over a seat. That was mean. He tried to board without a ticket, Noah said. Dante fired one controlled shot through the open front doorway, not at the blinded man, but into the concrete beside him. The warning was precise enough to be more frightening than a miss. "Leave!" Dante called. The man on the roof scrambled backward. The one near the vacuum station dragged his fallen companion by the collar. Noah did not chase. He wanted to. For one hot second, with the headache pounding and the mark still burning faintly in his awareness, he wanted to drive Old Mule forward, pin them against the wall, and make absolutely certain Garrick understood the message. Mira's voice came from beside him. "Noah!" He released the brake. The bus remained still. The attackers vanished into the rain between the buildings. Leon exhaled. "Nice. We defeated 3 men and 1 roof with public transport." Dante lowered the rifle. "They were not here to win." Noah nodded. "They were here to measure us." "And now?" Sam asked. Dante looked toward the road. "Now they report that the mark weakened us, but not enough." Noah rubbed the side of his head. "Fantastic! I love being discussed in professional villain meetings." Bram broke 5 minutes later. Not loudly at first. He sat near the rear, staring at the door where the attacker had tried to climb in, breathing too fast. The car wash had returned to its dripping quiet, but the attack had stripped away the little confidence the group had recovered from Noah's partial victory over the mark. "We cannot keep doing this," Bram said. Nobody answered immediately. "He is stuck. We cannot keep waiting for Garrick to send more people. He will not stop. He will burn roads, block water, tell every scavenger in the district that there is a reward for this bus. You think because you scared 3 men, that means something? It means he knows where to look." Leon shifted. "Bram, I am going to suggest you sit down before your survival instincts try to check your spine cannot cash." Bram pointed toward Noah. "You all know what he is. You heard Rusk. You saw the mark. Garrick does not need all of us. He needs them." Mira's expression hardened. "Careful." "No," Bram snapped. "You be careful. You keep acting like this is a family trip with monsters, but this bus is a target because of him." Noah turned slowly in the driver's seat. The bus seemed to listen with him. Bram's voice trembled now, but fear kept driving it. If giving Garrick 1 person saves the rest, then pretending that is not an option is stupid. "Mezzes!" Calder covered Ellie's ears. Sam looked sick. Dante stood despite Mira's sharp look. The older soldier did not raise his voice. "If you try to sell the driver," Dante said, "you walk." Ram stared at him. Dante continued. "If you try to signal Garrick, you walk tied. If you try to touch Noah while he is at the wheel, you do not walk at all until Mira tells me you are allowed to use your knees again." Mira glanced at him. "I did not authorize that last part. You may retroactively approve it." Leon lifted a hand. "I approve on behalf of the leg injury community." Noah should have found it funny. Part of him did. Most of him was looking at Bram and wondering how many more people would reach the same conclusion when fear became mathematical. 1 person for many. The old world had dressed that logic in uniforms and called Dante and Leon non-recoverable. Garrick dressed it in tolls and called it debt. Bram dressed it in panic and called it survival. Noah felt Old Mule beneath him, full of people who had not asked to become part of a moral equation. He spoke quietly. Bram swallowed. "If you want to leave, you can leave when we find a place that is not immediate death. I will not force you to stay on this bus." Several people looked at Noah in surprise. "But if you stay," Noah continued, "you do not sell anyone. Not me. Not Mira. Not Sam. Not Ellie. Not Dante or Leon or Harold or anyone else who ends up in these seats. We are not becoming the kind of people who draw a circle and abandon whoever falls outside it because the math looks cleaner." Dante's eyes shifted toward him. Leon stopped smiling. Mira looked at Noah with something he was not ready to name. Bram's mouth tightened. "That sounds noble." "No," Noah said. "It sounds inconvenient. Noble people probably say it better." For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Ellie, still half hidden behind her mother, said very softly, "Old Mule has room." Noah closed his eyes for 1 second. The engine hummed. No one argued. They left the car wash before the sky began to darken. The departure felt less like escape than withdrawal from a small battlefield that had taken place inside metal, systems, fear, and one angry supernatural claim. Noah eased Old Mule out from beneath the canopy, past the dead brushes and the cheerful foam poster, and onto the side road where rainwater ran along the curb in thin gray streams. The bus moved more easily now. The toll mark remained, but the ugly pull had weakened. It no longer dragged toward the bridge with the confidence of ownership. It trembled at the edge of Noah's awareness, still present, still dangerous, but less certain. Toll mark active. Tracking accuracy reduced, 43%. Foreign claim resistance developing. New concept registered, authority conflict. Noah looked at the system text as it faded. 43%. Mira stood near the front, one hand braced against a pole. That is better than 0. It is worse than 100. You are very difficult to encourage. I am aware. Sam leaned over the map again, trying to use the uneven seat as a table. If the tracking is less accurate, this is our best chance to reach the depot route before Garrick tightens the mark again. Dante nodded. He will send a larger force next time. Leon looked at the ceiling. I vote we avoid larger forces. My leg and I are starting a new peaceful philosophy. Noah glanced at him in the mirror. How long will that last? Until someone annoys me tactically. Mira sighed. So 10 minutes. Leon considered that. Optimistic. The faint laughter that moved through the bus was tired, but real. Noah guided Old Mule through the side streets, away from the bridge, away from the car wash, away from the invisible hand that still wanted to claim them. The physical city outside remained broken, warehouses open to the rain, dead cars angled at curbs, power lines sagging, windows dark, and distant columns of smoke rising like punctuation marks over disaster. Yet inside the bus, something had shifted. The mark had been Garrick's declaration. Noah's answer had not erased it, but it had changed the conversation. Mira stepped closer to the driver's area. Are you all right? Noah took a moment before answering, because the honest answer was too complicated and a simple answer would be a lie. I think I just argued with a tax receipt and lost only partially. Mira's mouth curved. That is progress. It hurt. I saw. Did I look dramatic? Moderately. That is unfortunate. You were allowed one dramatic moment. Noah glanced at her. Only one. Do not get greedy. For some reason, that made the road ahead feel slightly less impossible. Old Mule rolled forward, the engine steady, the patched windows rattling, the passengers exhausted but present, while the weakened mark burned faintly on the bus's side like an insult someone had failed to finish writing. The mark was still there, but it no longer felt like a chain. It felt like a challenge. Chapter 12, The Depot Run. The first rule of any plan made inside Old Mule was that the plan had to survive the bus hitting a pothole. Noah Mercer discovered this while Sam Reed tried to spread the military map across a plastic crate that had once held bottled water, only for the old bus to roll over a cracked section of road and send the entire corner of the map flapping upward into Dante Cross's face. Dante did not blink. Leon, who was lying across two seats with one leg braced on a folded jacket and the professional dignity of an injured man determined to be annoying, looked over and said, "Careful, Sam. If the map attacks him again, he will classify it as hostile terrain." Dante removed the paper from his cheek with the slow restraint of an older brother who had spent many years deciding not to commit murder for family reasons. "It is hostile terrain," he said. "It has weak corners." Noah kept both hands on the wheel and guided Old Mule through a narrow industrial road lined with empty loading bays, dead forklifts, and chain-link fences sagging beneath rainwater and rust. The sky above them was a heavy slab of gray, darkening toward evening even though the day still had hours left, and the wet pavement reflected the bus's headlights in thin, broken lines that looked like roads drawn by someone losing patience. The city around them had changed again. Downtown had been panic, glass, smoke, and people running through places that used to have rules. The military checkpoint had been failed order, abandoned sandbags, and the cold paperwork of people declared non-recoverable. This district was something else, a place built for storage, loading, sorting, shipping, and moving the things that kept a city fed and supplied, now stranded beneath the weight of too much silence. Warehouses stood on both sides of the road, their signs faded but still visible, advertising logistics, cold storage, wholesale foods, machine parts, and overnight freight that would never arrive. Shuttered gates rattled whenever the wind slid through the gaps. Plastic wrapping clung to fences like shed skin. A line of delivery trucks sat abandoned near a distribution yard, their trailers still sealed, their tires slowly sinking into mud at the edge of the asphalt. The entire district felt like a pantry locked inside a tomb. And somewhere ahead, according to the map Sam was wrestling into obedience, stood Logistics Depot 6. Toll mark tracking accuracy reduced. Estimated safe window, limited. Recommended action, increase distance or remove claim. Noah glanced at the system text as it faded from the corner of his vision. I hate when it says limited. Mira, standing near the front pole with one hand hooked around the rail and the other holding a strip of bandage she had been sorting, looked toward him. You hate most system messages. That is because most system messages arrive right before something tries to kill us, tax us, or turn municipal transport into a philosophical burden. Leon lifted a finger. In fairness, the philosophical burden came free with leadership. Noah looked at him in the mirror. I am not accepting leadership complaints from a man who is currently losing an argument with his own leg. My leg is being unreasonable. Mira looked back without sympathy. Your leg is injured because you used second step on torn muscle. My ability is called second step, not sensible recovery period. Dante, still seated near the front door with a rifle across his lap and his wounded shoulder strapped tight beneath his jacket, said, Your ability is not an excuse to be stupid. Leon smiled faintly. Big brother, if we remove stupidity from my life, I may lose structural integrity. Noah almost laughed, which was useful because the weakened toll mark still sat at the edge of his awareness like a splinter under skin. Garrick's claim no longer dragged Old Mule with the strength it had shown at the car wash, but it remained present, pulsing faintly through the right front panel of the bus whenever they passed an intersection that led back toward the bridge corridor. They had time. Not enough time to be comfortable. Possibly not enough time to be safe. But enough time to try the depot. Sam finally pinned the map with 2 empty ration tins and leaned over it, his oversized helmet shifting down his forehead until Mrs. Calder reached forward and gently pushed it back up like she was dealing with a child dressed as a soldier in a school play. Depot 6 should be here, Sam said, tapping a rectangle printed near the edge of the industrial district. Main truck entrance on the west side, personnel entrance on the south, loading docks on the north, and there's a service lane running along the back. Dante leaned forward slightly, studying the map. Old military annotation? Sam nodded. Someone marked it after the silence. The main road blocked, bridge corridor civilian control risk, Depot 6 supplies unconfirmed. Unconfirmed means someone wanted to check it and either did not reach it or did not report back, Dante said. That is not encouraging, Noah said. It is information. I have noticed military people use that word when normal people would say terrifying possibility. Mira pointed toward the map. What do we need from it? Sam began counting on his fingers. Food, water, filters, batteries, medical supplies, maybe tools, maybe replacement straps or mesh for Old Mule, and if the universe is feeling generous, anything that makes Bram stop complaining. From the rear of the bus, Bram said, I can hear you. Sam did not look back. That was the Hope. Bram muttered something under his breath, but even he did not push further. Since the car wash, the group had watched him with the polite hostility usually reserved for a loose knife on the floor. Noah had not thrown him out, because abandoning someone in the ruins felt too much like the kind of arithmetic he had sworn not to follow, but trust had become a ration supply, and Bram had spent most of his. Dante tapped the map twice. We do not all go inside. Noah keeps Old Mule pointed toward an exit. I take the first sweep with Sam. Mireille enters only after we confirm no immediate threat, and only if medical supplies are located. Leon stays on the bus. Leon lifted his head. That last part sounded personal. It is medical. It is also personal. Yes, Dante said. Mira gave Dante a rare approving look. Finally, someone else enjoys saying no to him. Noah slowed the bus as the road ahead opened toward a wider distribution avenue. I can hold the bus close to the south entrance, he said. If we need to move, everyone gets back in and I make the ugliest three-point turn in history. Leon glanced toward the cracked windshield. With you, I assume history has competition. Noah ignored him and looked at the map through the mirror. One more thing. If there are people inside, we do not take everything. Bram made a frustrated sound. If there are people inside, they will try to kill us first. Maybe, Noah said. Then we should take what we can and leave before they organize. Mira's expression cooled. No. Bram looked at her. No. Noah said it softly, so perhaps you missed it. We do not take everything. Dante's eyes remained on the road. If civilians are inside, we assess, negotiate, and avoid unnecessary escalation. Leon nodded. And if they are terrible civilians? Dante said, then we escalate professionally. Now aside, I miss when my biggest moral decision was whether to buy cheap coffee before class. Old Mule rolled forward into the last stretch before Depot 6, carrying maps, wounds, bad jokes, too little food, and one fragile agreement that their need would not become an excuse to become Garrick in a different vehicle. Logistics Depot 6 appeared behind a tall fence of black metal bars and torn privacy mesh, sitting at the far end of a broad road where the asphalt had been scraped by heavy trucks and stained by years of oil, tire dust, and rain. The building was enormous in the blunt, practical way warehouses tended to be enormous, a long rectangular mass of gray panels, dirty skylights, and loading dock doors numbered in faded yellow paint. Several delivery trucks sat backed against the northern side, their trailers still connected, while a row of smaller vans stood parked near the office entrance with their windows intact but coated in grime. The main gate had been chained shut, but not carelessly. Fresh metal reinforcement braced the lower half. 2 containers had been dragged into positions that narrowed the approach. A forklift sat dead beside the gate as if it had been used as a movable barricade. Noah noticed all of that before Dante said a word. The depot did not look abandoned. It looked quiet on purpose. The atmosphere inside Old Mule tightened as the bus rolled closer. Even the engine seemed to lower its voice, though Noah knew that was probably his imagination projecting nerves onto machinery again, which had become an embarrassingly common habit. Rainwater dripped from the warehouse roof in long silver threads. The wind moved loose plastic along the fence. Somewhere inside the depot complex, something metal tapped once and then fell silent. Dante leaned toward the windshield. Someone cleared that approach. Noah nodded and placed the containers to control entry. Fields of fire from the office windows. Loading dock roof has visibility over the yard. Personnel entrance is probably trapped or watched. Sam swallowed. So not abandoned. Leon lifted his head enough to peer through a reinforced window. That place looks like a box that grew teeth. Noah stopped Old Mule behind the twisted shell of a delivery truck, keeping the bus angled toward the service lane they could use as an exit. The old bus idled steadily, patched armor rattling in the wind, its presence absurdly loud in the white industrial quiet. Noah felt the vehicle beneath him, every brake line, every patched panel, every door, every nervous passenger shifting in their seats. The connection steadied him, but the depot beyond the fence was not his domain. Not yet. Maybe never. He did not like that thought. Vehicle authority stable. External threat probability elevated. Passenger risk moderate. Recommended action maintain exit orientation. Noah looked at the text. For once, we agree. Mira stepped beside him. Can you feel anything inside? Not unless the warehouse becomes a bus. That is not an answer I expected to need. I live to expand conversational possibilities. Dante checked the rifle, then looked back at Sam. You stay behind me. You point out locks, maps, labels, anything logistical. You do not wander. Sam nodded quickly. I do not wander. I strategically remain terrified near you. Acceptable. Mira gathered a medical bag and a flashlight. Noah, if we find supplies, I am going in. You know I cannot stop you. You could try. I enjoy having all my fingers. Leon raised one hand. I would like to note for the record that I am being discriminated against because of my extremely minor injury. Mira looked back. You almost passed out when the bus hit a pothole. That was an artistic interpretation of pain. You stay. Leon sighed. Oppression. Dante's mouth twitched, almost a smile. Then he opened the front door and stepped carefully down into the yard. Noah watched him move. Even injured, Dante changed the way space felt. He did not simply walk across open ground. He divided it, measured every angle and shadow, and Noah realized with a strange combination of relief and envy that there were entire languages of danger he had only begun learning. Sam followed with the bolt cutter they had taken from the checkpoint, nearly tripping over the bottom step before recovering with what he probably believed was dignity. Mira waited at the door. Noah looked at her. Be careful. She raised an eyebrow. That was almost a normal thing to say. I am experimenting. Dangerous. Then she stepped down after the others. Noah remained at the wheel. The hardest part of his new life, he was beginning to understand, was not always driving into danger. Sometimes it was staying in the driver's seat while other people walked into it. The personnel entrance sat on the south side of the depot beneath a narrow metal awning streaked with rust and bird droppings, though there were no birds anywhere Noah could see. Sam cut the chain with the bolt cutter after 3 strained attempts and 1 whispered apology to his own arms. The sound echoed across the yard, sharper than anyone liked. Dante paused after the second snap, listening, head tilted slightly as if the building had breathed differently. Noah watched through the windshield and felt old mule ready beneath him, engine idling, door waiting, headlights dimmed. Nothing moved. Dante pushed the door open with a rifle barrel. Inside lay a narrow corridor lined with scuffed concrete walls, a dead security panel, and a floor littered with receipts, mud prints, and broken plastic badges. The air that drifted out smelled of damp cardboard, machine oil, dust, and something faintly sour beneath it, like food forgotten in a sealed room. The small exploration team disappeared inside. Noah hated it immediately. He could still see the door. He could still feel old mule. He could not feel them. Leon watched from the front row, one hand gripping the seat in front of him. You are doing the jaw thing, he said. Noah did not look away from the entrance. What jaw thing? The one Dante does when he wants to personally fight uncertainty. I do not want to fight uncertainty. Liar. Mezzes. Calder shifted near the back, keeping Ellie close while Harold dozed fitfully beneath the blanket. Brian sat opposite them, silent and pale, his eyes flicking between Noah and the depot. The interior atmosphere of the bus had changed from mobile shelter to waiting room outside surgery, and Noah found himself listening to every small sound as if any of them might become a warning. Then Sam's voice crackled through the handheld radio Dante had insisted on testing before they entered. We're inside. No immediate contact. This place is huge. Dante's voice followed, lower and sharper. Keep transmission minimal. Sam whispered, right. Minimal. Huge, but minimal. Noah let out a breath through his nose. Leon smiled faintly. Good kid. He is going to get himself into trouble by narrating his own fear. That is also your brand. Noah decided not to dignify that, mostly because it was correct. Inside the depot, the corridor opened into a warehouse so large that Sam's flashlight beams seemed to vanish before it reached the far wall. Rows of industrial shelving rose like dark cliffs on either side, stacked with pallets, wrapped boxes, plastic crates, and empty spaces where supplies had already been taken. High windows near the roof allowed gray daylight to seep through the dust, falling in pale columns that made the floating particles look almost like ash. The floor was marked with faded yellow lanes for forklifts, and every footstep echoed upward into the metal rafters, returning smaller and colder. Mira moved behind Dante, her medical bag tight against one shoulder, trying not to let the scale of the place make her hurry. Warehouses, she thought, had their own kind of silence. Not empty silence. Stored silence. A silence full of things waiting to be counted. Sam's flashlight paused on a row of shelves marked DRY goods. There, he whispered. Dante lifted one hand, stopping him. The shelf had been opened recently. Not emptied randomly, but sorted. Several cartons had been cut open, then retaped. A clipboard hung from the side of a rack with check marks written in different ink colors. On the floor nearby sat 3 empty cans stacked neatly on top of one another. Mira saw Dante notice all of it. People, she whispered. Dante nodded. Organized people. Sam looked around uneasily. Good organized or bad organized? There is no reliable visual distinction. That is the least comforting field note I have ever heard. They moved deeper, passing pallets of damaged bottled water, boxes of pasta, bags of rice, and one glorious shelf of canned vegetables that made Sam's stomach growl loudly enough that all 3 froze. Dante looked at him. Sam whispered, that was tactical hunger. Mira covered her mouth, not quite successfully. Then something clinked above them. It can rolled off a high shelf and hit the floor. The sound cracked through the warehouse like a shot. A second later, metal shutters slammed down across the corridor behind them. Sam jumped. Dante spun, rifle up. From somewhere in the high office windows overlooking the warehouse floor, a woman's voice called, "Drop your weapons." More shapes appeared between shelves, behind pallets, above them in the office mezzanine. Not monsters. People. Thin people, tired people, frightened people holding pipes, crowbars, kitchen knives, hunting bows, and one old shotgun with both hands trembling around it. Children peered from behind stacked crates before adults pulled them back. A man with a gray beard stood beside a pallet jack with a spear made from a broom handle and a sharpened piece of metal. A teenage girl balanced on the lower shelf of a rack, one hand pressed to the metal upright as if she were listening to it. Dante did not drop his rifle. He did lower it slightly. Mira stepped forward before anyone made a worse decision. We are not here for a fight. The woman in the mezzanine stepped closer to the broken office window. She was in her late 40s or early 50s, with short black hair streaked with gray, a warehouse manager's blue vest worn over a thick sweater, and the exhausted authority of someone who had been responsible for too much before the world ended and had somehow ended up responsible for even more afterward. Her face was narrow, her eyes hard, and a small system glow faded near her hand as if she had just used an ability. You came through the south door with a soldier and a bolt cutter, she said. That is a strange way to avoid a fight. Sam lifted the bolt cutter awkwardly. In our defense, the door was locked. Dante closed his eyes for half a second. The woman stared at Sam. Mira said, he is nervous. I noticed. Dante spoke calmly. We need medical supplies, water, and food. We can trade information, transport, and medical assistance. We do not work for Garrick. The name changed the room. People shifted. Several weapons tightened. The teenage girl on the shelf flinched. The woman's eyes narrowed. Garrick sent you. Mira shook her head. No. You crossed his bridge. Dante did not answer. The woman looked toward the distant loading doors. You brought a marked vehicle. Sam whispered, that is not helping. The woman raised the shotgun slightly. People with marks bring collectors behind them. Mira held both hands open. Garrick sent people after us. That is not the same thing. The woman's expression did not soften. Then why should I believe you? From the radio at Mira's shoulder, Noah's voice crackled faintly. Because if we worked for Garrick, I would have led with something more threatening than a teenager and medical anxiety. Sam stared at the radio. Noah? What? I am helpful. The woman looked toward the entrance they had used, as if she could see through walls to the bus beyond. You are the driver. Noah's voice paused. That depends on who is asking and whether this conversation includes tolls. Mira closed her eyes briefly. The woman did not smile, but something in her face shifted by a fraction. My name is Maura Klein, she said. This depot feeds 36 people, 11 of them children. If you came to take what we have, then you will die in a warehouse full of canned beans, which is a ridiculous grave but still a grave. Dante gave a slight nod. Understood. Sam whispered, I would prefer not to die near beans. Mara ignored him. Now tell your driver to bring that bus where I can see it. Noah did not like moving with those unknown armed people inside a depot that had already for 2 months, but like Mira, Sam, and Dante inside well, said outside Brittany Peters was a strategy, even less. He guided the bus through the side yard, past stacked pallets and a line of silent vans, until the front of Old Mule faced the loading dock doors. The massive doors had been raised halfway, creating a dark rectangular mouth into the warehouse. Faces watched from within. Weapons watched too. The physical space between bus and depot felt like a border where misunderstanding could become blood very quickly. Rain tapped softly on the bus roof. Inside Old Mule, Leon had dragged himself upright despite Mira's earlier orders and now sat near the front with one hand on a rifle he was not supposed to be using. If shooting starts, he said, I will be dramatically ineffective but emotionally committed. Noah kept his hands on the wheel. Please do not be dramatically anything. Mara appeared near the dock with Dante, Mira, and Sam below her in the open space. She looked at Old Mule's patched sides, the metal mesh, the dented front panel, the half-faded route sign, and the pale toll mark still visible near the right front door. That bus should not run, she said. Noah leaned toward the open window. We get that a lot. With increasing concern. Mara's eyes narrowed. No jokes. Noah looked at the people behind her, at children half hidden between adults, at workers gripping improvised weapons, at faces too thin from rationing. The depot was not a loot box. It was a shelter made of shelving and fear. He let the joke die. My ability keeps vehicles running while I operate them, he said. Fuel does not drop. Breakdowns are suppressed. I can control some systems. I do not know the full rules yet. Murmurs moved through the depot survivors. Mara looked toward the mark. And Garrick wants you. Yes? That makes you dangerous to shelter. Noah nodded. Yes? The honest answer seemed to surprise her more than denial would have. Bram appeared behind Noah, staying far enough back to avoid attention and close enough to listen. We do not have time for this, he muttered. Take what we need and go. The words carried. Several depot survivors raised weapons. Dante turned his head slowly toward Bram. Noah did not look away from Mara. He does not speak for us. Bram snapped, you keep saying that until hunger speaks louder. Mara's expression hardened again. Mira stepped between the lines before the tension could sharpen further. We have wounded, she said. You have wounded. I can help. We can trade transport and medical work for supplies. No one needs to bleed over rice today. A small voice from somewhere behind the stacked crates asked, can she fix Pa's fever? An adult hushed the child. Mara's jaw tightened. Before she could respond, a teenage girl on the shelving rack jerked upright. Her palm pressed flat against the metal upright. Steps, she said. The entire depot went still. Mara looked at her. How many? The girl swallowed. Not people. A hollow shrieked outside the fence. Then another answered. The attack did not come as a swarm, which made it worse in a way, because the first hollow appeared alone at the far end of the yard, crawling over the top of a delivery van with its long fingers scraping paint from the roof. It paused in the rain and lifted its head toward the depot. Then 3 more shapes emerged between the containers. The yard changed instantly. Workers who had been aiming weapons at Noah's group turned toward the gate. Children vanished behind pallets. Morris shouted names and assignments. Dante moved like someone cutting his pain into useful pieces. Positions. He snapped. Do not crowd the doors. Crossfire discipline. Noah, block the east gap with the bus. Noah did not question him. Old Mule surged forward, its engine echoing between the loading bays as Noah angled the bus across a gap between 2 containers where the hollows could have slipped through. He felt the bus's patched side panels line up with the opening, felt the rear wheel stop inches from a broken pallet, felt the door mechanism waiting beneath his authority. Defensive maneuver initiated. Passenger risk high. Internal command available, doors, lights, brakes. Everyone inside stays low, Noah shouted. Leon, because he was Leon, was already trying to stand. Mezzes. Calder grabbed his sleeve. Mira's voice cut through the radio. No, Leon is moving. Noah looked back. Leon, if you second step inside my bus, I will personally ask Mira to invent a medical punishment. Leon looked offended. I was going to heroically assist. Assist by not becoming a projectile. Outside, the first hollow launched itself toward the gap and slammed into Old Mule's side, claws screeching against the reinforced mesh. The whole bus shook, but Noah held it steady. A second hollow tried to climb over the front hood. Noah snapped the headlights to full brightness. The creature recoiled. A depot worker with a spear drove it back from the side. Another survivor hurled a crate that burst apart against the pavement and scattered cans under the creature's feet. Sam, somewhere inside the warehouse, yelled, "The west door." Noah saw nothing from his angle. Dante did. What? He shouted. Leon moved before anyone could stop him. He dropped from the bus step, landed badly, took one limping first step, and then his second step exploded. For a fraction of a second he became a blur of motion across the wet concrete, not fast enough to be impossible to track, but fast enough that the hollow lunging toward a child near the west loading door missed empty air where a wounded man should have been. Leon hit the creature shoulder first with enough force to knock it sideways into a stack of plastic crates. Then his injured leg buckled. Bad idea, Leon gasped from the ground. Professionally executed. Mira sprinted toward him with murder in her eyes and medical supplies in one hand. Noah could not reach them. But Old Mule could block the next creature. He reversed half a meter, swung the front of the bus across the yard, and used the vehicle's bulk to cut off the line between the hollows and the loading door. The tires slid on wet concrete, but the bus obeyed, ugly and perfect. Mara stared at the moving bus, then shouted to her people. With the bus! Push them to the fence! For the first time, depot survivors and Noah's group moved together. Not smoothly, not beautifully, but together. Dante called angles. Mara called names. Noah moved Old Mule like a wall with headlights. Mira dragged Leon behind cover while scolding him loudly enough that even the hollows seemed briefly discouraged. Sam pulled a child behind a pallet barrier, tripped, and somehow managed to knock over a stack of empty cans that distracted a creature at exactly the right moment. Ram, trapped near the bus door, did the first useful thing anyone had seen from him all day. He slammed a rolling dock cart into the legs of a hollow trying to squeeze beneath the rear of Old Mule, sending it sprawling not enough for Dante to finish it. The last creature retreated toward the fence, wounded and shrieking. Noah hit the horn. The sound boomed through the yard. The hollow fled into the rain. And then, as quickly as it had begun, The attack ended. The depot yard stank of wet concrete, blood, old cardboard, and the sharp, bitter odor the hollows left behind when wounded. Nobody spoke for several seconds. The survivors inside the depot stared at Old Mule with different eyes now. Not friendly eyes, not yet, but no longer the eyes of people looking at thieves. The bus had taken the gap. It had held the line. It had shaken under claws and stayed there. Noah kept both hands on the wheel until he was certain nothing else was moving. Mira's voice cut across the yard. Leon Cross, if you ever use that ability on that leg again without my permission, I will boil water beside your ear until you apologize. Leon, lying on his back with a pained grin, lifted one thumb. Worth it. Dante stood over him. No. Leon lowered the thumb. Mostly worth it. Mara approached Old Mule slowly. Her people watched her approach, and Noah understood that this moment mattered more than the fight. Violence had made cooperation necessary. What came next would decide whether cooperation remained possible when the monsters were gone. Noah opened the bus door. Mara stopped just below the first step. You could have driven away, she said. Noah looked toward the west door where the child Leon had saved clung to an older man's coat. Yes? You did not. No? Why? Noah glanced back at the passengers inside Old Mule, then toward Mira, who was kneeling beside Leon and muttering medical threats, then toward Dante, who stood wounded but steady near the loading dock. I am trying very hard not to become the kind of person who leaves people behind because leaving is easier. Mara studied him for a long moment. The rain softened around them. Somewhere inside the warehouse, a child began crying now that the danger had passed, and an adult whispered comfort with the exhausted tenderness of someone who had run out of reassurance but not out of love. Mara lowered the shotgun. You may take limited supplies, she said. Not enough to starve us. Enough to carry your wounded and your children another few days. In exchange, your medic looks at our fever cases and your soldier helps inspect our perimeter before you leave. Noah nodded. Agreed. Bram from behind him whispered, we need more than limited. Noah did not turn around. We need to remain human more. Mara heard that too. This time, almost, she smiled. The next hour passed in work rather than trust, which was probably the safer order. Mira treated 3 feverish depot survivors using boiled water, cleaned instruments, and a level of stern competence that made even Mara step aside without argument. Her ability warmed water inside a dented metal pot until steam rose in curling white threads, and several depot children watched from behind crates with the wide-eyed awe of people seeing magic perform the holy work of sanitation. Sam helped inventory supplies with a thin warehouse worker named Abel, whose ability let him tell if sealed cans were spoiled by touching them for 3 seconds. Abel treated the gift as an embarrassment until Sam declared that it was the most useful thing he had heard all week, which seemed to improve the man's posture by at least 2 centimeters. Another woman, Priya, demonstrated an ability that could fuse cardboard, plastic, or thin wood together for about 20 minutes, enough to patch storage bins, seal draft gaps, or make temporary braces. She apologized for how weak it was. Noah told her that temporary repairs had saved his life approximately 12 times since breakfast, which was not technically true but was emotionally accurate. The teenage girl who had heard the hollows through the shelving was named Tessa. Her ability worked only when her ear or hand touched metal, allowing her to sense vibrations through structures with frightening precision. She showed Dante how she had mapped movements along the racks, pipes, and roof beams. Dante listened without condescension. That alone seemed to startle her. Old Mule gained more supplies: rice, canned beans, water filters, medical dressings, batteries, heavy straps, 2 rolls of industrial mesh, several tarps, and a box of rubber floor mats that Sam insisted could be useful for traction, insulation, or general bus dignity. Noah did not know what general bus dignity meant. Old Mule flickered its interior lights once. He chose not to discuss it. As they loaded, Mara walked with Noah along the edge of the warehouse, where the smell of cardboard and stored food mingled with rain drifting through the half-open dock doors. The depot's hidden community watched them openly now, suspicion not gone but mixed with something more fragile. Hope, Noah thought, was more dangerous than suspicion in some ways. Suspicion made people guard doors. Hope made them open them. Mara stopped near a stack of pallets. "Garrick comes every 6 days," she said. Nala looked at her. "For tribute. For contribution, he calls it. Of course he does. If we pay, his people keep the bridge corridor open long enough for water teams to cross. If we do not, we lose access to 2 wells, 3 clinics, and the Western Road. He does not need to attack us. He only needs to close the map." Noah thought of the bridge, the mark, the way Garrick had turned passage into ownership. "How long can you keep paying?" Mara looked back at the shelves. "Not long. We have food, but less water than people think. Medicine is worse. Children get sick. Adults hide injuries. The depot is strong if no one knows how weak it is." Noah looked through the loading door at Old Mule, patched and ugly, waiting in the yard with its impossible engine idling softly. "You have a bus that still moves," Mara said. "That means you can leave." Noah followed her gaze. The words should have felt like a solution. Instead, they showed him the real problem. The people in the depot had food but not freedom. Walls but not roads. Supplies but no way to move without permission from a man who turned every bridge into a collar. If Noah left with his limited supplies, he would survive another few days. If he understood what the depot represented, he would have to admit that Old Mule was no longer just a shelter for the people already inside it. It was a possibility other people could see. That was heavier than any cargo they loaded. When Old Mule finally rolled out of Depot 6, the bus carried more food, more water, more bandages, more straps, and far more responsibility than Noah would have preferred. Mara stood at the loading dock with Tessa, Abel, Priya, and several others, watching them leave through the rain-dark yard. She had not asked to come with them. She had not begged. She had simply told Noah the truth and let it sit inside the bus with the rest of the supplies. Garrick was not only taxing people, he was trapping them in place. Dante sat near the front, visibly tired from the inspection, but mentally sharper than he had been since the checkpoint. "Depot perimeter is weak at the east fence," he said. "They know it, but they lack materials." "We have mesh now," Sam said. Noah glanced in the mirror. "We have some mesh." Sam held up one finger. "Some mesh can become many plans." Leon, pale from pain but still conscious because stubbornness had apparently been issued to elite soldiers alongside Boots, said, "That sounds like something a person says right before I have to carry mesh." Mira did not look up from checking his bandage. "You will not carry anything." "I could carry morale." "You may carry silence." Leon nodded solemnly. "A heavy burden." Noah drove through the depot gate and back toward the side road, feeling Old Mule's new cargo shift faintly in the rear. The bus felt heavier, but not worse. Fuller. More purposeful. Like every crate and water filter and roll of mesh added not just weight, but intent. The toll mark pulsed once, distant and irritated. Noah did not look at it. Ahead, the road curved through the industrial district toward the routes Garrick controlled and the ones Sam believed they might still open. Mira moved to the front and braced one hand against the rail beside him. "You are thinking again." "I do that sometimes." "Dangerous habit." "The depot does not need someone to steal from it," Noah said quietly. Mira looked through the windshield at the broken road ahead. "No, it needs a way out." She did not answer immediately. The rain softened against the glass. Behind them, the hidden depot shrank in the mirrors, a warehouse full of people in the walls, people who had survived by becoming quiet enough for the world to overlook them. Noah had come looking for supplies. He had found a cage with shelves. The old army had drawn lines on maps and abandoned whoever fell outside them. Garrick drew lines on roads and charged people to cross. The city was full of boarders now, some made of barricades, some made of fear, some made of hunger, some made of systems and glowing marks that pretended a road could owe loyalty to a man. No, tightened his hands on the wheel. Old Mule's engine answered with a steady hum. The depot did not need someone to steal from it. It needed a way out. And for better or worse, Mercer was beginning to understand that a way out was exactly the kind of problem his impossible bus had been built to create. Chapter 13: The People in the Walls. For several minutes after the hollows stopped throwing themselves at the loading doors, nobody inside Logistics Depot 6 moved as if the danger had actually ended. The warehouse held its breath around them. Dust drifted through the cold shafts of gray light that slipped down from the high windows, turning slowly above aisles of stacked pallets, half-empty racks, torn plastic wrap, dented cans, broken crates, and the scattered wreckage of the fight that had forced strangers to become allies before anyone had agreed they were not enemies. The air smelled of cardboard swollen by damp, old cooking oil, dust, sweat, spilled antiseptic from Mira's open medical kit, and the bitter animal stink left by the creatures that now lay dead or twitching beyond the barricaded loading bay. Noah Mercer stood near the front of Old Mule, one hand still resting on the worn steering wheel, even though the bus was parked half inside the loading area with its nose angled toward the exit and its patched metal side streaked with claw marks. The engine idled beneath him with a steady, impossible patience, a low vibration moving through the floor and into his bones, reminding him that the old bus was still ready to move if the world decided cooperation had lasted long enough. Behind him, Mrs. Calder whispered to Ellie near the rear seats. Errol breathed shallowly beneath fresh bandages. Leon Cross argued softly with Mira about whether a man with one damaged leg could still be described as mostly operational, and Dante Cross stood just beyond the front door with a rifle held low, his wounded shoulders stiff but his eyes still scanning angles, corners, upper walkways, and the dark gaps between industrial shelving. Across the depot floor, the people who lived there watched them from behind pallets, office windows, stacked crates, and narrow gaps between racks. They were not bandits. That much had become obvious once the fighting stopped. Bandits did not hide children behind flour sacks and whisper for them not to cry. Bandits did not build cooking corners out of broken loading pallets and foil insulation. Bandits did not label shelves with careful handwriting, ration water by chalk marks, or place the injured where a falling rack would not crush them if creatures broke through the loading doors. These people had not been waiting to rob Noah. They had been waiting for the next thing that wanted to rob them. Mara Klein stood 20 feet away with a short crowbar in one hand and a pistol in the other, though Noah had already noticed that the pistol's slide sat slightly back and the way she held it suggested she knew very well it might not fire. She was in her early 40s, perhaps older, with cropped black hair streaked with gray, a weathered face, and the kind of exhausted posture that came from sleeping badly for too many nights while making decisions for people who had nowhere else to go. Her clothes were practical, layered, and worn. Cargo pants, a warehouse jacket with the original company patch torn off, boots wrapped with tape near the soles, and a scarf tucked close at her neck. She looked less like a leader who wanted power and more like a woman who had been standing in front of a door for so long that everyone behind it had begun calling that leadership. She glanced toward the dead hollows outside, then toward the bus, then back to Noah. "You blocked the door," she said. Noah nodded once. It seemed impolite to let them in. One of the depot people, a broad man with a shaved head and a spear made from a pipe and taped-on kitchen knives, tightened his grip on the weapon. Mara did not look amused, but some of the younger people behind her seemed to fight the urge. "You also drove a bus into my loading bay," she said. "Also true. You expect gratitude for that?" Noah looked at the claw marks in the concrete where the creatures had tried to reach the people hiding behind the shelves, then back at her. "Not exactly," he said. "I would accept not being shot while everyone calms down." Dante's voice came from beside the door, calm and flat. "That would be tactically appreciated." Mara's eyes shifted to him, measuring the blood on his sleeve, the rifle, the military bearing he could not hide even while wounded. Soldier. Dante did not correct her. Formerly useful. Currently bleeding less than earlier. Leon called from inside the bus. That is the most optimistic self-assessment he has given all week. Mira snapped. Leon, stop moving. I am contributing morale. You are contributing stress. Noah glanced back despite himself and saw Leon lying across 2 seats with one arm over his eyes, grinning like a man who had decided that if pain intended to stay, it would at least have to share space with sarcasm. A young boy hiding behind a stack of boxes giggled once before clamping both hands over his mouth. Mara heard it. The sound softened something in her face for less than a second, and then she looked back at Noah. One blocked door does not make you trustworthy. Fair, Noah said. It was a very persuasive bus, but still just one argument. This time, Mara's mouth twitched. Only slightly. You talk too much for a raider. I've been told it is one of my survival flaws. Garrick's people talk too, Mara said. They talk about order, safe passage, shared burden, contribution. Then they count your children, your medicine, and your exits. The name landed heavily enough that people on both sides of the warehouse reacted. Sam, who was crouched near a fallen crate with a notebook open on his knee, looked up sharply. Bram, standing too close to the bus and too far from anyone willing to trust him, went pale around the mouth. Dante's grip shifted minutely on the rifle. No, I did not miss any of it. Garrick did not send us, he said. Mara's gaze hardened. You came through his territory. Not willingly. His mark is on your bus. Noah felt the toll mark on Old Mule's right front panel pulse faintly, as if offended by being mentioned in public. Unfortunately, he said. But Garrick's sending people after us and Garrick sending us are very different problems. Mara studied him for a long moment. Then prove it. Noah looked around the warehouse at the hidden faces, the weapons, the fear, the stacked food that meant survival and conflict in the same breath. Mara lowered the crowbar slightly. Come see what you almost drove into. The depot was not merely occupied. It had been hollowed into a village. Mara led Noah away from Old Mule along a narrow aisle between industrial shelving, with Dante walking behind them despite Mira's visible disapproval and Sam trailing with a flashlight and the expression of someone desperately trying to memorize everything. The path wound between pallets of canned goods, cleaning supplies, sealed flour bags, bottled water, cracked plastic crates, and towering racks that rose high enough into the dimness that the upper shelves vanished into shadow. At first glance, the depot seemed like a warehouse that had been looted badly and then abandoned badly. The second glance revealed intention. Cardboard had been cut, folded, and tied into privacy screens between pallets. Wooden planks turned shelf gaps into sleeping platforms. Torn tarps hung from ropes to block drafts. Old office chairs had been pulled into circles near portable lamps. A cooking area had been made from metal trays, bricks, and a small camping stove guarded like a sacred relic. Rainwater collection barrels stood beneath leaks in the roof, each one labeled in careful handwriting, drink, wash, boil, questionable. Noah stopped at the last one. Questionable. Mara glanced back. We have learned not to trust optimism in buckets. Wise? The atmosphere inside the hidden sections of the depot was not comfortable, but it was human in a way that struck Noah harder than he expected. There were blankets folded at the ends of makeshift beds. Children's drawings taped to cardboard walls. A cracked mirror hanging from a shelf support. A list of birthdays written beside a ration chart, as if someone had decided the world could end, but cake-related bookkeeping would not. People watched from doorways made of stacked boxes. Some looked afraid. Some looked suspicious. Some looked so tired that suspicion seemed like too much energy. A girl no older than 10 held a stuffed rabbit whose fabric had been repaired with 3 different colors of thread. An elderly woman sat beside a crate of rice bags, sorting pills into labeled jars with hands that trembled but did not stop. 2 teenagers hauled a bucket of water together, whispering as Noah passed. A man with a bandaged cheek marked something on a clipboard, then hid it behind his back when Sam looked too interested. How many people? Noah asked. Mara stopped beside a rack where thick plastic sheeting formed a curtain. 43. 4 to 4 if you count a baby who has strong opinions about sleeping. Sam's eyes widened. You kept 4 to 4 people hidden in here. We kept 4 to 4 people quiet in here, Mara said. Hidden is what we tell ourselves when we want to sleep. Dante studied the aisles, his expression unreadable. Defensible against small groups. Vulnerable against fire, smoke, sustained assault, or anything that controls the loading doors. Mara looked at him. Formerly useful, you said? Still occasionally rude. He means accurate, Noah said. The rudeness is decorative. Dante looked at him. I can hear you. Then the decoration is working. For the first time, Mara gave Noah something almost like approval, though it vanished quickly. She pulled aside the plastic curtain. Beyond it, the depot widened into a space beneath the office mezzanine, where more people had gathered around low tables made from pallets. A whiteboard leaned against a stack of boxes filled with columns: food, water, medical, tools, trade, Garrick. The last column was circled twice. Noah's humor died quietly. We survived because nobody here had the kind of power people write songs about, Mara said. She brought them to a work table where several members of the community waited with the guarded stiffness of people being introduced to strangers because their leader had decided it was necessary, not because anyone wanted it. The first was a thin man in his 50s with careful hands and a nose that looked as if it had been broken at least once before the apocalypse decided to compete. He stood beside several open crates of canned food, touching each can in sequence, pausing only briefly before moving it into one of 3 piles. Oren, Morris said. Food safety. Oren lifted a can of beans, held it for 2 seconds, then placed it in the middle pile. This one is safe, but tastes like sadness. Noah blinked. You can tell taste? No. I can tell spoilage. The sadness is experience. Sam leaned forward. You can detect bad canned by touch? Oren gave him a tired look. Yes. And before anyone says it, yes, I know it sounds stupid. It stopped sounding stupid after the third person did not die from botulism. Noah nodded slowly. No, that sounds incredibly useful. The sadness part is unfortunate, but understandable. Next to Oren stood a woman with paint on her sleeves, a roll of tape hanging from her belt, and a dozen pieces of cardboard stuck together into a surprisingly strong panel. She pressed her palm along a seam, murmured something under her breath, and the edges sealed with a faint dull shimmer. Tessa, Mara said. Temporary adhesion. Cardboard, plastic, wood. 20 minutes if she is rested, 10 if she is angry, 30 if she is angry at the object specifically. Tessa shrugged. The object knows what it did. Dante looked at the sealed cardboard panel. Structural load. Not enough for a bridge, Tessa said. Enough for a door brace, trip screen, water baffle, splint support, or making idiots think a wall is stronger than it is. Leon called from somewhere behind them, having apparently ignored Mira's instruction not to move, and reached the edge of the group with help from Sam's oversized helmet as a crutch. I like her. She weaponized arts and crafts. Mira appeared beside him immediately. Why are you standing? Morale patrol. Sit down before I reduce your patrol area to 1 chair. Tessa gave Leon a brief amused look, then turned back to Mara. A small boy stepped forward next, though he did it with the suspicious dignity of someone who knew adults were about to discuss him as if he were a tool. He had dark hair, large eyes, and one ear pressed against a narrow strip of metal pipe he carried like a toy sword. Nico, Morris said. Nico scowled. I can hear through metal. Not walls. People keep saying walls. It is raw. Noah crouched slightly so he was closer to the boy's height. Important correction. Metal only. Nico looked at him for several seconds, then nodded as if no, I had passed an unexpectedly serious test. Pipes, shelves, doors, sometimes trucks. Not concrete. Concrete lies. I have felt the same way about concrete in exams, no, said. Nico narrowed his eyes, unsure whether that was mockery. Mara continued before the boy could decide. Yell'em. A broad-shouldered former warehouse manager with tired eyes, a pencil tucked behind one ear, and a clipboard held like a shield raised one hand. Inventory count. Identical objects only. If a shelf holds the same item, I know the number without touching them. If someone mixes brands, labels, or sizes, my skull starts filing complaints. Sam inhaled sharply. That is amazing. Galen pointed the pencil at him. That is what I keep telling people. Nobody believed inventory was heroic until civilization collapsed. Noah looked from one to another, spoiled can detection, temporary adhesion, metal hearing, instant inventory. A strange warmth moved through him, not comfort exactly, but recognition. The world had given some people claws, speed, armor, fire, or corruption. It had given these people warehouse maintenance. And because of that, 4 to 4 human beings were still alive. So the apocalypse gave you inventory management, food safety, temporary glue, and metal listening? No, said. Mara folded her arms. It gave us survival. Noah nodded. That sounds less funny when you say it correctly. Mara's expression softened by 1 degree. Most things do. They sat around the pallet table beneath the mezzanine with the whiteboard of supplies between them, and for the first time since Noah had driven through the loading door, the weapons were lowered far enough that breathing became possible. Not easy. Possible. Mira treated a depot guard whose forearm had been torn by a hollow during the attack, using boiled water from a metal cup that steamed in her hand without flame. The depot people stared when the liquid began to bubble under her touch, but nobody laughed or called it weak. In a place that understood the value of strange little miracles, boiling water without fire looked less like a trick and more like civilization returning in miniature. Harold had been carried from Old Mule to a sheltered spot near the bus ramp where Mrs. Calder kept watch with Ellie beside her. Dante remained standing despite every injury and every sensible objection. Leon had been placed on a chair by Mira with the kind of firm medical diplomacy that left no room for rebellion, though he had dragged the chair close enough to overhear everything. Bran stood at the edge of the conversation like a man who wanted to leave but did not want to lose access to food. Mara tapped the whiteboard's final column. Garrick comes every 6 days, sometimes 5 if he thinks we found something valuable. He calls it contribution. We call it what it is when he is not close enough to hear. Tribute, Dante said. Mora nodded. Food, water, medicine, batteries, useful tools, information about movement through the district. Sometimes people. Noah looked up sharply. People? Lieber first, Mara said. Then abilities. If someone has something useful enough, Garrick offers protection. If they refuse, the roads become unsafe. Doors get marked. Water routes close. Rumors spread that you are sick, cursed, infected, hostile, whatever word makes others afraid to trade with you. Sam's face tightened. He does not need to attack directly. No, Morris said. He lets hunger negotiate for him. Noah leaned back against a crate, feeling the toll mark on Old Mule pulse faintly in the distance like a bad memory. Garrick did not simply control a bridge. That had been the visible part. The bridge was a throat. The mark was a leash. The tribute was a way of teaching people that every route, every trade, every escape, every rescue, and every risk belonged to him before it belonged to them. How long can you keep paying? Noah asked. Galen answered instead of Mara. At current rates? 2 collections before we lose medical reserves. 4 before food quality collapses. Less if another group arrives needing shelter. Less again if the children keep selfishly requiring calories. Leon looked over. Rude children. Ellie, from beside Mrs. Calder, whispered, I require snacks. Though, Leon said, economic sabotage. A few people laughed, and the sound surprised the depot as much as the earlier attack had. Mara let it pass, then returned to Noah. We cannot fight, Garrick. We cannot leave with what we can carry. We cannot feed people if we abandon the depot. So we pay. Ram finally spoke. Then paying is survival. Every head turned toward him. He lifted his hands. I am not saying I like it. I am saying they're alive. Garrick is awful, yes, but awful and alive is better than brave and dead. Mira's eyes hardened. That is exactly the kind of sentence tyrants hope tired people will start repeating. Ram flushed. Easy to say from a magic bus. Dante moved one step, slow and quiet. Leon leaned back in his chair. Ram, my personal advice is to stop digging before you discover underground monsters. But Noah raised a hand, not to defend Bram, but to stop the conversation from becoming a beating. Bram is scared, Noah said. Bram looked startled and insulted. I am practical. Those overlap more often than people admit, Noah said. But paying Garrick forever is not a plan. It is a delay that gets more expensive every time he notices you can still afford to survive. Mara watched him. And what do you suggest, bus driver? Noah looked at the whiteboard, at the children behind crates, at Oren's cans, Tessa's temporary wall, Nico's pipe, Galen's count, Mira's steaming cup, Dante's rifle, Leon's injured leg, Sam's map, and the old bus waiting beyond the loading area like a ridiculous mechanical promise. I don't know yet, he admitted. Ram scoffed. Noah looked at him. But I know what we are not doing. We are not becoming Garrick with better transportation. Silence followed. Not hostile silence. The kind that happens when people have been waiting to hear whether someone with power intends to use it like everyone else. Mara looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, Good. Because if you had answered differently, I would have had Tessa glue your shoes to the floor. Tessa from behind her cardboard panel said, I still can. Noah looked down at his boots. Noted. Respect for arts and crafts has increased. Later, when the negotiations loosened into cautious movement, Noah found himself standing beside Old Mule near the loading ramp, watching the people of the depot return to their fragile routines. The large warehouse door stood half open behind the bus, letting in a view of the gray yard, the leaning fence, and the road beyond where Garrick's collectors would eventually arrive if the world continued being aggressively predictable. The afternoon light had thinned toward evening, turning the interior of the depot into a place of long shadows and low voices. Somewhere behind the racks, someone stirred a pot. Somewhere above, Nico tapped his pipe against a railing and listened. Mira's medical supplies clicked softly as she packed them back into order. Old Mule idled quietly, its engine sound familiar enough now that Noah found it disturbing whenever he imagined losing it. Mira came to stand beside him without announcing herself. She had washed her hands, though dried blood remained beneath one fingernail, and her face carried the drawn weariness of someone who had spent too much time stopping other people's bodies from giving up. Still, her eyes moved over the depot with calm attention, catching details Noah missed even when he was trying to be useful. You look like you are trying to solve a machine that resents being a society, she said. Noah gave a tired laugh. That is unfairly accurate. Engineering with feelings. Please stop naming that discipline. They stood together in the damp light coming through the loading doors. Physically, the depot was ugly. Concrete floors, metal racks, plastic sheeting, stacked boxes, patched leaks, weapons made from hardware, and lives compressed into storage spaces never designed for people. Atmospherically, it felt even stranger because beneath the fear and poverty and tension was something stubbornly domestic. Someone had arranged cups upside down on a clean cloth. Someone had written quiet hours on cardboard. Someone had drawn a sun on a ration chart as if the concept needed reminding. Noah looked at it all and felt the weight of a problem too large to fit inside any one plan. I don't know how to help this many people, he said quietly. Mira did not answer immediately. That was one of the things Noah had begun to notice about her. She did not rush to fill silence when silence was honest. Finally, she said, "Nobody asked you to fix the whole world today. The world keeps presenting itself in damaged pieces and looking disappointed when I do not have a labeled bin for them. That is because you make the mistake of looking like someone who might try." He glanced at her. Is that a compliment? A diagnosis? Those are worse. Mira's mouth curved faintly. Then she reached out and touched his shoulder, briefly, lightly, not enough to become a dramatic gesture and not casual enough for him to ignore it. You keep thinking leadership means having the whole answer, she said. Noah looked back at the depot. It does not. No. Sometimes it means not driving away when everyone else would. The words stayed with him longer than her hand did. Noah could have made a joke. He almost did. But something about the dim depot, the idling bus, and Mira standing beside him made the usual escape route feel too small. So he said, "That sounds dangerous." Yes? You are supposed to be reassuring. I am a medical professional in the apocalypse. My standards have adapted. He looked at her then, really looked, and saw not softness exactly, but steadiness offered without demand. Mira did not look at him as if he were a hero, a key, a resource, a miracle, or a problem someone else had decided to own. She looked at him as if he were a tired person trying not to fail. For Noah, at that moment, it was worse and better than praise. Before he could answer, Dante approached from the side aisle, saving him from the terrifying possibility of sincerity. "We have a tactical problem," Dante said. "No, likes failed." "Excellent." I was nearly emotionally cornered. Mira stepped away with a look that suggested she had absolutely noticed. Dante did not ask. Dante, Noah was learning, stored questions like ammunition. Dante had turned one of the pallet tables into a defensive map. Sam's military chart lay across the surface, weighed down by cans, a wrench, a box of medical gloves, and Leon's knife because Leon had declared that every proper war table needed a dramatic knife. Mara stood on one side with Galen and Tessa. Mira joined them after checking Harold. Noah stood across from Dante, while Bram hovered at the edge of the light like an unpleasant footnote. "This depot cannot withstand a determined siege," Dante said. Mara's jaw tightened. "We know. You have food, cover, and internal routes. Those are advantages. Your exits are predictable. Your walls are vulnerable to fire. Your roof has access points you cannot fully secure. If Garrick brings enough people, he does not need to storm you. He surrounds you, marks the roads, waits, and lets fear do the labor." "He already does that," Mara said. "Then you need a second route." Sam leaned forward, eyes bright despite exhaustion. "The old service exit. You said there was one behind the loading yard." Mara looked at him, then at Noah. "It is not usable." Noah straightened slightly. "Define not usable." Mara studied his expression. "You have a face." Mira, without looking up from the map, said, "That is his dangerous and useful face." "I do not have a face," Noah said. Leon raised a hand from his chair. "You absolutely have a face. It says I found a machine and consequences are now secondary." Noah pointed at him. "You are injured. Conserve your slander." Mara's gaze moved between them, then she sighed and pointed toward the back of the depot map. "There is a rear service yard." Before the silence, trucks used it for overflow loading and waste removal. It connects to an old maintenance road that bypasses the main gate and comes out near the canal road. Dante leaned closer. "Why not use it?" "Because the gate is blocked by 2 fallen containers, half a collapsed fence, and a truck that rolled during the first day. The yard is narrow, loud to clear, and close to the lower drainage tunnel where the creatures started appearing after dark. We tried moving things by hand. We gave up after 1 injury and too much noise." Noah looked at the map. "What?" "Leverage." "How to wit?" "Turning radius." Noise. Visibility. Reg. A service route was not freedom by itself, but it was an option, and options had become more valuable than food in some ways, because food kept people alive today while options kept them from being owned tomorrow. Do you still have loading equipment? Noah asked. Mara narrowed her eyes. A dead forklift. A pallet jack that hates everyone. A small yard truck with a dead battery. A hydraulic platform that got stuck halfway down. None of them have worked since the silence. A faint line of system text shimmered at the edge of Noah's vision, as if the world had been listening with poor manners. Potential utility link detected. Dormant industrial equipment nearby. Compatibility assessment pending. Noah inhaled slowly. Sam noticed. You saw something. Maybe. Leon grinned. Construction mode is back. Dante did not grin, but his attention sharpened. Can you operate then? I do not know, Noah said. But I have recently developed a strange relationship with things that should not start. Mara looked toward the loading yard doors as if they had been a wall at the end of the world for so long that she had forgotten walls could also be doors. If you make noise back there, Garrick may hear about it. Garrick is already coming, Noah said. The words changed the room. Mara looked at him sharply. Noah tapped his chest lightly, then gestured toward Old Mule. Mark is weaker, not gone. If he knows we are here, or even if he only suspects, he will send people. If your tributary schedule is close, he may come anyway. Galen checked the whiteboard. Tomorrow morning, he said quietly. Tribute collection. Unless he arrives early. The depot seemed to shrink around them. Then Nico ran into the circle. The boy's face had gone pale, and he clutched his metal pipe so tightly that his knuckles looked white. Mara, he said. Mara turned immediately. What did you hear? Nico swallowed. Wheels. Not bus wheels. Smaller. Many. And boots through the rail outside. The north fence. Dante moved before anyone else spoke. He went to the nearest shelf support, pressed 2 fingers to the metal and glanced toward Noah. How far? Nico closed his eyes and pressed his ear against the pipe. Not close. But coming. They stop a lot. Leon pushed himself upright. Collectors. Mara's face had lost color beneath the dirt and fatigue. They are early. Noah felt Old Mule's mark pulse faintly through the depot wall. Foreign authority pulse detected. Mark territory interaction, escalating. Warning, toll collection event approaching. The system texts faded, leaving only the low rumble of Old Mule, the distant creak of the warehouse, and the sound of too many people realizing that the decision they had hoped to postpone had arrived ahead of schedule. Mara looked toward the rear service doors. For years, or maybe only days that felt like years, those doors had been the end of what her people could imagine. Noah looked at them and saw hinges, weight, rust, leverage, clearance, risk, and one impossible chance. He set both hands on the pallet table and leaned over the map. Show me the yard, he said. Mara stared at him. You think you can open it? Noah looked back toward Old Mule, toward the people in the aisles, toward Mira, Dante, Leon, Sam, Ellie, and every frightened face waiting between the shelves. I think hiding deeper is not our road, he said. Outside, somewhere beyond the fences and the wet industrial lanes, Garrick's collectors kept coming. Inside, the people in the walls waited. And for the first time, they did not need a better hiding place. They needed a way out. Chapter 14. No bridge, no problem. Nico heard the wheels before anyone else did, because the boy had one ear pressed against the cold metal upright of the warehouse rack and the rest of his small body frozen in a position so still that Mercer almost mistook him for another bundle of blankets tucked between the stacked cartons. The depot had gone quiet in the particular way frightened places went quiet when fear was not new, when panic had become routine, and when every adult in the room already knew the shape of the problem before the child opened his mouth. The long warehouse aisles stretched between walls of stacked supplies, patched tarps, improvised sleeping spaces, and hanging battery lamps that painted the concrete floor in weak yellow pools. Somewhere near the rear, a kettle hissed under Mira's careful supervision, and somewhere near the loading doors, Dante Cross spoke in low tones to two of Mara Klein's guards as if he had been born in every defensive position that ever existed. Outside the main loading doors, the evening had turned the color of wet ash. Inside, the people in the walls held their breath. Nico lifted his head from the metal rack. "Many wheels," he whispered. Mara Klein closed her eyes for one brief second, and when she opened them again, the woman who led the hidden depot community had returned. Her face was lean from rationing, her gray-streaked hair tied back with a strip of cloth, and her coat had been repaired so many times with different thread that it looked like a map of every season she had survived. She did not look surprised by the news. That somehow made it worse. "Collectors," she said. Sam Reed, crouched over the military map beside a crate of water filters, looked from Nico to Noah. "Already?" "They come when the depot takes too long to pay," Mara said. "Or when Garrick wants to remind us that the roads outside are not ours. Today, I imagine he wants both." Leon Cross lay on a folded tarp near the side of Old Mule's open door with his injured leg braced on a box of canned peaches, which he had insisted was the most disrespectful medical furniture available. He lifted one hand without sitting up. "I would like to formally object to tax collection during leg recovery." Mira, who was wrapping fresh cloth around a depot worker's arm, did not look up. "Your objection has been recorded in the bin marked 'Nobody asked the patient.'" Leon sighed. "Tyranny wears many faces. Apparently, one of them carries bandages." The faint joke moved through the nearest people like a tiny breath of air, but it did not loosen the tension for long. Children were being moved deeper between the racks. Adults were hiding the most visible supplies beneath torn canvas. Oren, the man who could tell if a can had spoiled by touching it, began stacking food crates behind a false wall of empty boxes, while Tessa pressed both palms against strips of cardboard and plastic until they fused temporarily into panels strong enough to hide a storage alcove. Noah watched the routine with a cold knot forming in his stomach. This was not fear of a sudden attack. This was worse. This was a community preparing to be robbed in a way it had practice. "How much do they usually take?" Noah asked. Mara did not answer immediately. She looked toward the sealed loading doors, where old claw marks crossed nowhere dents and where someone had painted 3 rules in black marker on a sheet of cardboard nailed to the wall. "Do not open after dark. Do not waste water. Do not trust roads." "Enough," she said at last, "that we do not starve this week, but never so little that we can plan for the next." Dante came down the aisle with his left arm still held close against his bandaged ribs, his eyes scanning the warehouse as if every shadow had submitted a suspicious report. "How many?" "Collectors vary," Mara said. 6 if they are being polite. 12 if Garrick wants fear. More if he wants someone removed." "Removed?" Noah repeated. Mara's mouth tightened. "People with useful abilities are sometimes requested as payment. He calls it temporary service." "That sounds like kidnapping with stationery," Noah said. "Garrick likes names that make cruelty sound organized." A pulse moved through Old Mule. Noah felt it from across the warehouse, through the faint thread of his connection to the bus. The toll mark on the side panel flickered like a distant wound remembering the hand that made it. Foreign authority pulse detected. Marked territory interaction, escalating. Warning, toll collection event approaching. Noah looked toward the front of the depot, then toward the back where Mara had mentioned a blocked service yard. "Show me the other exit." Mara stared at him. "There is no other exit. You said there was a service gate." "I said there used to be a service gate. It is buried behind containers, a rolled truck, a collapsed fence, and enough rusted metal to make a scrapyard feel wealthy. We tried to clear it by hand. We lost 2 people to creatures because the noise carried." Noah nodded slowly. "What machines do you have?" The question changed the air. Sam looked up with immediate interest. Mira paused. Dante's eyes narrowed, not in suspicion, but in calculation. Mara looked at Noah as if trying to decide whether he had misunderstood the situation or finally understood it too well. A dead forklift, she said. A yard tractor in the back, if rats have not eaten every cable. A loading platform that stopped working the first day. A compact loader by the old maintenance shed, but it has not moved in months. A generator that died when everything else did. Noah felt something in his chest settle into a familiar shape. Problems. Weights. Angles. Machines. He could work with those. Dante stepped closer. How long until the collectors reached the door? Nico pressed his ear back to the rack, eyes squeezed shut. Not close, he whispered. But coming. Wheels. Boats. One engine, that sounds wrong. Noah looked at Mara. Then we do not pay the bridge. Mara's expression hardened. This is not the bridge. It is the same thing, Noah said. A road someone else owns because nobody has another one. Leon raised his head slightly. That sounded almost heroic. I am uncomfortable. Noah pointed toward the rear of the depot. We build around it. The service yard behind the depot looked like the place where abandoned logistics went to become geology. The rear doors opened onto a wide slab of cracked concrete surrounded by high fencing, a leaning security light, stacked containers, rusted pallet cages, weeds thick enough to suggest the world had begun reclaiming shipping lanes ahead of schedule, and a delivery truck lying on its side near a warped metal gate. Rainwater had collected in shallow pools that reflected the darkening sky and the distorted shapes of old loading equipment. A yellow forklift sat near the first row of pallets with one fork tilted downward like a broken tooth. Beyond it, half hidden behind a curtain of torn plastic sheeting, a compact loader rested with its bucket buried in gravel. The yard tractor stood crooked near the gate, its cab door hanging open and its wheels sunk into mud at the edge of the service road. To most of the people standing behind Noah, the yard was a sealed end. To Noah, it was a sequence. Forklift first, to move the pallet cages and clear working space. Loader second, to shift gravel, broken concrete, and a twisted fence. Yard tractor third, if the truck could be chained and pulled far enough to open the gate. Old mule as the final shield and anchor point if everything turned ugly. The atmosphere back here was different from the main warehouse. Inside, fear had learned to whisper. Outside, the yard held a rough, physical stubbornness as if every object had decided to become heavy out of spite. The air smelled of rust, wet weeds, old oil, and the sour rot of cardboard left too long in rain. Mara stood beside Noah, arms folded tightly. We could not even move that forklift, she said. That was before you hired a very strange driver. I did not hire you. What? My rates are unstable. Sam appeared at Noah's side with a flashlight, a coil of cable over one shoulder, and the expression of someone trying very hard not to bounce. If this works on the forklift, does that mean it works on all machines? Let us not say all machines near the universe, Noah said. It hears things and becomes ambitious. Mira came through the rear doors carrying a medical bag and a look that suggested she knew he was about to do something exhausting. How much will this take out of you? Noah looked at the forklift. No idea. That was not reassuring. I am saving my reassuring lies for larger equipment. Dante limped into the yard behind her, rifle low, gaze moving from rooftops to fence gaps to the loading doors. I will handle the front with Mara's people. Leon stays near the rear as reserve. He does not run unless the alternative is someone dying. Leon, who had insisted on being carried no farther than the doorway and then dragged a chair into a position from which he could see the yard, lifted a hand. I am both offended and accurately described. Dante ignored him. Sam runs messages. Mira controls casualty movement. Noah clears the route. Old mule stays angled toward the rear door, engine running, ready to block or evacuate. Noah glanced at the older soldier. You make that sound like a plan. It is a plan. That explains the unfamiliar sensation. Dante almost smiled. Almost. Noah climbed into the forklift. The seat was torn, damp at one corner, and smelled like old vinyl and warehouse dust. The controls were simple compared to Old Mule and much simpler than the armored transport that had nearly crushed his skull from the inside with too much authority load. This machine was not built for war, speed, or passengers. It was built to lift, carry, turn, and complain through hydraulics. Noah set both hands on the controls. The connection came quickly. Not like Old Mule, with its growing sense of shelter and presence. Not like the excavator, with its huge slow limbs and earth-moving weight. The forklift entered Noah's awareness as a compact knot of function, mast, forks, counterweight, steering wheels, drive motor, hydraulic pump, worn tires, dead battery, cracked hoses, old grease, and a stubborn desire to lift things despite the collapse of civilization. Machine authority contact established. Recognized machine, industrial forklift. Sovereign driver compatibility, stable. Fuel consumption, suspended. Mechanical failure, suppressed. Operational control, basic. The forklift shuddered awake. Its motor coughed once, then settled into a rough but steady hum. The forks lifted a few inches from the concrete, scattering dust and old rainwater. Behind Noah, every person from the depot stared. Galen, the former inventory manager, removed his glasses and wiped them on his shirt with the grave expression of a man personally betrayed by logistics. "We pushed that thing for 3 days," he said. Noah looked back over his shoulder. "If it helps, I also find this personally unfair." Tessa let out a nervous laugh. Sam grinned so hard it looked painful. Mara did not laugh, but something in her face cracked, not enough to become Hope, but enough to let Hope know where the door might be. Noah lowered the forks, eased the machine forward, and began to work. At the depot's front, the collectors arrived with the kind of noise people made when they wanted everyone to know fear had a schedule. The main loading doors remained shut, but sound carried through the metal, engines idling outside, boots splashing through puddles, someone laughing too loudly, and the clank of weapons against makeshift armor. The depot's front hall smelled of dust, old grain sacks, and the sharp tang of fear sweating through too many people packed into hidden spaces. Dante stood in the shadow of a tall rack near the left side of the loading bay, rifle resting against his shoulder, body angled to protect the bandaged ribs Mira had threatened several times. Mara stood in the open space near the door with 2 of her people behind her, neither of them aiming weapons, but both close enough to do so. Rusk's voice came through the metal. "Mara Klein. You are late." Mara closed her eyes once, then opened them and nodded to one of her people. A small viewing hatch slid aside. Rusk stood beyond it in a long dark raincoat, water dripping from the brim of his cap. Behind him, Noah could not see from the yard, but Dante did. 7 men visible, maybe 3 more behind vehicles, 1 with a shotgun, 2 with crossbows, others with pipes, knives, and the casual cruelty of people enforcing someone else's authority. "We had an attack," Mara said. "So we heard." "Then you know why payment is delayed." Rusk smiled slightly. "The tollmaster is sympathetic to hardship." Dante heard one of Mara's people swallow. Mara's voice remained flat. "That would be new." Rusk stepped closer to the hatch. "Today the tollmaster wants the usual supplies, compensation for late payment, and the driver." Mara did not move. "What driver?" Rusk looked past the viewing slit as if he could see through the walls, through the racks, through the whole warehouse to the old bus waiting deeper inside. "Do not insult either of us. The marked bus is here. The man who moves it is here. The tollmaster wants a conversation." Dante's fingers tightened around the rifle. Mara's expression did not change. "Then he should have come himself." Rusk laughed softly. "Careful. Interest accumulates." From the rear yard came the distant scrape of metal moving against concrete. Rusk's eyes sharpened. "What was that?" Mara allowed herself the smallest smile. "Bankruptcy proceedings." Noah moved the first stack of pallet cages with the forklift, then the second, then a third that had rusted enough to resist until he tilted the forks, lifted from the corner, and let gravity finish what muscle could not. The yard changed with each pass. A space opened near the loader. A path formed beside the overturned truck. Men and women from the depot moved behind him under Sam's frantic direction, pulling smaller debris, dragging loose metal, stacking salvage where it could become a barrier later. Galen counted crates aloud with uncanny precision whenever no unneeded weight distributed, and Tessa moved between improvised anchor points, pressing materials together so they would hold just long enough to matter. Noah felt the forklift like a smaller extension of himself, not elegant, not fast, but obedient in a blunt, industrial way that suited the situation perfectly. He lifted another pallet cage and reversed. Something scraped beyond the fence. Everyone froze. From the open rear doorway, Leon raised his head. "Please tell me that was inspiring teamwork." Nico, standing near a metal downpipe with one hand pressed to it, whispered, "Not people." Dante's voice came through the handheld radio Sam had patched from checkpoint parts. "Nah, status." Sam grabbed the radio from his belt. Backyard heard movement. "Nico says not people." Noah is still on forklift number 1. Route may be half open. "Collectors are at the front," Dante replied. Rusk heard noise. "Time is collapsing." Noah looked toward the compact loader. The forklift had done what it could. The truck and gate remained. He parked the forklift beside a container and climbed down too quickly, headache flaring at the abrupt break-in connection. The forklift died behind him, instantly becoming a sad yellow corpse again. Mara's workers stared at it. "Normal," Noah said, stumbling once before catching himself on the loader's bucket. "Bad normal, but normal." Mara was suddenly beside him. "You are pale." "I am always pale. It is part of my academic background." "Noah." He looked at her and found no humor in her eyes, only worry she had not given herself permission to name. "I'm still here," he said. "Make sure that remains true." For a moment, despite the yard, the collectors, the creatures scraping in the distance, and the unreasonable amount of steel waiting for his hands, Noah did not have a joke ready. Then Leon called from the doorway, "If this becomes a touching moment, I want it noted that I am in too much pain to mock it properly." "No likes failed." "Thank you, Leon." Essential service. He climbed into the loader. Machine authority contact established. Recognized machine, compact wheel loader. Sovereign driver compatibility, partial stable. Utility operation load, moderate. Mechanical failure, suppressed. Operational control, developing. The loader woke with a deeper growl than the forklift, its frame vibrating under Noah like a compact animal made of hydraulics and bad temper. The bucket rose from the gravel with a groan. The steering felt heavier, the mass less forgiving, the center of gravity more important. Unlike the forklift, this machine did not simply lift and carry. It pushed, scooped, shoved, and argued with the earth. Noah smiled despite the pressure building behind his eyes. "Okay," he murmured. "Construction mode, round 2. Sam gave a thumbs up from far too close to the bucket. "Move back," Noah called. Sam moved back 1 step. "Noah." Sam moved back 3 more. "More than your optimism, Sam." Sam retreated behind a stack of crates. The loader rolled forward. Noah drove the bucket beneath a pile of broken concrete, lifted, tilted, and dumped the debris against a container that would later become part of a barrier. The sensation was rougher than the excavator had been, closer to wrestling with the ground, but the machine answered. He used it to push sections of fence aside, scrape weeds and gravel from the path, and shove a rusted pallet rack clear of the gate. Then the first hollow climbed over the rear fence. Its pale limbs hooked through the chain links, its wet gray skin shining beneath the dimming sky, and its jaw open as it dropped into the yard with a sound like a sack of bones hitting concrete. Another followed it, then a third farther down the fence line. The noise had drawn them. Of course it had. Leon cursed from the doorway and tried to stand. Mira pointed at him without looking. "Oh, there are monsters in the yard. And your leg is held together with bandages and bad decisions." A depot worker froze near the containers, directly in the path of the first hollow. Leon moved anyway. One step. His injured leg almost buckled. Second step ignited on the next movement, not as a blur but as a brutal burst that carried him across the few meters between the doorway and the worker. He slammed his shoulder into the man, knocking him out of the hollow's path, and both of them crashed behind a crate as the creature's claws carved through empty air. Leon screamed through clenched teeth. Mira shouted his name in a tone that promised medical consequences. Noah swung the loader's bucket. Not fast, not elegantly, but with enough force to slam the hollow sideways into a container with a wet metallic crunch. Utility operation improved. Defensive maneuver registered. Authority growth confirmed. Everyone behind the yellow machine. Noah shouted. "Is that the tactical designation?" Leon yelled from the ground. "It is very visible." The loader became a moving wall. Noah pushed a container half across the yard entrance while Sam and two depot workers dragged Leon and the fallen man back toward the door. Another hollow darted low around the loader's right side, and Noah stamped the brakes, twisted the wheel, and dropped the bucket hard enough to crack the concrete inches in front of it. The creature recoiled, hissing. A shot cracked from the warehouse roof. Dante had moved. From a narrow upper walkway near the rear doors, pale and furious and absolutely not cleared for strenuous activity, he fired one precise round that struck the hollow shoulder and spun it into the path of the loader's bucket. Noah showed. The creature vanished beneath a sliding cage of metal debris. At the front of the depot, Rusk heard the gunshot. The polite portion of the negotiation ended. "Open the door," Rusk ordered. Mara stood behind the viewing hatch, listening to claws in the backyard, gunfire above, and the sudden movement of her own people choosing positions instead of hiding deeper in the shelves. "No." Rusk's smile disappeared. "You do not understand your situation." "I understand it better than I did an hour ago." The first blow struck the loading door from outside. The metal boomed inward. Dante's voice came over the radio clipped to Mara's belt. "They are preparing to breach. Hold 30 seconds. Noah is opening the rear." Mara looked toward the hidden people between the racks. 30 seconds. For weeks, 30 seconds had been too expensive to spend. Now someone outside was buying it with a loader, an impossible bus, and a refusal to let their world end at a locked gate. She lifted a metal pipe. "Hold," she said. Her people held. The service gate remained the final insult. The path was nearly open, the container shifted, the debris cleared enough for people and eventually Old Mule to pass, but the gate itself had bent inward and rusted into its frame. A collapsed section of fence had twisted around the lower hinge like metal vines. The overturned truck pressed one corner in place, its dead chassis refusing to move the last necessary meter. Noah could feel the loader straining. He could also feel his own limits approaching. The machine was not too complex, not like the armored transport, but it required constant correction, constant pressure, constant awareness of weight and traction. His headache had become a bright ring behind his eyes. Tessa ran toward the gate with strips of plastic, 2 metal brackets, and an expression of terrified determination. "If you pull from there, the chain slips," she said. "If I fix this plate for 20 minutes, maybe it holds." Noah blinked at her. "Maybe. My ability is temporary adhesive, not divine engineering. Today, I will take temporary adhesive." Galen shouted from behind a stack of crates, "Move 6 full water crates to the left side of the pallet. The weight will keep the chain low. 6, not 5. 5 tips. 7 wastes time." Sam was already moving. Nico pressed his ear against the gate. "More boots in front," the boy said. "Last?" Noah looked at the service road beyond the bars, visible only through a narrow, crooked gap. It was overgrown, muddy, and half blocked by weeds, but it existed. A way out. Tessa slapped the reinforced plate into place and pressed both hands against it. Her system text flickered faintly around her fingers. Ability activated, temporary bond. Material link, metal to composite. Duration estimate, 19 minutes. Noah shouted. Sam and 2 depot workers looped the chain through the plate, hooked it to the loader, and stumbled away. Mira dragged Leon fully inside the rear doorway despite his protests, then turned toward Noah. Do not get crushed. That is among my top goals. Make it the first. Noah set the loader in reverse. The chain tightened. The gate groaned. For one awful second, nothing moved. Then the plate held. The hinge screamed. The metal frame buckled. The overturned truck shifted just enough for the gate to tear free from one side, folding outward in a shower of rust flakes and sparks. Beyond it, the service road opened like a dirty miracle. People gasped. Not loudly. Almost reverently. The wall at the end of their world had become a path. Strategic route created. Community mobility increased. Utility operation improved. Authority growth confirmed. Noah sagged over the loader controls. It is not a road yet, he said, breathless. Mira stood in the rear doorway with Leon leaning on her shoulder, eyes fixed on the broken gate. No, she said softly. But it's an argument. A crash sounded from the front of the depot. The collectors had forced one of the outer braces loose. Rusk was out of patience. Old Mule came alive beneath Noah's hands like an old friend that had been waiting for him to stop flirting with construction equipment. He abandoned the loader while it was still angled across the yard as a barrier, staggered down, nearly fell, and reached the bus with Sam under one arm and Mira's furious voice behind him ordering him not to collapse until after the crisis. The moment Noah gripped Old Mule's wheel, the familiar authority opened around him and steadied something inside his chest that the loader had shaken loose. The bus was battered, patched, ugly, and full of frightened people. It was also his strongest answer. Vehicle authority re-established. Internal command available. External maneuver precision improved. Passenger risk high. Noah drove Old Mule into the rear yard, angled the bus between the open service gate and the warehouse doors, and turned the side of the vehicle into a wall for people to move behind. The headlights illuminated the muddy service road. The engine growled under the sound of shouting from the front. Dante's radio voice snapped through static. Rusk is breaching. We need visible movement now. Make them think we are evacuating everything. Are we? Noah asked. Partially. Children, wounded, mobile supplies. The rest hold until night. That sounds dangerously close to organize. Do not become attached. Noah opened Old Mule's doors with a hiss and pulsed the interior lights twice, a signal Sam had suggested 5 minutes earlier and was now deeply proud of. Mara's people began moving. Not all of them. Not yet. The depot could not be emptied in minutes. But children came first, then wounded, then crates of medicine, filters, and food light enough to move fast. Orrin checked cans by touch before tossing them into piles. Galen counted loads. Tessa reinforced a sagging section of the broken gate so it would not fall onto anyone crossing. Nico stood beside Dante, pale but focused, listening through metal for movement at both ends of the depot. At the front, Rusk's men finally forced the outer door open enough to see the aisles beyond. They did not see a defeated depot waiting with tribute. They saw movement. They saw people withdrawing through a path that should not exist. They saw Old Mule's headlights shining from the rear like 2 stubborn eyes. Rusk understood faster than the others. His face changed. No, O was not stealing supplies. He was breaking the system that made people pay to reach them. Stop them! Rusk shouted. Dante fired into the concrete near the opening. Mara's people dropped behind cover. Old Mule's horn roared through the warehouse. The sound rolled between the shelves, out through the front doors, and over the service yard like the declaration of an extremely irritated municipal animal. Leon, pale and sweating near Mira's medical station, managed to grin. Tell me the bus did that dramatically on purpose. No, I looked through the mirror. We are both under stress. The next 5 minutes became less a battle than machine built from panic, timing, and people doing exactly enough of the right thing to keep disaster from completing its paperwork. Dante controlled the front, not by winning a firefight, but by making every approach expensive. Threat lines flashed in his perception like brief red cuts through the air, showing where a collector would aim, where a crossbow bolt would travel, where a man behind the door would rush too soon. He spoke in short commands, and Mara's people obeyed because the commands kept them alive. Left rack. Down. A bolt passed over a woman's head. Light, now. Sam triggered a salvaged work lamp, blinding 2 men at the door. Hold fire. Let him step. A collector rushed into a slick patch of spilled detergent near the loading bay and fell hard enough to drop his weapon. In the rear yard, Noah used Old Mule as shield, signal, and moving wall. He reversed just enough to block a hollow that had slipped through the broken fence. He opened the rear door for 2 children and shut it before panic could pile 3 adults behind him. He used the headlights to guide people through the service gate, the horn to startle creatures, and the bulk of the bus to make a safe corridor between chaos and the newly open road. Mira moved like the center of a storm that had decided triage was more important than weather. She shoved bandages into hands, ordered Leon to sit down 4 separate times, boiled water in a dented pot without flame, and somehow made a crying child breathe normally by threatening to make Noah sing if everyone did not calm down. Noah overheard that last part. Unnecessary escalation, he called. Effective threat, Mira answered. Leon raised a hand. I would surrender immediately. You are already lying down, Noah said. Strategic surrender. The humor was thin, strained, and absurd. It kept people moving. Rusk did not press the attack all the way. That was the first sign that Garrick's collectors were not an army, only a system that had become used to people being afraid enough to obey before real losses began. Once the front door became dangerous, once the depot did not collapse, once the rear path opened and the collectors realized that every minute spent fighting might bring more hollows to the noise, Rusk made the practical choice. He withdrew, but he did not retreat quietly. Standing beyond the damaged loading door, rain dark on his coat and anger sharp in his face, he pointed toward Old Mule. The tollmaster will come for the driver. Noah, dizzy, exhausted, and very aware that Old Mule was currently carrying 3 children, 2 wounded adults, 1 furious medic, and enough canned beans to start a minor economy, leaned out the driver's window. Tell him to make an appointment. Rusk's eyes narrowed. You think this is victory? Noah looked at the broken service gate, the people moving through it, and the muddy road beyond. No, he said. I think it is an exit. Rusk stared at him for 1 more second, then turned and walked back toward the front road with the remaining collectors. The toll mark pulsed weakly against Old Mule's side. This time, Noah did not feel dragged. He felt challenged. They did not evacuate the whole depot that evening. There was too much to move, too many supplies to sort, too many vulnerable people, and too much darkness gathering beyond the service road. Dante refused to risk a full relocation without scouting the path, and Mara refused to abandon what remained of the community's stored food without a plan for returning. Noah agreed with both of them, which was annoying because agreeing with practical people created more work. Instead, they changed the shape of the depot's world. The children and worst wounded were moved to the safer rear section near Old Mule's routes. Essential medical supplies and water filters were loaded into the bus and 2 handcarts. The broken gate was reinforced enough to open and close manually with effort. The loader remained positioned as a barricade against the yard entrance, while the forklift, dead again after Noah left it, sat beside the pallets like a miracle waiting for the next authorized argument. Mara walked to the service road after the last immediate crisis settled. The road was ugly. Mud filled the tire ruts. Weeds slapped against the bent fence. Broken concrete still narrowed the passage, and beyond the first turn nobody knew whether it led to safety, trouble, or simply a different flavor of disaster. But it led somewhere. Mara stood there for a long time. "We thought this was a wall," she said. Noah stood beside her, one hand resting against Old Mule's warm side panel because the world felt steadier when he could feel the bus breathing through its engine. "It was," he said. "Walls are sometimes just doors that lost an argument with maintenance." Mara gave him a tired look. "Do you always say things like that after nearly getting people killed?" "Only when I am trying not to fall over." Mira appeared at Noah's other side with a bottle of water. "Then drink before philosophy becomes collapse." Noah accepted the bottle. Dante joined them a moment later, moving with controlled pain. "Rusk will report that the depot has another route. Garrick will understand what that means." "That he needs better customer service?" Noah asked. Dante ignored that. "That you're not a smuggler. You are a strategic threat." Leon, leaning on Sam and absolutely pretending that Sam was not supporting half his weight, added, "Congratulations. You have been promoted from bus problem to infrastructure problem." Noah stared at the broken road. "I was happier as a student." "No, you weren't," Sam said. Noah looked at him. Sam shrugged. "You complained about your thesis a lot." "My thesis never sent armed tax collectors." "Give academia time," Leon said. A few people laughed. Mara did not, but when she looked at the service road again, her expression had changed. The depot was still endangered. Garrick still controlled the bridge. The toll mark still clung to Old Mule. Hollows still moved in the dark. The world remained broken in more directions than Noah could count. But the people in the walls had a way out now. Not freedom. Not yet. A way. Sometimes, Noah was beginning to understand that was where freedom started. Later, as Old Mule idled near the rear gate and the first watch posts were set along the new route, Noah sat behind the wheel and watched Mara's people test the path with lanterns shielded beneath cloth. Children peered from behind pallets. Adults whispered. Galen argued with Sam over how many crates could be moved before the route became too slow. Tessa leaned against the wall, exhausted from repeated use of her ability, while Nico slept curled on a blanket, one ear still somehow pressed to a metal pipe. The system text appeared quietly. Strategic route established. Community access expanded. Sovereign driver authority growth confirmed. Utility operation branch improved. New milestone registered, Roadmaker. Noah stared at the last word. Roadmaker. He was not sure whether he liked it. Driver had been strange enough. Sovereign driver had been embarrassing, dramatic, and possibly written by a system with unresolved branding issues. Roadmaker felt heavier. It implied that moving forward was no longer only about him taking the wheel and refusing to stop. It implied responsibility for where other people could go. Mira stepped onto the bus and sat on the front step rather than the nearest seat. "You are making the thinking face again." Noah kept looking through the windshield. "Apparently, I have a new milestone. Is it better or worse than Bus King?" "Everything is better than Bus King." The interior lights flickered once. Noah closed his eyes. "Old Mule, I swear." Mira smiled, small and tired. "What is the milestone?" "Roadmaker." She was quiet long enough that he looked at her. "That fits," she said. "It sounds like a job with terrible hours. Most important jobs do." Outside, Mara stood by the broken gate, one hand resting on the twisted metal frame as if she still needed to feel that it had opened. Beyond her, the muddy service road curved into the dim evening, rough, ugly, unfinished, and more beautiful than any clean highway Noah had ever ignored before the end of the world. Garrick had built his little kingdom on the idea that every road could be owned. Noah looked at the broken service gate, at the muddy path beyond it, and at the people stepping through a way that had not existed an hour ago. For the first time, he understood how to fight a man who controlled bridges. You did not beg for passage. You made another road. Chapter 15. The Hybrid Returns. For almost 10 minutes after the service gate broke open, the people of Depot 6 looked at the road behind their own warehouse as if a Mercer had somehow uncovered a secret piece of the world that had been hidden from them by rust, fear, and bad luck. It was not a beautiful road. Calling it a road at all required generosity, optimism, and a willingness to ignore several jagged pieces of concrete that still waited in the muddy ruts like teeth. The path beyond the torn gate was narrow, half drowned in weeds, streaked with oil stains, and bordered by sagging chain-link fences that had collected strips of plastic, dead leaves, and scraps of warning tape over the first terrible days after the silence. A normal driver would have looked at it and turned back immediately. A normal community would have continued calling it a blocked service exit and gone on paying Garrick's collectors until the price became starvation. But Old Mule idled beside the loading yard with its patched windows rattling softly, its engine humming with impossible patience, and its headlights spilling pale light over the broken gate, the displaced containers, the scattered pallets, and the people stepping carefully through the opening with crates in their arms. For the first time in too long, Depot 6 had another direction. That changed the atmosphere more than expected. The warehouse still smelled of damp cardboard, dust, sweat, fear, and the metallic bite left behind by blood and machine work, while the loading yard looked like a disaster arranged by an exhausted engineer. The forklift, had awakened, stood near a stack of pallets, dead again now that his hands were no longer on its controls. The compact loader sat crooked beside the crushed remains of a temporary barrier, its bucket lowered like the jaw of an animal that had finally stopped growling. Tessa, the woman whose strange ability could temporarily bond materials together, was sitting on an overturned crate with her hands wrapped in cloth, pale from overusing her power. Galen counted boxes with the expression of a man offended by chaos. Sam ran between Mara Klein and Dante Cross carrying messages, water bottles, and the unbearable enthusiasm of someone who had survived too much to be properly discouraged. Noah sat on the front step of Old Mule with his elbows on his knees and a water bottle in his hand, trying to decide whether the headache behind his eyes belonged to the forklift, the loader, the authority conflict with Garrick, the lack of sleep, or the terrifying possibility that all four had formed a committee. Mira stood over him with both hands on her hips. "Drink," she said. Naama looked up at her. "I'm holding the bottle." "That is not the same thing as drinking." "I opened a road. I thought that earned me a brief relationship with dramatic exhaustion." "You opened a road, not a restaurant. Sit down and drink before you collapse." "I am sitting." "Then improve the quality of the sitting." Noah obeyed because the last few days had taught him many useful survival principles, and high among them was the fact that arguing with Mira when she had entered medical mode was about as productive as trying to negotiate with gravity. The water was warm, metallic from the bottle, and absolutely perfect. Mara Klein stood several yards away, watching her people move through the service gate with a face that could not decide whether to break into relief or hold itself together through sheer administrative stubbornness. She was a hard woman, or at least she had been forced into the shape of one by weeks of ration lists, hidden children, bad sleep, and tribute schedules. Yet when a boy no older than 10 carried a bundle of blankets through the opening and stared at the outside road with wonder instead of fear, something in her expression cracked. Dante noticed it too. He stood near the loading dock with his rifle held low, shoulder bandaged, face drawn from pain, and eyes moving constantly. Even wounded, he made stillness look like a tactical decision. Leon sat on a crate nearby with his injured leg stretched in front of him, one hand resting near a pistol he had been told 3 times not to touch unless necessary, which meant he touched it constantly with the offended dignity of a man denied both mobility and entertainment. "They are moving too slowly," Dante said. Mara looked at him. "They are scared. That is why they are moving slowly." It is also why they need to move faster. Leon leaned back against a stack of sealed plastic containers. My brother offers encouragement in the form of emotional blunt force trauma. Dante did not look at him. Your leg offers complaints in the form of useless commentary. My leg and I have been through a lot today. Noah pushed himself up from the step, swayed very slightly, and pretended he had not. Mira noticed anyway. Noah, I am standing inspirationally. You are standing like a folding chair with trust issues. That is unfair to chairs. The small exchange earned a few tired smiles from nearby depot workers, and Noah found he valued them more than he wanted to admit. Every smile in the yard felt like proof that the world had not succeeded completely in becoming a machine designed only for panic. Then Dante lifted one hand. The smiles died. The older soldier had gone still in a different way. Now resting still. Listening still. His eyes narrowed toward the far corner of the yard, where the service road curved between two rows of containers and vanished into a patchwork of warehouses, loading fences, and abandoned trucks. The evening light had begun to thin, spreading a dirty amber haze beneath the clouds. Shadows lengthened in the gaps between the containers. Rainwater dripped from corrugated metal roofs. Somewhere, something small skittered across loose gravel and disappeared. Noah felt Old Mule through the contact of one hand against the door frame, and the bus felt steady. The yard did not. Dante? Noah asked. The hollows are wrong. Leon sat up despite the pain. Define wrong, because they are not known for correctness. Dante's gaze moved from one shadow to another. They are not pushing in. They are pulling away. Mara went pale. Away from what? No one answered. From inside the warehouse, Nico came running. The boy was small, thin, and pale in the way children became when they had learned to be quiet before they had learned to be safe. His ability let him hear movement through metal when he pressed his ear against shelves, pipes, or walls, and the people of Depot 6 had learned to listen when he looked frightened. He stopped near Mara, breathing hard. There are steps in the walls, he said. Mara knelt immediately. From the front? Nico shook his head quickly. Not steps. Not like people. It sounds like something trying to remember how many legs it has. The yard went silent except for Old Mule's engine. Noah felt his headache retreat beneath something colder. Sam emerged from the warehouse carrying a crate of filters, saw everyone's faces, and slowed. What did I miss? Leon grimaced. Probably the part where the day becomes worse. The first body was found behind a blue container marked with a logistics company logo that no longer mattered. It was a hollow, or it had been one before something emptied it. The creature lay collapsed on the concrete with its gray skin folded inward, its long limbs twisted beneath it, and its mouth stretched open without sound. There were no bite marks in the normal sense, no torn throat or crushed skull. No simple violence Noah could understand with the grim practicality of mechanical failure. Instead, the body looked deflated, as if everything inside that had made it dangerous had been pulled through a wound too small to allow it. Dark residue stained the concrete around it. The stain seemed drawn under the fading light, not just black but layered, oily, and faintly reflective, like something alive had tried to become liquid and failed. Noah crouched near it despite every instinct objecting. Mira crouched beside him, close enough that her shoulder almost touched his. Do not touch it, she said. I was not going to. You say that with the confidence of a man who touches cursed machinery daily. Cursed machinery is different. It usually has bolts. A system message unfolded across Noah's vision before Mira could reply. Aberrant residue detected. Assimilation pattern recognized. Threat evolution continuing. Warning, corrupted host nearby. Noah's mouth went dry. Mira saw the change in his face. Adderable. He nodded slowly. The man who absorbed the creature. Her expression tightened, and for a moment the noise of the yard, the shifting people, the rattling crates, and the idling engine seemed to fall away around the memory of that first impossible day. The bus terminal. The screaming. The pale man collapsing as the monster folded into his hands. The system warning that had called him unstable before the thing inside him started to smile. Mira looked down at the empty hollow. He is here. Or whatever is left of him is. Dante moved to the edge of the container lane, rifle ready. Everyone back toward the bus and the warehouse doors. Quietly. No running unless I say. Mara repeated the order to her people with impressive speed, though fear had already begun to move through the yard in visible waves. Parents pulled children closer. Workers abandoned crates. Galen protested, leaving an inventory stack unsecured until Tessa grabbed his sleeve and dragged him bodily toward the warehouse. Old Mule's engine seemed louder now. Or maybe the world had become too quiet. Noah arose, keeping one hand against the side of the bus as he backed toward the front door. Somewhere beyond the container lane, metal creaked. Then a voice spoke from above them. You kept moving. The hybrid crouched on top of a red container overlooking the yard, half hidden by the low evening light and the shadows cast by the warehouse wall. For one terrible second, Noah still recognized the man from the terminal. The face had not vanished completely. That made it worse. One side remained almost human, pale and gaunt, with a cheekbone too sharp beneath skin threaded by black veins. The other side had stretched into something harder, darker, and less certain about the shape of his skull. One eye was human, wide and wet with pain. The other was black and reflective, catching the light from Old Mule's headlamps like polished oil. His right arm hung too long, ending in a hand of dark claws that flexed against the container roof. Along his shoulder and ribs, pieces of gray chitin and bone-like growth pushed through torn clothing, forming plates that looked stolen from the hollows he had consumed. When he breathed, parts of his body moved out of rhythm, as if several creatures were trying to share one set of lungs and had not agreed on timing. The atmosphere in the loading yard changed instantly. Not just fear. Recognition. Every instinct in every person present understood that this was not another hollow. This was a story about what happened when a power kept saving a body while losing the person inside it. Leon whispered, that is extremely not standard. Dante's rifle rose. Hold, Noah said. Dante did not lower it. Give me a reason. The hybrid tilted his head. The human eye fixed on Noah. Thus man. The dark eye widened. Noah. Mira's voice was quiet. He knows your name. Noah wished that felt like the strangest thing happening. System text appeared, colder and sharper than before. Hostile aberrant detected. Threat classification, corrupted assimilator. Recommended action, evade. Optional objective, preserve community evacuation route. Noah stared at the word optional. I hate optional objectives. Leon did not look away from the container. Now seems like a strange time for academic complaints. It keeps happening. The hybrid's clawed hand spasmed against the metal. Road, it whispered. Then the human mouth twisted in pain. Hungry. A wounded hollow dragged itself from between two abandoned trucks near the far fence, probably one of the creatures scattered by the earlier fighting. It hissed at the hybrid, either too injured or too stupid to understand the hierarchy that had just entered the yard. The hybrid turned toward it. The human eye squeezed shut. No, he whispered. The dark eye did not listen. He dropped from the container onto the hollow. The impact cracked concrete. The hollow screamed as the hybrid drove one clawed hand into its chest. The body folded inward. Everyone saw it. The gray creature collapsed into the hybrid's arm, its limbs jerking, skin tightening, bones vanishing beneath the pull of the assimilation. Dark fluid traced patterns up the hybrid's forearm. The plates along his ribs thickened. A cut across his side sealed itself with a wet sound. His shoulders twitched wider beneath his torn jacket. Assimilation event detected. Host pattern expanding. Instability increasing. Aberrant adaptation accelerated. The hybrid lifted his head. The human eye opened again. It was crying. The dark eye was smiling. Dante fired. The shot struck one of the chitin plates on the hybrid's shoulder and snapped the creature sideways without dropping it. The sound broke the yard open. People screamed. Hollows that had been hiding between containers scattered or lunged in confusion. Mare shouted orders. Mira grabbed a child by the back of his coat and dragged him toward the warehouse doors. The hybrid launched itself at the service route. Not at Noah. At the people trying to move through the road he had opened. Noah's exhaustion vanished beneath a surge of panic so clean it almost felt like clarity. Everyone to Old Mule or the interior line. Dante shouted. Move now! Noah was already climbing into the driver's seat. The bus opened to him like a nervous animal recognizing its rider. Vehicle authority established. Internal command available, doors, lights, brakes. Warning, structural protection limited. Old Mule, Noah said through clenched teeth, please be unreasonable. The headlights flared. The horn blasted across the yard. The hybrid hesitated for half a second, one dark eye snapping toward the sound. Half a second was enough for 3 children to reach the warehouse door. Noah dropped the bus into motion. Old Mule lurched forward, heavy, patched, ugly, and alive, crossing the yard between the hybrid and the evacuation line like a moving wall. The right side scraped against a container, throwing sparks. The reinforced mesh over the lower windows rattled under the impact. Someone inside shouted as crates shifted. The hybrid hit the side of the bus instead of the people. Noah felt it. Not as pain exactly, because Old Mule was not flesh, but as a violent pressure across his awareness, a hard scraping violation that sent a shock through his hands. The hybrid clung to the side panel, claws digging into the scavenged metal plates. Dead off. Sam shouted from the warehouse side. Working on my customer service response. Noah yelled back. He pulsed the brakes, then accelerated sharply while opening the front door and slamming it shut again, the motion useless against the hybrid's current position but enough to startle a pair of hollows near the bumper. Dante fired twice from cover, forcing one creature back. Leon pushed himself upright against Mira's shouted objections. Leon, no, she snapped. I heard you, he said, which was absolutely not the same thing as obedience. The hybrid crawled along Old Mule's side toward the rear door, moving with a horrible intelligence that the hollows lacked. It avoided the brightest headlights. It stayed low beneath the firing angle. It tested the metal mesh with one claw, then shifted toward the weaker seam between 2 bolted plates. Dante's face tightened. It is looking for access points. Noah felt the same thing. The creature was not simply attacking. It was learning the bus. That made Noah angry in a way he did not have time to examine. Not yours, he said. He threw Old Mule into a hard reverse. The bus slammed backward, crushing a stack of empty pallets and scraping the hybrid against the side of a container. The creature shrieked, lost its grip, and dropped to the ground in a twisted roll. Noah swung the front end around, blocking the service route with the bus's length while Mara's people ran behind it carrying children, medicine bags, and whatever supplies they could grab. For a moment, it worked. Then the hybrid rose. It was bleeding black from one shoulder. The wound was already closing. Threat adaptation detected. Recommended action, limit engagement duration. Dante? Noah shouted. Long fights are bad. Dante moved beside a forklift, watching the hybrid with an intensity that looked painful. I gathered that. The hybrid lunged. Dante's eyes unfocused. Left high. No, whoa. It changes midline. The creature struck the ground, rebounded from one hand, and turned the attack into a sideways slash toward Sam, who had run too far out to pull a fallen crate from the path of an older woman. Leon moved. His first step was awkward, almost a stumble from his injured leg. His second step exploded. For one brilliant instant, Leon crossed the space between the loading dock and Sam faster than Noah's eyes could follow, a burst of motion that carried pain, precision, and spectacularly bad medical judgment in equal measure. He hit Sam with his shoulder, knocking the teenager behind a pallet stack as the hybrid's claws tore through the air where Sam's head had been. Leon landed badly. His injured leg folded. He hit the concrete with a sound that made Mira curse. Ability activated. Second step. First movement completed. Physical strain, severe. Leon grinned up at the hybrid through clenched teeth. Missed me. Technically. Dante fired again, forcing the hybrid back before it could finish him. Mira sprinted across the open space toward Leon with a medical bag in one hand and murder in her expression. No, had to move. Old Mule could block, blind, and shield, but the yard had become too crowded, the people too scattered, the hybrid too fast. His gaze snapped to the compact loader still sitting near the broken service gate. It was closer to the hybrid than Old Mule was. It was dead. It was also exactly where he needed steel. Noah looked at Mira dragging Leon back. Looked at the hybrid turning toward them. Looked at Old Mule's wheel beneath his hands. Then he did something he already knew was stupid. He released the bus and ran. Vehicle authority, maintaining idle state. Rapid authority transfer attempted. Warning, distance from primary vehicle increasing. Know what? Mira shouted. I know. He shouted back, though he did not know what he knew except that standing still would get people killed. The yard felt enormous as he crossed it, every step splashing through oil-slick water and grit. A hollow lunged from behind a stack of pallets. Dante dropped it with one shot before it reached him. Noah reached the compact loader, grabbed the side rail, and hauled himself into the seat so hard his shoulders struck the frame. His hands closed around the controls. The machine hit his mind like a second headache made of hydraulics, weight, mud, bucket position, engine heat that did not exist until he asked for it, and a frame that had been abused before the world ended. Machine authority contact established. Recognized machine, compact loader. Utility authority strained. Fuel consumption suspended. Mechanical failure suppressed. Cognitive load high. The loader started with a roar. Noah almost vomited. The connection was rougher than Old Mule, less familiar, more like grabbing a heavy tool with numb fingers while someone screamed instructions in a language made of pressure. But the bucket moved when he demanded it. The tires bit into wet concrete. The machine lunged forward. The hybrid saw him coming and sprang sideways. Noah had expected that. Or rather, Dante did. Right? Dante shouted. Noah drove right. The loader bucket slammed into a stack of empty metal cages, sending them skidding across the ground directly into the hybrid's path. The creature twisted over them, fast and fluid, but lost momentum long enough for Mira to drag Leon behind Old Mule. Sam, pale and shaking, pointed toward the container lane. There. Push it there. Tessa, still exhausted, understood before Noah did. She slapped both hands against a loose sheet of plastic paneling and the side of a wooden crate, bonding them together with a grimace. 20 minutes. She shouted. Maybe less. Galen yelled from behind the loading dock. The blue container is empty. The red one is half full and will not slide clean. Use the blue. Noah had no idea how Galen knew that by looking at the yard for 3 seconds. He decided not to question inventory magic during a monster attack. Dante shouted, drive it into the lane. Do not try to kill it. Support it. Noah rammed the loader bucket into the side of the blue container. Metal screamed. The container shifted. The hybrid lunged toward him, claws striking the loader's protective frame hard enough to dent the bars. The dark eye stared through the gap at Noah. The human eye looked horrified. Don't, the human mouth whispered. Then the other voice snarled through the same teeth. Oh then. Road. Follow. Ew. Noah froze for a fraction of a second. Inside that face, the man from the terminal still existed. Not enough to stop the monster. Enough to suffer. The hybrid's claws punched through the side guard and scraped Noah's sleeve. Dante fired. The shot struck the frame beside the hybrid's head, forcing it back. "Noah!" Dante shouted. "Do not give it time." Mira's voice cut through next, sharper because it knew exactly where to hurt him. "You cannot save him by letting him reach them." Noah's hands tightened on the loader controls. "I'm sorry," he whispered, though he did not know which part of the creature he was speaking to. Then he drove. The loader slammed the container sideways into the lane. Sam pulled a rope. Tessa's temporary bonded panel tore loose at the right moment, dropping a hanging mess of plastic, crates, and loose metal sheets behind the hybrid. Dante and two depot workers shoved a wheeled rack into place. Leon, sitting on the ground with Mira's hand clamped brutally over his shoulder to keep him still, lifted his pistol and fired once into the pavement near the hybrid's feet, making it recoil toward the gap Noah had prepared. The creature backed between the containers. Noah pushed the blue container with everything the loader had. The container slid, screeched, caught, then broke free. It slammed against the red container and narrowed the lane to a dark, crooked slit. The hybrid shrieked as the metal trapped one arm. For several seconds, the whole yard held its breath. Then the hybrid tore itself loose by leaving pieces behind. It landed on the far side of the container line, bleeding, shaking, and very much alive. Corrupted assimilator contained, temporary. Threat evolution, accelerated. Hostile recognition, established. The hybrid climbed backward onto the roof of a truck beyond the container wall, moving more carefully now, one arm hanging damaged while new dark strands crawled across the wound. "It's human, I found Noah." "Noah," it said. The voice was clearer this time. "That was worse." "You open." The dark eye widened. "I follow." Then it vanished into the industrial shadows beyond the yard. No one chased it. No one suggested chasing it. Even Leon, who normally seemed philosophically opposed to allowing danger the last word, simply leaned back against Mira's grip and said, "I am voting no on whatever that was." Noah remained in the loader's seat with both hands locked around the controls until the engine died beneath him. He had not ordered it to. His authority had simply slipped. The machine went cold. Old Mule, several yards away, kept idling. Noah climbed down on legs that did not feel entirely loyal. Mira met him halfway. Her face was streaked with rain, dust, and someone else's blood. Her eyes moved over him quickly, checking for wounds, then returned to his face. "Are you cut?" "Sleeve only, I think." She grabbed his arm anyway and checked. "You transferred between the bus and the loader too quickly." It seemed like a very transfer-friendly emergency. "You almost fell out of the loader when it shut down." That part was less planned. Her grip tightened around his wrist, not enough to hurt, but enough to stop him from looking away. "Noah!" He swallowed. The yard blurred for a second, not from tears exactly, but from exhaustion, adrenaline, and the image of one human eye trapped inside something hungry. He asked for help. Mira's expression softened, and that made it harder. Maybe he did. He was still in there. Maybe. Noah looked toward the container lane where the hybrid had disappeared. Mira stepped slightly into his line of sight. But so were all the people he almost killed. The words were not cruel. That made them land harder. Noah closed his eyes. Behind him, Old Mule's engine hummed steadily, carrying survivors, children, soldiers, depot workers, medicine, supplies, and the fragile road he had opened. Ahead of him, somewhere in the maze of industrial shadows, a man who might still be partly human was being driven by hunger toward whatever moved. There was no clean answer. The world after the silence seemed personally committed to making sure of that. The aftermath was quieter than the attack, but not calmer. People moved through the yard in shaken clusters, checking names, counting children, gathering dropped crates, and staring at every shadow twice. Mara coordinated her workers with a voice that had gone hoarse but did not break. Dante inspected the container trap and the scratch loader, cataloging what had worked and what had nearly failed. Leon was back inside Old Mule under protest, which meant he was awake, insulting his leg, and being watched by Mira with the severity usually reserved for structural hazards. Sam sat on the lower step of the bus, both hands wrapped around a cup of boiled water Mira had prepared, staring at nothing. Noah sat beside him. For a while, neither spoke. The physical setting around them had changed again. The same yard that had been a construction site an hour ago had become a battlefield, and now it was becoming a migration point. The broken service gate stood open. The path beyond it was muddy and ugly, but usable. Old Mule idled at an angle that protected the people moving through. The warehouse doors behind them remained open, spilling dim yellow battery light into the evening. Above everything, the clouds had begun to part just enough to let a strip of pale light burn along the horizon. It should have felt hopeful. It did a little. That was the problem with hope. It kept showing up in damaged places and demanding protection. Sam finally spoke. That thing knew you. Noah nodded. Ness? Is it going to come back? Noah looked at the container lane. Ness? Sam took that better than Noah expected, which was to say he went very pale but did not drop the cup. Okay? I hate that. That is the correct response. Mara approached before Sam could answer, stopping in front of Noah with the heavy expression of someone who had survived one impossible event and discovered she now had to make decisions because of it. If you had not opened the service road, she said, we would have lost half the children when that thing hit the main floor. Noah did not know what to do with that. I did not open it for monsters. No, Morris said. But you opened it before they came. That matters. Dante joined them, rifle slung but ready. It will come again. Leon called from inside the bus. I also said that, but with more emotional range. Dante ignored him with practiced ease. It learns. It adapts. It does not attack like a hollow. It identifies movement, access, weak points, and sources of biomass. Sam grimaced. Please never say biomass near food again. No, rubbed both hands over his face. System called it a corrupted assimilator. Mara's people murmured when the phrase spread. Mira stepped down from the bus and looked toward the fading path. Then we do not feed it. No, bodies left outside. No wounded alone. No one moves in pairs smaller than 3. Children stay inside the inner line until we know the route is clear. Dante nodded. Duh. Mira gave him a look. Do not sound surprised. I sounded approving. Whereas? Leon laughed once, then groaned because laughing apparently aggravated every injury he owned. Noah looked at the torn scratches along Old Mule's side. The metal plates had held mostly, but several bolts were bent, and one mesh panel had peeled back at the corner. The bus had protected them again, and again the world had answered by finding a new way to test its walls. He placed a hand against the side panel. Old Mule felt warm beneath his palm. Not alive. Not exactly. But present. Vehicle damage, superficial to moderate. Structural protection, low moderate. Internal authority development recommended. Community evacuation route preserved. Authority growth confirmed. Noah stared at the third line. Internal authority. The phrase sat in his mind like a warning from the future. The hybrid had tried to enter. Garrick's men would try again. The people inside Old Mule were alive because the bus had walls, but walls were not enough if enemies learned doors, seams, windows, and fear. Mira noticed his expression. Another message? The system thinks I need better control inside the bus. Leon called. I support this if it includes better seats. Sam looked at him. You almost died twice today. Comfort becomes important in wartime. Dante looked at Noah. The system is right. If the bus is your strong point, you need interior control, not just movement. Noah looked through the open front door at the torn seats, hanging straps, bolted panels, medical bags, sleeping children, weapons, crates, and frightened people packed into a vehicle that had not been designed for any of this. I know. Mira's voice was quieter. Do not try to learn it all tonight. Noah gave her a tired smile. That was not my plan. Your plans often look like accidents wearing determination. That is hurtful and accurate. For a moment, she almost smiled. It was small, brief, and gone before anyone else could weaponize it into teasing, but Noah saw it, and somehow the yard felt a degree warmer. Then Nico, who had been sitting near Mara with his ear pressed against a metal support beam, lifted his head. The road is quiet now, he said. Everyone listened. No distant claws. No collector engines. No screaming. Only old mule idling, water dripping from the warehouse roof, and people breathing into space left behind by danger. Mara looked toward the service route and then toward Noah. We will move the children and the most vulnerable first. Then supplies. Then anyone willing to help clear more of the path. Noah nodded. Old Mule can shuttle the injured through the worst section if needed. Dante glanced toward the road. And Garrick? Noah looked at the faint mark still visible on Old Mule's side, weakened but not gone. He wants to own the roads. Mira followed his gaze toward the container lane where the hybrid had vanished. And that thing? Noah thought of the human eye, the dark eye, the voice that had said Noah's name, and the promise hidden inside the words you open. I follow. It wants whatever moves. No one had a good response to that. The sky beyond the broken service gate darkened another shade. Noah stepped back into Old Mule, one hand sliding over the worn rail near the door, and felt the bus answer him with its familiar vibration. Around him, people began moving again. Not quickly. Not fearlessly. Not moving. That was something. That was always something. He looked at the torn marks on Old Mule's side, at the frightened depot families stepping through the road he had opened, and at the dark place between the containers where the hybrid had disappeared. Garrick wanted to own the roads. The thing from the terminal wanted to follow whatever moved. And Noah Mercer, who had only wanted to finish a mechanical engineering degree, was beginning to understand that every road he opened would bring something after him. Chapter 16. Inside Old Mule. The first thing Noah Mercer noticed after the hybrid vanished was that Old Mule still sounded offended. The engine did not fail, because the impossible authority running through Noah's hands refused to allow anything as ordinary as mechanical failure, but the old bus idled with a rougher vibration than usual, like an elderly animal that had survived a fight and wanted everyone nearby to understand that it had taken the insult personally. The scratched panels along the right side still shivered faintly from where the corrupted assimilator had struck them. The patched metal mesh over the windows had bent inward in 3 places, and a long black smear of residue cut across the faded blue paint in a mark that looked too organic to belong on steel. Around the depot's rear service yard, the aftermath of the attack spread in ugly layers beneath the dim evening light. Containers sat crooked where Noah had pushed them with the loader. The broken service gate hung open toward the muddy path he had carved in Chapter 14's desperate work. Pallets lay overturned beside the loading ramp. A forklift stood abandoned near the wall with its forks raised slightly off the concrete, dead again now that Noah was not touching its controls. The air smelled of wet dust, spilled oil, old cardboard, fear, and the bitter chemical stink of whatever the hybrid left behind when it tore pieces of itself across the world. People moved through that yard with the careful silence of survivors who had not yet decided whether they were alive enough to celebrate. Mara Klein directed her depot people with a hoarse voice and a steadiness that looked like it was being held together by rope. Children were guided toward the newly opened service route. Crates of water and food were shifted away from the exposed entrance. Dante Cross stood near the corner of the loading bay with a rifle low but ready, his wounded shoulder wrapped tight, his eyes never still. Leon Cross sat on an overturned pallet because Mira had threatened him with consequences no military manual had prepared him for, though his expression suggested he was already planning a heroic violation of medical advice. Noah stood beside Old Mule's front door with one hand resting against the frame. The bus felt different. Not dead. Not damaged in any ordinary sense, but irritated, exposed, and too full of frightened people who had begun to believe that its walls meant something. System text blinked quietly at the edge of his vision. Vehicle surface damage detected. Mechanical failure suppressed. Structural protection low. Internal authority dormant. Noah stared at the last line. That is new, he muttered. Mira appeared beside him as if summoned by the specific tone of a man discovering a new problem and pretending it was only an interesting technical note. Her dark hair had half escaped its tie, one sleeve was stained with someone else's blood, and her face carried the pale exhaustion of a person who had spent the last hour deciding who could wait for treatment and who could not. If you say those words one more time today, she said, I may classify you as a recurring medical hazard. Nala looked at her. Can a person be a recurring medical hazard? You are making a strong case. In my defense, the bus has new menu options. Noah! He heard the warning under his name and stopped joking for half a breath. The yard around them had taken on a strange stillness, not calm, but the stunned quiet after violence, when every sound seemed too bright. A child sniffled inside the depot. Someone dragged a crate across concrete. Rainwater dripped from the bent roof of the loading bay. Far away, beyond the open service route, the dead city gave a low metallic groan as wind pushed through broken signs and hollow buildings. Noah rubbed the heel of his hand against his forehead. I am not trying to collapse, he said. I am only inspecting damage. Mira took his chin with 2 fingers and turned his face toward the weak light. You have a cut over your eyebrow. Old Mule has a worse one. Old Mule does not bleed. Emotionally, I think it might. She cleaned the cut with a cloth before he could object, and the sharp sting forced him to close one eye. You cannot keep treating yourself like another damaged panel, she said quietly. Panels are easier. They do not argue during repairs. You argue constantly. That is because I am high-maintenance equipment. For the smallest moment, her expression softened, not enough to turn the conversation gentle, but enough to make Noah notice how tired she looked and how much effort it cost her to keep standing straight. That thing still had a man inside it, he said, because the words had been sitting behind his teeth since the hybrid retreated. When it spoke, I heard him. Not all the time, but enough. Mira pressed the cloth to his cut a little more firmly than necessary. Maybe. You do not sound convinced. I'm convinced that the people he almost killed are here, and they need to survive before we decide whether the monster chasing them deserves rescue. Nova looked toward the dark gap between 2 containers where the hybrid had disappeared. That sounds practical. Yes? I hate when practical is correct. Then you must be having a terrible apocalypse. He almost smiled. Almost. On the far side of the depot, beyond the reach of Old Mule's headlights and the busy panic of Mara's people, Rusk crouched behind a stack of collapsed fencing and watched the service yard through a crack between sheets of rusted metal. The collectors with him were not the loud men Garrick sent when he wanted tribute collected in public. Those men were useful for intimidation, for reminding frightened communities that roads, water, and passage could be priced by whoever had enough bodies to stand at a checkpoint. This group was quieter. Their boots were wrapped with cloth to mute their steps. Their coats were dark. Their weapons were short, easy to hide, and chosen for close work among shelves, buses, and hostages. Russ did not like the job. That did not mean he questioned it. The depot had changed. The back gate had been opened, which should not have been possible without heavy equipment, and the people who had once paid Garrick in canned food, batteries, and submission were now moving supplies toward a road that had not existed that morning. The bus sat near the loading ramp like the center of an infection spreading through Garrick's territory, ugly and patched and alive in defiance of every empty fuel tank in the city. Rusk had already learned one truth the hard way. The bus was not the prize. The driver was. No shooting unless you must, he whispered. A collector beside him, an arrow-faced man named Vel, looked toward the bus. If we grab the driver, the soldiers kill us before we leave. Then we do not grab the driver first. Rusk pointed toward the open bus door, where wounded civilians moved in and out as Mira's makeshift medical station took shape inside. We grab what makes the driver reasonable. Val smiled. Rusk hated that smile, but not enough to cancel the plan. The infiltration began with a shout. Not an attack shout, not a battle cry, but a terrified scream from inside the depot's western aisle. The hybrid is back. The effect was immediate. People who had barely started breathing again broke into motion. A woman dropped a crate of water bottles. Someone knocked over a stack of plastic bins. Mara shouted for everyone to hold positions, but fear spread faster than orders, sliding through the narrow spaces between shelves and makeshift rooms like smoke. Children cried. A man near the loading ramp raised a crowbar. Two of the depot guards turned toward the wrong corridor. Dante reacted first. His head snapped toward the western aisle, but his body did not follow the shout. His eyes narrowed, unfocusing for half a second as threat line caught possibilities before they became movement. False call, he said sharply. Right side. 3 coming through the storage lane. Leon pushed himself upright on the pallet. Finally, a terrible idea I can participate in. Mira pointed at him without looking. Sit down. I was going to sit down aggressively in their direction. Sit down passively. Noah turned toward the depot entrance, but in that same breath the lights in the loading bay flickered and died. Not all of them. Just enough. The weak battery lamps strung along the nearest racks went dark in sequence, plunging the space between the depot and Old Mule into gray shadow. Something clattered behind the bus. Someone cursed. A collector wearing a depot worker's jacket shoved past 2 frightened civilians and moved straight toward Old Mule's front steps. Bram was near the side personnel door when it happened. He did not open it in front of anyone. He did not wave Rusk inside or shout betrayal. He simply stood too far from the group, too close to an entrance that should have been watched, with his face pale and his hands half raised as if surrendering to a decision he had not fully admitted making. Noah saw him. Ram saw Noah see him. Then the first collector climbed into Old Mule. The bus's interior had become too crowded during the last hour, full of wounded depot people, Noah's original passengers, bundles of bandages, a crate of water, 2 frightened children, Harold Pike lying under a thermal blanket, Mrs. Calder holding Ellie close, and Sam crouched near the front with a box of batteries he had been sorting before the shout went up. The first collector entered with a knife in one hand and a pistol in the other, though the pistol looked more like a threat than a promise, because anyone firing inside that cramped space would hit more than their target. He seized Sam by the collar and dragged him backward against the front partition. The second collector came through the rear door, forcing it open while people screamed and tried to move away. He grabbed Mrs. Calder by the shoulder and held his blade low enough that Ellie could see it. The third collector pushed toward the driver's seat, shoving a wounded depot man aside as he tried to reach the wheel. Everyone still, the first collector shouted. Nobody plays hero. Nobody dies stupid. Sam's eyes were wide, but his voice still worked. I would like to vote against dying stupid. The collector tightened his grip. What? The third man dropped into Nola's seat and grabbed the wheel. Nothing happened. The dashboard remained dim. The engine continued idling because Noah had left it under authority, but the moment the collector tried to shift controls, Old Mule rejected the movement so completely that the steering wheel locked beneath his hands. Come on, the man hissed, twisting the key though it was already on. No. The bus did not move. Ellie whispered very softly, it does not like him. The rear collector pressed the knife closer to Mrs. Calder. Then we asked the driver nicely. Outside, Rusk stepped into the open with 2 more men at his back. Noah Mercer, he called. The toll master is finished negotiating with your bus. Come to the door, hands visible, or I start removing passengers one at a time. The yard went still. Dante had a rifle raised, but the line was bad. Too many civilians. Too much glass. Too much metal. Too many people Noah had promised himself would not become numbers in someone else's acceptable loss column. Leon had one hand braced on a crate, his jaw tight with pain and fury. Mira stood between Noah and Old Mule, her face pale. "No," she said before anyone else could speak. Noah looked at the bus. He could feel it from here, but not fully. The connection stretched thin through distance, stress, and the fact that someone else was in his seat with hostile weight on his wheel. Old Mule was alive, but the interior felt muffled, like a room heard through a wall. Rusk lifted one hand. Inside the bus, the collector holding Sam shifted the knife. Noah raised his hands slowly. "Do not shoot," he said to Dante. Dante's expression did not move, but his eyes did. "Noah, bad angle. I know the angle." "Then you know I am right." Mira turned toward him. "You walk in there and they own the situation." Noah swallowed. The rain had stopped, but water still dripped from the broken loading roof, ticking softly into puddles around his boots. The yard smelled of oil, wet concrete, and the burnt black trace of the hybrid. Old Mule waited with frightened people inside and strangers standing in its aisle. Noah thought of the system line. Internal authority dormant. Dormant did not mean absent. It meant sleeping. "Maybe," he said, and started walking toward the bus. Rusk watched him approach with the careful patience of a man who had learned that desperate people sometimes tried to turn surrender into surprise. Slowly, Rusk said, "Hands where I can see them." Noah obeyed, though every step toward Old Mule felt like walking into his own chest while someone else held a blade to the ribs. The front door stood half open. The collector inside had Sam pinned near the first row. The other collector in the driver's seat looked irritated rather than triumphant, which Noah found personally satisfying under the circumstances. "You want me at the wheel," Noah said. "Fine. But if you hurt anyone, this conversation gets worse." Rusk's mouth twitched. "You are not in a position to threaten people." Noah stopped at the first step and looked at him. "You brought knives into my bus and want to discuss positions?" For the first time, Rusk looked uncertain. Only slightly. But Noah saw it. He climbed aboard. The interior smelled of panic, metal, stale vinyl, blood, and a sharp sweat of armed men who had expected an easier victory. Every passenger seemed to shrink away from the collectors without having enough space to truly retreat. Sam's face was pale. Ellie stared at Noah with huge wet eyes from beneath her mother's arm. Harold tried to sit up and failed. The collector at the wheel stood when Noah approached, keeping his knife visible. "Sit!" the man snapped. Noah sat. His hands closed around the steering wheel. The world changed again. This time the connection did not flow outward only through the engine, frame, wheels, brakes, doors, and lights. It turned inward. The bus opened around Noah like a body remembering that the skin was not the whole of itself. He felt weight on each seat. He felt the pressure of boots against the aisle floor. He felt the flex of the handrails, the tension in the old seatbelt mechanisms, the hinge strain in the front and rear doors, the loose screws in the first row partition, the vibration of frightened breathing through the torn upholstery, the distribution of passengers like fragile cargo he could not allow to shift too violently. He did not feel minds. He did not control bodies. But he knew where the intruders stood because Old Mule knew where unauthorized weight pressed into its floor. He knew Sam's shoulder was twisted against the partition. He knew Mrs. Calder leaned sideways to shield Ellie. He knew the rear collector had one boot braced against the emergency door and one hand against a pole that belonged to the bus. That pole belonged to Noah's authority now. System text unfolded with cold clarity. Internal authority awakening. Vehicle interior recognized as protected domain. Non-passenger hostiles detected. Available commands: lights, doors, brakes, seat restraints, balanced shift. Warning: excessive force may injure passengers. Noah inhaled slowly. The collector beside him noticed his expression change. "What?" Noah looked forward through the cracked windshield, where Rusk stood just outside the front door. Rule 1 of Old Mule. The collector frowned. What? Nobody touches the driver's seat. The interior lights died. Every lamp inside the bus went black at once, leaving only the gray evening glow through the mesh-covered windows. People gasped. The collector, holding Sam, cursed and tightened his grip. Then the lights came back, brighter than before, not steady but pulsing in a sharp white flash that struck the intruder's eyes at exactly the wrong angle. Noah felt them flinch. He did not need to see it. He tapped the brake. Not enough to move the bus far. Enough to shift the world. Old Mule lurched half a meter forward and stopped with brutal precision. The collector beside Noah stumbled into the fare box frame and cracked his knee against metal. The man holding Sam lost balance, and Sam dropped instinctively, sliding out of his grip because Noah had already loosened the seatbelt from the nearest row and snapped it across the collector's shin like a striking strap. "Duh!" Noah shouted. Sam hit the floor. Mira moved. Dante moved with her, dragging the front door collector's line of sight away with a rifle barrel and a soldier's con that made panic look amateur. The rear collector tried to pull Mrs. Pulled her toward the emergency exit. Noah closed the rear door. Oh! The man's boot remained between door and frame, and Noah stopped the mechanism just before bone-breaking pressure became likely, pinning him in place instead of crushing him. The man screamed. Ellie screamed too. Noah adjusted instantly, easing pressure by a fraction while locking the man's leg in a trap of metal and rubber. Force limit adjusted. Passenger safety priority active. Rusk lunged toward the front steps. Noah opened the front door half a span and then slammed it shut, not on him, but in front of him, forcing him back. The door hissed with such finality that the entire bus seemed to take a breath of satisfaction. The collector near Noah recovered enough to swing the knife. Dante could not fire. Mira could not reach him. Noah tilted Old Mule. The bus did not truly lean like a ship, not fully, but the suspension dropped left and rose right in a sudden controlled shift that turned the floor under the collector's feet into a betrayal. The knife cut air. His shoulder hit the rail. The loose partition screw Noah had felt earlier gave way under a pulse of pressure, dropping the metal panel just enough to wedge between the collector and the driver's area. Noah exhaled sharply. That was not up to code anyway. Leon, from outside near the rear door, shouted, "Did the bus just renovate during combat?" "Focus!" Mira shouted back. "I am focused. I am also impressed." The man who had grabbed Sam tried to crawl toward the front. Noah activated the aisle lights at full brightness beneath him, then cut them, then fired the horn. Inside the enclosed bus, the horn became a physical force. The intruder clapped both hands over his ears and curled instinctively. Sam scrambled backward into Mira's reach. She hauled him out of the aisle with one arm, then shoved him toward the open space where Dante could cover him. The rear collector tore his trapped boot free by sacrificing the boot rather than his leg, stumbling barefoot into the aisle with pure panic on his face. He looked at Noah. He looked at the doors. He looked at the seats. For the first time, he understood that every object around him had chosen his side. "What are you?" he whispered. Noah's hands tightened on the wheel. "The driver." Russ tried one last move. He grabbed the outside handle of the front door and jammed a metal pry bar into the mechanism, forcing it open just enough to wedge his shoulder through. Rainwater dripped from his coat. His eyes were wide now, not with fear exactly, but with the terrible excitement of a man realizing the report he would carry back was worth more than the lives of the men he had brought. "You cannot hold all of us," Rusk said. Noah felt the bus around him. He felt the frightened people. He felt the intruders. He felt the limits too, and that mattered. If he hit the brakes too hard, Harold might fall. If he snapped a belt wrong, Sam could be struck. If he threw the rear collector down the aisle, Ellie could be hurt. Internal authority was not domination. It was responsibility with moving parts. "No," Noah said. "I do not need to hold all of you." He released the front door. Rusk surged inward. Then Noah opened the roof hatch. Cold evening air dropped into the bus, carrying the smell of rain and depot smoke. At the same instant, he pulsed the horn again, flashed the interior lights, and rolled Old Mule backward exactly 1 meter. Dante caught the timing. The older soldier stepped onto the front platform from outside, slammed the butt of his rifle into the wrist of the collector nearest Noah, and drove him down against the steps without firing a shot. Mira pulled Sam fully clear. Leon, limping badly but grinning like a criminal saint, appeared at the rear with a crowbar and hooked the barefoot collector behind the knee. "I was told not to use my ability," Leon said as the man fell. "Nobody said anything about creative carpentry." "Mezes!" Palter kicked the fallen collector in the ribs with surprising accuracy. Noah made a mental note never to underestimate parents. Rusk realized he was the only one still half inside the front door. Noah closed it. This time he did not pin Rusk dangerously. He trapped the pry bar, the coat, and enough of Rusk's dignity that the man had to stumble backward to avoid being held in place. Rusk ripped free, leaving a torn strip of fabric in the door seal. His eyes met Noah's through the cracked glass. Noah saw the calculation happen. Rusk had failed to capture him. But he had learned. That might be worse. Dante raised the rifle. Rusk dropped low and vanished behind the nearest crate as 2 of his remaining men dragged him back into the depot shadows. Dante did not fire because 3 depot civilians were crossing the background, and he was exactly the kind of man who noticed that before anger did. A few seconds later, the collectors were running. Old Mule's interior lights steadied. The engine idled. The bus smelled of terror, sweat, and victory that had come too close to disaster to feel clean. Hostile intrusion repelled. Internal authority expanded. Protected domain, Old Mule interior. Passenger safety priority registered. Authority growth confirmed. Noah remained seated after the system faded. His hands were still locked around the wheel. Not because he needed to hold the bus in place, but because if he let go too quickly he suspected the shaking would become obvious. Sam sat on the floor beside Mira, breathing hard and trying very hard not to look like a teenager who had almost been used as bargaining material. Ellie cried into her mother's coat. Harold muttered something that sounded like a curse from a generation that had put more craftsmanship into profanity. Dante tied the front collector's wrists with military efficiency while Leon sat down in the aisle because his leg had remembered it was supposed to be injured. Mira looked at Noah. She did not say anything at first. That worried him more than if she had immediately started scolding. Leon broke the silence. "So the haunted bus has house rules now." Noah drew in a slow breath. "Apparently, yes." Ellie lifted her head just enough to look toward the front. "Old Mule protected us." Noah opened his mouth to correct her, then stopped. Because the easy answer was that he had protected them using Old Mule. The truer answer was more complicated. The bus had answered him because he wanted to protect them. The authority had not felt like a weapon in his hands. It had felt like Wallace learning where to stand. "Yes," he said softly. Mara Klein stepped into the front doorway a minute later after Dante confirmed the immediate area was clear. The depot leader looked at the tied collectors, the shaken passengers, the torn strip of Rust's coat still caught near the door, and Noah sitting behind the wheel with the exhausted expression of a man who had just discovered a new power and immediately disliked the ethical paperwork attached to it. "Could you do that to anyone inside?" Mara asked. The question landed heavily. People looked at Noah. Not all with fear, but enough. Noah stared at the aisle, at the bars, the seats, the lights, the doors, the old cracked floor that had become part of something larger the moment he touched the wheel. "I do not know," he said honestly. Dante's expression hardened in approval, not because the answer was comforting, but because it was true. "Then you need rules before fear writes them for you," Dante said. Mira nodded once. Noah looked toward Ellie, then Sam, then Mrs. Calder, Harold, Leon, Dante, Mira, Mara, and the depot people gathered around the bus's doorway. The interior no longer looked like torn seats and patched metal alone. It looked like trust turned into a place. He had spent the entire apocalypse trying not to become the kind of man others obeyed because they were afraid of losing what he controlled. Garrick controlled bridges and called it order. The army had drawn lines and called people non-recoverable. The hybrid consumed life and called it hunger. Noah could not allow Old Mule to become another version of the same idea. He said the words carefully. Old Mule protects passengers. It does not punish them. Nobody spoke for a moment. Then Leon raised a hand from the aisle. Can it punish people who board with knives? Nova looked at him. Those are not passengers. Leon smiled faintly. Excellent legal framework. Needs work, but strong start. Mira's shoulders lowered just a little. Dante secured the second collector's wrists and looked toward the door Rusk had escaped through. He will tell Garrick. I know, Noah said. He will tell him the bus interior is controlled. I know. That makes you more dangerous. Noah looked down at the wheel. And more valuable. Dante did not deny it. Rusk ran until the depot was behind him and the lanes between warehouses swallowed the shouts, the smoke, and the impossible bus. His lummus burned. His torn coat flapped against his side. One of his men limped behind him, cursing under his breath. The third did not make it far before collapsing near a delivery van, but Rusk did not stop, because stopping was for people who had not seen a bus turn its own interior into a trap. When he finally reached the outer road where two more collectors waited with covered lanterns, Rusk bent over, breathing hard, and laughed once. It was not a happy sound. What happened? One of the men asked. Rusk straightened slowly. Rainwater ran down his face. The tollmaster needs to hear this himself. Did you get the driver? Rusk looked back toward the dark shape of the depot. No? His voice dropped. But I learned what happens when you step inside his bus. Inside Old Mule, Noah stayed at the wheel long after the collectors were removed and the passengers had begun to breathe normally again. The depot people returned to moving supplies, but their movements had changed. They glanced at the bus not as an odd miracle or a useful escape route, but as a place with rules. A place that had defended its own. Some looked reassured. Some looked uneasy. Both reactions made sense. Mira sat on a front step beside the driver's area, close enough to speak without raising her voice and far enough not to crowd him. You are thinking too loudly again, she said. Noah rubbed his eyes. I miss when my thoughts were about gear ratios. Were they quieter? No, but they involved fewer hostage situations. She looked down the aisle, where Sam was pretending to reorganize the same battery crate 3 times while Ellie watched him solemnly and offered very serious advice about which batteries looked friendly. You saved them, Mira said. Old Mule saved them. You got it. That is the part that worries me. Mira was quiet for a moment. Outside the windshield, the depot yard stretched into evening, full of wet concrete, moving shadows, damaged containers, and people carrying the pieces of their hidden lives toward a road Noah had opened. The world beyond remained violent and hungry. Garrick would come. The hybrid would return. The roads would not stay clear simply because Noah needed them to. Good, Mira said at last. Noah looked at her. Good that I am worried? Ness? That is not usually considered supportive. It is when the alternative is enjoying that kind of control. He considered that and found, unfortunately, that she was right again. The system had given him authority, but not wisdom, and certainly not permission to forget the difference between protecting people and owning the space around them. That difference had to come from him. From rules. From the people willing to tell him when he was drifting too close to becoming what he hated. He looked at the aisle, the seats, the rails, the windows, the door that had closed against Rusk, the floor that had betrayed intruders without throwing passengers, and the old driver's seat beneath him. For the first time, Noah understood that the driver's seat was not only a place to steer from. It was a promise. Everyone inside Old Mule had trusted him with walls, motion, and escape. Now the bus had answered that trust by becoming something more than transport. A shelter had learned how to defend itself. Chapter 17. The Tollmaster Falls. Rusk returned to the bridge with rain in his collar, blood on one sleeve, and the look of a man who had discovered that the world still contained problems sharp enough to cut through fear. The bridge had changed since Mercer first saw it, though not in ways that made it better. Garrick's people had dragged more dead cars across the lanes, stacked pallets between concrete barriers, strung wire from broken streetlights, and hung lanterns under plastic tarps so the toll line glowed like a marketplace built in the ruins of a checkpoint. The river below moved black and swollen beneath the span, carrying scraps of wood, plastic bottles, and the reflected tremble of firelight away from the city as if even the water wanted no part in whatever people were becoming. At the center of the bridge, beneath a canopy stretched between a bus shelter and a dead police van, Garrick stood over a map covered in stones, bottle caps, rusted screws, and strips of colored cloth that mark routes, debts, water points, and communities that had either paid, resisted, or stopped existing. He did not look like a warlord from the old stories, because those usually had the courtesy to dress in fur, gold, or madness. Garrick wore a long dark coat, work gloves, scuffed boots, and a clean scarf tucked carefully around his throat, while his hair was combed back with the grim neatness of a man who believed civilization had failed mostly because people tolerated disorder. The bridge around him smelled of wet metal, boiled rice from a communal pot, old fuel, unwashed bodies, and the cold river wind rising between the concrete supports. Men and women moved quietly through the controlled chaos, weighing cans, counting bottles, checking names against lists written on cardboard, and watching the roads with weapons held low but ready. It was not safe. It was organized. That made it worse. Rusk stopped in front of Garrick and tried not to breathe too hard. He opened a road, Rusk said. Garrick's hand paused over the map. For a moment, the only sound beneath the canopy was rain hitting plastic and the faint clink of toll goods being sorted behind them. Then Garrick looked up. No, he said softly. He opened an idea. Rusk swallowed. He used machines in the depot yard. Forklift. Yard tractor. Something like a loader. Cleared the back gate and moved the depot people through it. They fought the hollows off. The bus was there. The driver was there. Garrick's eyes narrowed. And the mark? Waiting. Still on the bus, maybe, but not guiding cleanly. When we went in, the vehicle reacted. Doors. Lights. The floor. The seats. It trapped my people inside like it knew where they were. A guard nearby made a nervous gesture against his chest. Garrick noticed and smiled without warmth. Superstition is expensive. Spend less of it. The guard looked away. Rusk continued, voice lower. The driver sat at the wheel, and the bus became his room. Maybe more than his room. Men who had knives on civilians were on the floor before they understood what moved. Garrick looked down at the map again, not because he needed to see it, but because the map allowed him to think of people as positions, weights, and pressures instead of faces. He can weaken tolls, Garrick said. He can open alternate passage. He can turn a vehicle interior into controlled ground. Rusk said nothing. Garrick tapped one finger on the marked bridge corridor, then on the road leading toward Logistics Depot 6. A driver who refuses to pay is a nuisance. A driver who frees a route is a disease. What do you want done? Rusk asked. Garrick rolled up the map with slow care. We go personally. We do not burn the depot if we can avoid it, because frightened people are useful and dead people are poor taxpayers. We do not destroy the bus because unique machinery should be studied before it is broken. We do not kill the driver unless every other option has become stupid. Rusk's jaw tightened. And if the depot people resist? Garrick looked toward the far end of the bridge, where travelers waited beneath armed eyes for permission to cross a road that had once belonged to everyone. Then we remind them what roads cost. At Logistics Depot 6, the people in the walls had stopped hiding like mice and started moving like a nervous machine that had only just discovered all its parts could connect. The service yard behind the warehouse looked as if a giant had reached in, rearranged its bones, and left before deciding whether to apologize. The rear gate hung twisted and open, one hinge torn free, while the muddy service road beyond it cut through weeds, broken concrete, and the collapsed remains of old fencing toward a route that did not touch Garrick's Bridge. Containers had been pushed aside into ugly defensive stacks. Pallets formed waist-high barriers. The forklift Noah had awakened sat dead again beside a pile of broken boards, its forks lowered as if exhausted by the amount of civil disobedience it had performed. Old Mule waited near the loading ramp, engine idling low, patched windows rattling whenever the wind crossed the yard. Its side still bore scratches from the hybrid's claws and the faint, ugly scar where the toll mark had burned into the panel near the front door, but the mark no longer pulsed with confident ownership. It twitched occasionally in Noah's awareness like a splinter under skin that had not yet decided whether to fester or come loose. Inside the depot, lights powered by scavenged batteries glowed between shelves and makeshift living spaces, turning the aisles into narrow corridors of amber and shadow. Children were being moved toward the rear route with blankets and small packs. Mara Klein directed her people with clipped gestures in a voice that carried better than shouting. Mira organized the wounded near Old Mule, sorting bandages, water, and medicine with the ruthless compassion of someone who understood that panic wasted supplies. Sam ran between the map table and the service doors, relaying updates with a helmet still slightly too large for him. Dante Cross stood near the main loading entrance, pale but upright, rifle lowered, eyes scanning angles, shadows, and possible lines of attack. Leon sat on an overturned crate beside him, one leg wrapped tight, expression annoyed enough to make sitting look like a hostile act. Noah moved between Old Mule and the open yard, feeling as if every responsibility had learned his name and started calling at once. "You were trying to watch everything," Dante said. Noah turned. The older Cross brother did not look at him directly. His attention remained on the front approach where the main road curved past dead trucks and a broken line of fencing. "I assumed that was the responsible thing to do. It is the fastest way to miss what matters." Noah looked across the yard, where Tessa was using her temporary binding ability to reinforce a panel of cracked plastic against a frame. Galen was counting ration crates by sight while two teenagers moved them, and Nico had both hands pressed against a metal support beam, listening through the depot's bones for approaching footsteps. "People keep expecting me to know what matters," Noah said. Dante finally looked at him. "Oh, they expect you to choose what matters. There is a difference. That is worse. It usually is." Leon raised a hand without standing. "As the injured morale officer, I vote that the driver continues choosing not to die." Noah nodded at him. "Strong policy." Mira appeared from behind Old Mule carrying a roll of gauze in one hand and a metal cup steaming faintly in the other. "I support that policy medically." Noah frowned at the cup. "Is that for me?" "It was." "Then you looked suspicious, so now I am reconsidering. After the last week, I consider suspicion a survival skill." She handed it to him anyway. "Drick, you are about to do something reckless with machines, authority, and a bus that already looks offended." Noah accepted the cup. The water was warm, clean, and tasted faintly metallic from the container, which made it better than most things he had consumed since the silence. "I have a plan," he said. Mira's eyebrows rose. "That has never stopped you from being reckless." Before Noah could defend the reputation of planning, Nico jerked back from the metal support beam. The boy's eyes went wide. "Mara," he called, voice cracking. "Lots of wheels. Front road. And boots." More than before. The depot quieted in sections. Mara looked toward Noah. Dante lifted his rifle. Leon exhaled through his nose. "Company," he said. "And here I am without snacks." Noah felt Old Mule's engine settle beneath his awareness, steady and waiting. The toll mark pulsed once. HUD. Foreign authority surge detected. Toll mark intensifying. Route claim expanding. Vehicle authority conflict imminent. Noah set the cup down on the ramp. Garrick is here. Garrick did not arrive like a raider. That was the first problem. Raiders ran, shouted, threatened, and made the air stupid with their own panic. Garrick walked at the center of his people, and because he walked, the others slowed around him, turning the approach into something horribly close to a procession. 20 or 30 figures came with him, maybe more hidden behind vehicles and barricades, carrying crossbows, rifles, knives, pipes, shields made from road signs, and long hooks used for dragging debris or people depending on opportunity. Behind them rolled a dead delivery truck pushed by 4 exhausted debtors, its side painted with the same pale toll sigil that scarred Old Mule. The physical scene beyond the depot's main entrance looked like a city street trying to become a courtroom. Garrick's people spread out with practiced efficiency, blocking the road, covering the loading doors, and positioning the push truck so it could become either shield or barrier. Rain had stopped, but the wet asphalt reflected the lanterns carried by the collectors, making the ground shimmer with broken yellow lines. Garrick stopped just outside the effective range of Dante's rifle. He knew exactly where that range was. Noah hated that. Mara stepped out first, not far, but enough to show that the depot had a voice of its own. Her face was drawn from exhaustion, her sleeves rolled up, her hair tied back, and her posture held together by the kind of anger that had been patient for too long. Noah stood near Old Mule's front door, one hand resting on the bus's outer panel. Dante remained in shadow at the loading entrance. Mira stayed behind the first row of cover with the wounded. Sam hovered near the map table until Leon pointed at him and then at the floor, which somehow communicated, "Stay down or I will be disappointed in you." Garrick looked at Mara first. "Mara Klein," he said, as if greeting a late customer. "Your scheduled contribution is overdue." Mara's jaw tightened. The schedule changed. Garrick's gaze moved past her to the open rear route, visible through the depot's interior where people still shifted supplies in hurried silence. "So I see." He looked at Noah. "The driver has been busy." Noah patted Old Mule's side once. "The bus likes community service." A few of the depot people made small, nervous sounds that might have become laughter in a better world. Garrick smiled. "I came to offer order before panic wastes lives." Leon muttered from behind cover. That sentence arrived wearing polished boots. Garrick continued as if he had not heard. "The depot will pay double contribution for route disruption, resource concealment, and unlawful bypass construction. The bus will be registered under bridge protection. The driver will come with me for proper assessment. In exchange, no one here needs to die." Mara's hands curled at her sides. Noah felt the people behind him listening, not only to Garrick's words but to the shape of the future he offered, survival through submission, safety bought one payment at a time until there was nothing left but the receipt. Noah stepped forward. "Your protection looks a lot like ownership." Garrick's attention sharpened with pleasure, as if he had been waiting for the debate more than the surrender. "Ownership is a childish word. Roads require management. People require structure. In 2 days, the old world taught us what happens when systems fail. I built a system. You built a toll booth on top of everyone else's fear. I built passage. You built permission." Garrick tilted his head. "And what have you built?" "Noah Mercer." The sound of his full name traveled strangely through the yard. Noah felt Old Mule tense beneath his palm, or perhaps he only imagined it because he was starting to assign emotions to heavy machinery under stress, which probably deserved its own medical category. "A road," Noah said. Garrick looked toward the muddy service route and laughed softly. "Huh? That is a wound in a fence." Noah shrugged. "Most doors start as damage if you are tired enough." Garrick's smile thinned. "Roads need rulers." "No," Noah said. "Roads need maintenance." "That is a small answer." "I am an engineer." "Small answers keep bridges standing." For the first time, Garrick's expression cooled completely. Then he raised his gloved hand. The mark on Old Mule flared. Foreign authority surge detected. Toll mark intensifying. Route claim expanding. Vehicle authority conflict imminent. Pain drove through Noah's skull like a nail. Old Mule's engine coughed, and every person near the bus heard it. Garrick's people stepped forward. Dante's voice cut through the depot. Positions. The first shot came from one of Garrick's collectors, not aimed to kill but to shatter a light above the loading entrance. Darkness fell across half the depot. People screamed. Dante fired back into the pavement near the shooter's feet, forcing him behind the push truck. Tessa slapped both hands against two sheets of plastic and shouted as her temporary adhesive sealed them across a gap in the barricade. Galen began ordering crates moved with frantic precision. Nico pressed himself to the metal wall and called out movements before anyone else could see them. The battle did not begin cleanly. It never did. It arrived as noise, fear, movement, and too many responsibilities colliding at once. Noah staggered but stayed upright, one hand on Old Mule, the other reaching for the driver's door. Mira shouted his name. "I'm fine," he lied. "Lie later," she shouted back. "Drive now." That, at least, was advice he understood. Protected domain recognized. Passenger trust resonance detected. Flame resistance rising. Noah climbed into the driver's seat, and Old Mule came alive beneath him with a fury that felt almost personal. The bus's interior unfolded inside his awareness. Mrs. Calder holding Ellie low between seats, Harold bracing an injured man, two depot children crying behind a crate. Sam crouched near the front steps with the map clutched uselessly in both hands until he remembered he had hands for more than panic. Noah felt the front door, the rear door, the lights, the patched panels, the brakes, the engine, the scar of the toll mark burning like a contested signature on the bus's side. Garrick's authority pressed inward. Noah pushed back. Not with anger. With motion. Old Mule lunged forward just enough to block the line between the push truck and the loading entrance. Crossbow bolt struck the patched mesh over the windows and bounced away. A collector tried to rush the front steps, and Noah snapped the door shut hard enough to make the man jump back with all 10 fingers suddenly interested in remaining attached. Dante called, "Left approach, 3. Noah saw them in the mirror, 3 collectors trying to circle toward the rear service yard. "What?" Dante shouted. Leon was already moving. His first step was ugly because his injured leg hated him. His second step became a blur. He crossed a gap no wounded man should have crossed, slammed shoulder first into one collector, and sent both of them crashing into a pallet stack before collapsing with a curse so inventive that even in the middle of battle Noah heard Mira shout, "Language." Leon groaned from the ground. "I am medically inspired." Mira dragged him back by the collar while Dante covered them. Noah used the bus horn. The sound blasted across the yard, scattering 2 of Garrick's debtors who had been pushing a barricade toward the new route. Old Mule rolled sideways, not far, but enough to create a shield for Mara's people as they moved children through the service opening. Garrick's hand remained raised. His mark burned brighter. The muddy service road beyond the rear gate seemed to shudder in Noah's perception, not physically, but conceptually, as Garrick tried to declare it part of his network, an unlawful passage, an unpaid road, a debt waiting to happen. Authority conflict, sovereign driver vs tollmaster. Foreign route claim, active. Protected domain, Old Mule. Community route, newly established. Contest condition, control of passage. Noah's vision blurred. He tasted copper. "Not today," he whispered. Then he threw Old Mule into motion. The fight spread into the rear yard, where the new route became both escape and battlefield. The physical space was a mess of wet concrete, broken containers, the torn service gate, half-moved pallets, the dead forklift, and a loader Noah had used to tear open the way. Lantern lights swung wildly from hooks. People ran in crouched lines toward the muddy road. Garrick's collectors tried to push through the side fence and cut them off. Hollows, drawn by noise and blood, began shrieking somewhere beyond the warehouses, adding a third kind of hunger to a battle already full of human stupidity. Noah could not be everywhere. He tried anyway. He drove Old Mule forward, blocked the main line of attack, reversed, opened the rear door for 3 children and 2 injured depot workers, shut it before a collector could climb in, then braked hard enough to make an attacker lose his footing without throwing his passengers from their seats. The internal authority responded better than before, balancing the risk, holding the doors, flickering lights where needed, turning the old bus into a moving room that refused to panic. But the service route was clogging. A collector team had shoved a dead car into the mud beyond the gate. The road Noah had opened was closing. Dante saw it. Noah! Route blockage. Noah swore under his breath. Old Mule could not push through without crushing people trapped in the narrow gap. The loader could. No, Mira shouted when she saw him look toward the machine. I have to. You are already bleeding from the nose. That is probably unrelated. It is absolutely related. Noah stood from the driver's seat. Old Mule's engine dipped the instant his full contact broke, but internal authority held, weak and trembling, like a door braced by people on the other side. Rapid authority transfer, strained. Utility operation load, high. Internal authority maintaining. Warning, cognitive fatigue critical. Noah stumbled down the steps and ran for the loader. The yard blurred around him, Mara shouting orders, Dante firing controlled shots, Leon sitting upright only because Mira had threatened him, Sam waving 2 depot teenagers toward the safer aisle, Garrick standing beyond the main entrance with one hand still raised, his face calm and furious at the same time. Noah climbed into the loader. The machine was cold, dead, and waiting. He grabbed the controls. The connection hit him like a second body waking inside the migraine left by the first. The loader roared to life. Noah nearly vomited. Fine, he muttered, gripping the controls. Nobody said rebellion was comfortable. He drove the loader toward the blocked service road. The bucket scraped concrete, sparks jumping where metal struck stone. A collector leapt aside as Noah swung the machine around and caught the dead car with the bucket's edge. The impact jolted through him, but he felt the car shift, felt the mud resist, felt the loader's tires bite with impossible traction because while he operated it, failure had been temporarily informed that it was not welcome. He shouted. The car moved. The route opened again. People poured through. Strategic route integrity restored. Utility operation improved. Community mobility increasing. Then Garrick stepped into the yard. He walked past his own collectors, past the push truck, past a debtor who had fallen and was crawling away, and every toll mark painted or burned or placed on his people glowed faintly as he approached. His authority moved with him like a net dragged through water. Noah felt the mark on Old Mule scream. Garrick reached for the bus. Not physically. Not yet. He reached through claim. Through debt. Through the idea that any passage taken under his sight belonged to him. Old Mule's engine stuttered. The loader lurched under Noah. People cried out. Foreign route claim intensifying. Tollmaster authority expanding. Warning, dual machine control unsustainable. Noah's hands trembled on the controls. He could hold the loader or Old Mule. Not Bo. Not like this. Garrick knew it. The tollmaster smiled and reached for Old Mule's front door. A man moved before Noah could. Well, for a heartbeat, Noah thought Bram was running to Garrick. It would have made sense in the ugliest way. Bram had feared this outcome from the beginning, had named surrender before anyone else had looked at Noah like a bargaining chip too many times to forget. Instead, Bram grabbed the loose chain attached to the torn service gate, wrapped it once around the axle of a half-moved pallet jack, and threw his weight backward with a terrified yell. The gate swung just enough to slam between Garrick and Old Mule. Not a heroic wall. Not a perfect barrier. A few feet of rusted metal and panic. It was enough. Garrick's hand struck the gate instead of the bus. The toll sigil flared across the metal. Branch ring dispersed left up the thing and dread him to apart, but he did not let go into the air twisted to the ground to throw him back. Leon stared. Well, he said hoarsely. That was inconveniently brave. Ram collapsed against the pallet jack, breathing hard. I'm not doing this for the bus, he snapped, voice shaking. Leon nodded solemnly. That? The bus has standards. Nulla almost laughed. Then Garrick turned his full attention on him. Authority conflict escalating. Foreign route claim active. Sovereign driver response required. Contest condition, control of passage. No, I released the loader controls. The machine died beneath him instantly. He nearly fell climbing down, caught himself on the muddy wheel, then ran through the yard toward Old Mule as Garrick advanced from the other side. The world narrowed to distance, rain-slick concrete, shouting, the pulse of the mark, and the terrible knowledge that if Garrick touched the bus at full authority before or reconnected, the fight might shift in a direction he could not pull back. Dante shouted something. Mira shouted his name. Sam screamed, now! Noah reached the front steps and threw himself into the driver's seat. Old Mule came back like a heart-refusing arrest. The engine roared. The lights ignited. The doors slammed. The entire bus became present inside Noah, not as a machine, but as a promise full of people who had chosen to trust it. Garrick's authority struck. No, met it. Authority conflict, sovereign driver vs tollmaster. Foreign route claim, maximum. Protected domain, Old Mule. Community route, active. Passenger trust resonance, high. Garrick's voice cut through the rain. You cannot build a world on exceptions. No, gripped the wheel. No, he said, but you can start one with exits. The people began crossing the route. Not one or two. Dozens. Mara went first with 2 children, not because she was leaving her people behind, but because leaders sometimes had to show that a path was real before fear would allow others to step onto it. Galen followed with ration crates. Tessa dragged a plastic barrier she had temporarily reinforced. Oren carried food marked safe. Nico ran with his hands over his ears, guided by Mrs. Pudder. Sam waved people through. Mira moved the wounded toward Old Mule. Dante held the line. Leon cursed at anyone who tried to carry him, and then let 2 teenagers do it anyway because his leg had filed a formal complaint with reality. Every person who crossed the service road did so without asking Garrick. Without paying. Without accepting the idea that the road belonged to him. The pressure on Old Mule shifted. Garrick's mark trembled. Toll authority destabilizing. Unpaid passage accepted by community. Foreign claim fracturing. Garrick saw it. For the first time, true fear broke through his careful face. Not fear of death. Fear of irrelevance. A road he did not control was bad. A community willing to use it was worse. Noah pushed, not against Garrick alone, but toward the road, toward the people moving, toward the refusal to be counted as debt. Old Mule's engine thundered. Its scarred side panel glowed where the toll mark cracked into thin lines of pale light. Garrick shouted and raised both hands. Several of his own people hesitated. One lowered his weapon. A debtor pushing the dead truck simply stopped and stepped away. Another collector looked at the open service road, then at the bridge sigil on his own sleeve, and tore the cloth strip off. Rusk saw it happening and grabbed Garrick's arm. We need to pull back. Garrick struck him across the face. Hold the line. Now one moved. That was the moment the tollmaster fell. Not when Noah beat him. Not when a weapon struck him. Not when the mark cracked. He fell when his people looked at the road Noah had opened and understood, all at once, that obedience was no longer the only way to survive. Foreign claim broken. Toll mark severed. Strategic route liberated. Authority growth confirmed. The sigil on Old Mule's side shattered into fading sparks. Noah gasped and nearly collapsed over the wheel. The engine steadied. For the first time since the bridge, the bus felt clean. Scarred, dented, ugly, exhausted, and clean. Outside, Garrick stumbled back as if something inside his balance had been cut. Rusk caught him despite the blood on his lip, but several collectors were already retreating, not in panic but in refusal. Some ran. Some dragged wounded away. Some simply stood aside as depot families moved through the opened road with crates and children and shaking hands. Dante stepped into the yard, rifle held low. "It's over," he said. Garrick looked at Noah through the cracked windshield. His face had gone pale. "You think roads will stay free because you wish them to?" Garrick called. No, they lowered the window slightly. "Oh? Then what will you do when people fight over them? When stronger groups take them? When hunger makes every promise rot?" Noah wanted a perfect answer. He did not have one. So he used the truth. "Maintenance," he said. For some reason, that wounded Garrick more than an insult. Rusk pulled him back. The remaining loyalists retreated toward the bridge, but the formation was broken, and everyone could see it. The toll master was leaving. His road was not. The aftermath came slowly, because victory did not clean mud, bind wounds, move crates, or decide what to do with former enemies who suddenly looked more hungry than dangerous. The depot yard smelled of churned soil, burned wiring, sweat, rain, and a sharp metallic note of spent fear. People sat on crates, leaned against containers, or stood staring at the open service road as if it might vanish if they blinked. Old Mule idled near the gate, its cracked windshield reflecting the first pale line of dawn pushing through the clouds behind the warehouse roofs. Bram sat beside the pallet jack while Mira wrapped his burned hands. He hissed through his teeth. "If you say anything," he warned Leon, "I swear I'll regret not betraying you." Leon, lying on a stretcher someone had finally forced him onto, looked deeply moved. "I was going to say that your technique was terrible, your timing was dramatic, and your survival instincts accidentally evolved into morals." Ram stared at him. That was saying something. It was a compliment wearing armor. Mira tightened the bandage slightly. Ram yelped. "Medical compliment," she said. Noah watched them from the driver's seat with a sort of exhaustion that made the world look distant around the edges. He could still feel Old Mule's interior, the passengers, the doors, the patched panels, the absence where the toll mark had been. That absence felt almost louder than the mark itself. Mara approached the open front door. Behind her, people were sorting what had to move first, what could remain, what needed guarding, and what belonged to everyone now that the old tribute system had cracked. "People will ask what your toll is," Mara said. Noah looked at her. "I'm bad at business." Dante, standing near the loading ramp with one hand pressed to his bandaged shoulder, said, "That will not be enough." "I know." Mara studied him. "You opened the road. They will expect rules." Noah looked past her toward the muddy service route where footprints, tire tracks, and dragged crates had already turned the new path into something more real than it had been an hour ago. A road was not freedom by itself. Garrick had proven that. A road could become a trap, a weapon, a marketplace, a lifeline, or a throne depending on who controlled it and what people accepted as normal. No, I did not want a throne. He barely wanted the driver's seat most days, and the driver's seat came with a haunted bus, system windows, moral problems, and a migraine subscription. But he understood now that refusing power did not make it vanish. It only left room for someone like Garrick to pick it up. "We'll make rules," Noah said. "Not tolls." Mara nodded slowly. "That is harder." Noah rested one hand on Old Mule's wheel. "Most useful repairs are." By the time the sun finally broke through the low clouds, weak and pale and almost embarrassed by what it revealed, Garrick's bridge kingdom had not vanished completely. Nothing in the new world ended that neatly. But its grip had cracked. A depot that had paid tribute now had another way out. A bus that had been marked now rolled free. Collectors who had believed every road needed a master had seen people cross without permission. Bram, of all people, had chosen a burning chain over surrender. Dante and Leon had watched a civilian driver turn a muddy service path into a strategic defeat. Mira had seen Noah nearly break himself and still stop before becoming the thing he fought. Noah looked at the broken service gate, at the people moving through it, and at Old Mule's scarred side where the toll mark was gone. Garrick had built a kingdom out of a bridge, a mark, and the fear that no one could go around him. Noah had not taken the bridge. He had not claimed the toll. He had not crowned himself king of the road, no matter what Ellie continued to whisper when she thought he could not hear. The tollmaster had fallen because Noah proved they did not need him. Chapter 18. The road belongs to everyone. For several minutes after Garrick's men broke and scattered, nobody in the depot courtyard seemed to understand what victory was supposed to look like. The service gates stood open behind them, crooked and wounded. One hinge twisted almost flat while the muddy road beyond it stretched between weeds, broken concrete, and the backs of old warehouses like a secret someone had finally forced the world to admit. The air smelled of rain, smoke, hot metal, and the sharp copper scent of blood that no amount of damp wind could hide. Broken crates lay across the concrete. A toppled barrier leaned against one of the loading doors. The tire tracks left by Old Mule and the yard tractor crossed each other in dark arcs through mud, ash, and powdered concrete, making the yard look less like a battlefield than a map drawn by machines that had lost patience with walls. People stood everywhere. Some were from the depot, wrapped in patched coats and warehouse blankets, clutching children, tools, or whatever supplies they had managed to save. Some were former debtors from Garrick's road crews, men and women who had spent too long carrying other people's tribute and now did not know whether to cheer, run, or hide from the freedom that had arrived without instructions. A handful of Garrick's collectors had thrown down their weapons and knelt near the loading ramp under Dante Cross's watchful eye, while others had fled toward the old bridge without looking back. Old Mule idled near the center of the yard, patched side panels dented and scratched, interior lights glowing softly through reinforced mesh, engine steady in a way that felt almost too calm after the chaos. The bus looked absurdly ordinary and impossible at the same time, like a rusted municipal vehicle that had somehow become a flag, a shelter, and a stubborn argument against the end of the world. Noah Mercer stood beside the front door with one hand pressed against the frame, not because he needed the support, though he absolutely did, but because the absence of Garrick's mark still felt strange. There had been a pull before. A pressure. A hook buried in the authority between him and Old Mule, tugging toward the bridge, toward debt, toward someone else's claim. Now there was only the bus. Damaged, tired, ugly, loyal, and free. Foreign claim broken. Toll mark severed. Vehicle authority stable. Route liberation event complete. Noah read the words twice before they faded, hoping the second reading might make him feel heroic. It did not. It mostly made him feel as if someone had handed him a box full of problems and labeled it success. Mira moved past him with both sleeves rolled up, her hands already stained from treating injuries that had no patience for historical moments. She had turned a folding table near the loading dock into a medical station, where bandages, antiseptic, boiled water, scavenged military dressings, and several knives that she had forbidden anyone to call surgical instruments lay in an order that looked aggressive enough to intimidate infection. "Sit down if you are going to fall down," she said without looking at him. Noah blinked. "I am standing with philosophical intent. You are swaying with poor circulation. That is a narrow interpretation. It is the medically correct one." Leon Cross, seated on an overturned crate with one leg extended and a rifle across his lap, raised two fingers. "As a fellow injured person, I support forced sitting as long as I am exempt from it." Mira pointed one bloody finger at him. "You are not exempt from anything. You are on borrowed patience." Leon leaned towards Sam, who was trying to write down names on a flattened cardboard box. "She says that like she has a lender." Sam did not look up. I think she is the lender. Dante stood near the captured collectors, bandaged shoulders stiff beneath his torn tactical vest, eyes moving constantly between exits, rooftops, and hands. He had said little after Garrick's authority broke, but silence did not mean absence with Dante. It meant the world was being sorted into threats, distances, and decisions. Mara Klein approached from the loading ramp, her face gray with exhaustion and fury held too tightly to spill. Around her, the depot community waited for direction, and Noah could see the problem forming before anyone said it aloud. Garrick had fallen. The road was open. No one knew who won the next minute. The first argument began beside the captured collectors. A man from the depot, tall and thin and shaking with anger, stepped toward one of the kneeling men who had worn Garrick's white armband until 10 minutes ago. The collector's weapon lay on the concrete several meters away, and his hands were bound with plastic strapping pulled from a pallet of bottled water. He had a cut above one eye, and fear had made him look younger than he probably was. The depot man raised a metal pipe. "He took my brother," he said, voice breaking so hard that the words scraped on the way out. "He dragged him to the bridge because we were short on medicine." "You think he gets to kneel and breathe?" Mara turned. Several others moved with him, not as a mob yet, but with the terrible momentum that becomes one if nobody interrupts early enough. Dante stepped between them before Noah could move. He did not raise his rifle. He did not need to. "No executions in the yard," Dante said. The man stared at him. "You don't get to decide that." "No," Dante said. "I get to prevent it until someone does." The pipe trembled in the man's hands. Mara reached him next and placed a hand on his arm. "That?" "He carried people for Garrick," Venn said. "He helped mark us." The collector on the ground swallowed. "I carried what they told me to carry." Venn's face twisted. "And that makes it clean?" "No," the collector whispered. The yard quieted around them. No, they looked at Bram. The former opportunist stood near Old Mule's rear wheel, arms wrapped around himself, his expression caught between shame and the instinct to disappear. He had shoved a barrier into place during the fight, not because anyone had trusted him with the task, but because the moment had demanded a body in the right place and he had finally chosen to be one. It had not redeemed him entirely. It had not erased the times he had suggested giving Noah up or cutting losses that looked too human to carry. But he understood the gray space between villain and coward better than most of them. Noah walked toward him. Bram looked immediately wary. "But you knew some of Garrick's people." "I knew enough to stay away from the worst ones." "Are all of them the worst ones?" Bram's eyes shifted toward the kneeling collectors, then toward Venn, then toward the open service road. "No." The answer came reluctantly, like it hurt him to be useful. Some liked the power. Some liked having food when others didn't. Some would sell a child for a dry blanket and call it negotiation. He swallowed. Some were scared and figured standing near Garrick was better than kneeling in front of him. Leon glanced over. "That sounded dangerously like nuance, Bram." Bram did not take the bait. Noah faced Mara. "Separate them." Mara's eyes narrowed. "Into what categories?" "Dangerous and not immediately dangerous." People accused of violence get guarded until the victims can speak. People who surrendered and did not attack civilians get disarmed, watched, and put to work repairing what Garrick helped break. Venn spat on the ground. "That is a mercy." "No, Noah said, more quietly than he expected. "Mercy would be easy to talk about if I had slept recently. This is practicality with a conscience stapled to it." Mira looked up from the medical table. "That may be the most honest form of justice available today." Dante nodded once. "Work details. Guard rotation. No weapons. No access to children, medicine, or route plans." Mara took a long breath, then turned to the crowd. "You heard him. Anyone with a specific accusation brings it to me, Dante, or Mira. Anyone who attacks a prisoner without process answers to the depot." Venn's grip tightened on the pipe. For one hard second, Noah thought he would swing anyway. Then Van lowered it and stepped back, shaking worse than before. The first problem did not vanish. It became survivable. Noah decided that was probably what civilization had always been on its best days. The second argument began less than an hour later when someone asked Noah what his toll would be. He had been standing inside the depot near the large inventory board where Sam had created 3 columns in chalk with the intense expression of a boy who had discovered that administration could be a weapon if wielded carefully. The warehouse around them had changed since the battle. People moved with purpose now, hauling crates away from exposed doors, stacking water near the new service route, clearing broken glass, and tying strips of cloth around beams to mark safe paths for children and wounded people. The air still smelled of cardboard dust, damp concrete, and old plastic packaging, but under it there was motion, and motion made the place feel less like a hiding hole and more like a station. Mara stood beside Noah with her arms crossed while Galen, the former inventory manager, counted identical boxes of rice from a distance and muttered numbers under his breath. Oren tapped dented cans and sorted them into safe, questionable, and absolutely not unless we are trying to meet our ancestors. Tessa repaired a temporary partition with her strange adhesive touch, pressing 2 pieces of warped plastic together while counting aloud because her ability failed if she lost track of the 20-minute hold time. A woman Noah did not know approached with 3 others behind her. She was older, perhaps in her 50s, with oil-stained hands and a face that looked carved by years of practical disappointment. Her name, Mara supplied quietly, was Sella, one of the people who had handled water distribution before Garrick turned every delivery into leverage. Sella did not bow, which Noah appreciated intensely. "You opened the back road," she said. "Several machines did most of the emotional labor. You broke the tollmaster's claim. Old Mule helped. You have the bus." Noah already disliked where this was going. Sella looked toward the service gate visible through the loading area. "People will come. From the bridge. From the blocks. From the small shelters. Word will spread faster than we can control it. If there is no toll, they will take until nothing is left." Mara said nothing. Neither did Dante, who stood nearby pretending not to listen while absolutely listening. Sella continued. "Someone has to decide who passes. Someone has to decide what they pay. You beat Garrick. That makes it your road now." Noah stared at her. "No, it really does not." Several people exchanged looks. One of the men behind Sella frowned. "If you do not claim it, someone else will." Dante finally spoke. "Control would be efficient." Noah turned toward him slowly. "That is the most dangerous sentence I have heard today, and today included a monster that eats its own character development." Dante's mouth almost moved. Efficient things often are. Mira approached from the medical table, wiping her hands on a cloth. "Rules are not the same as chains," she said. Noah looked at her. "That sounds like the kind of sentence people say before inventing chains with better branding. Then invent better rules." He wanted to argue, mostly because arguing felt familiar and leadership did not. Instead, he looked around the depot, at people who had spent weeks paying tribute to stay half alive, at former debtors watching from doorways, at children peeking from behind stacked crates, at Old Mule visible beyond the loading doors with mud on its tires and fresh scratches along its panels. They were looking at him again. Not the way they had looked at Garrick. That was the important part, maybe. Garrick had made people look at him because looking away had been dangerous. These people looked at Noah because he had opened a door, and now they wanted to know whether the door would become another wall. Noah picked up a piece of chalk. "If this road belongs to one person, we already failed." Sella's eyes narrowed. "Then who does it belong to?" Noah wrote on the board slowly, because his handwriting had become worse under apocalypse conditions and he refused to create a political system that nobody could read. "The road belongs to everyone who keeps it open." The words looked too simple. They also looked like trouble. Rules took longer than battle, which Noah found deeply offensive. In battle, at least, people generally agreed that incoming claws were bad. During rulemaking, every reasonable sentence became a small engine that produced objections, exceptions, and people raising hands as if the depot had become the world's least prepared town meeting. They moved into the central loading hall because it had enough space for representatives from the depot, a few former debtors, Dante, Mira, Sam, Mara, Leon despite medical protests, and Noah, who tried twice to stand at the back before Mira pointed at a crate and told him to sit where people could see him. The loading hall was a cavern of metal shelves, dangling cables, stacked pallets, and weak battery lamps that painted everyone in tired gold. Rain ticked against the high roof. The open service gate let in a line of cold air that smelled of mud and possibility. Old Mule idled just outside, its low engine note filling the pauses whenever conversation threatened to become too heavy. Sam wrote on cardboard panels because paper had become too valuable and walls had become government infrastructure. Noah proposed the first rule. No forced tolls. Sela immediately said, "Then how do we maintain the road?" Contribution, Noah said. "That is a toll with softer shoes." "No," Mara said. "A toll refuses passage. A contribution keeps account of who can help." Dante added, "Labor, information, repairs, guard duty, supplies if available. Not payment for permission. Support for maintenance." Leon raised one hand. "I would like the record to show that bureaucracy sounds better when Dante says it like a threat." Sam wrote, "Contribution keeps the road open," then looked at Noah. "Too long?" Noah considered it. "Right, work keeps the road open. It sounds less like someone will ask us to file quarterly reports." The second rule was easier. No people as payment. Nobody argued, though several faces tightened in ways that said everyone knew exactly why it had to be written. The third rule took longer. Food and medicine move first, Mira said. Sela objected that tools and fuel mattered too. Noah said fuel mattered less for Old Mule but still mattered for everyone else, and that sentence created 3 separate discussions about carts, generators, and whether Noah counted as fuel infrastructure, which he rejected so firmly that Leon laughed until Mira threatened his stitches. Eventually Sam wrote, "Food, medicine, wounded, children, and messengers get priority." A former debtor named Kellen asked what counted as a messenger. "Someone carrying information between shelters," Dante said. "What if they lie? Then they stop being a messenger and become a problem." Leon nodded. "Clear policy." The fourth rule produced silence. Old Mule is neutral shelter unless attacked. Noah stared at the words once Sam wrote them. "No." Mira looked at him. "No. That sounds too official. It should be official. Old Mule is a bus." Ellie, sitting near Mrs. Calder with a blanket around her shoulders, raised her voice from the side. "Old Mule is nice." Leon pointed at her. "The child has spoken. Add it to the Constitution." Sam, with the gravity of a young archivist aware that history was being made by sleep-deprived weirdos, wrote beneath the rule in smaller letters, "Old Mule is nice." Noah covered his face. Mira smiled into her shoulder, which was unfair because he saw it and decided that somehow made the disaster worse. Dante studied the board. "It matters. If the bus becomes a protected space, people understand what attacking it means." Noah lowered his hand. "What does it mean?" Dante's eyes met his. "That they're choosing to attack everyone inside, not just you." The hall quieted. Noah thought of the collectors inside Old Mule, of the lights, doors, straps, balance, fear, and the rule he had spoken afterward. Old Mule protects passengers. It does not punish them. At another he said. Sam waited. Noah spoke slowly. Old Mule protects passengers. It does not punish them. Mara looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. "That one is yours." Noah did not know whether that made it better or heavier. Later, when the rules had become a board, the board had become an argument, and the argument had somehow become a beginning, Noah escaped to the service yard. The sky outside had started clearing in the west, where a thin pale strip of light pressed beneath the clouds and turned the puddles silver. The open route behind the depot looked ugly in the fading glow, a muddy path between torn fencing and shifted containers, but people were already using it. 2 teenagers carried a crate of water along the cleared ground. Galen directed 3 workers moving sacks of rice. Tessa's temporary repairs held long enough for a wooden gate to be wedged into place. A former collector, watched by Dante, hauled broken concrete away from the tire ruts without being yelled at, which seemed to confuse him more than punishment would have. Noah stood beside Old Mule and rested his hand against the scratched metal near the front door. The bus felt calm. Not healthy, exactly. Old Mule had too many dents and improvised repairs to qualify for health by any reasonable standard, but the authority between Noah and the vehicle had settled into a deep, steady connection. No toll mark. No foreign claim. No dirty hook pulling them toward a bridge that no longer mattered as much as it had that morning. The quiet should have felt like relief. Instead, it felt like a larger room full of larger responsibilities. Mira found him there. She did not announce herself, though Noah sensed her approach through the bus before he heard her footsteps. That was new, or maybe he had simply stopped pretending Old Mule did not tell him things. "You ran away from your own meeting," she said. "I executed a tactical withdrawal from civic development. You were afraid someone would ask you to chair a committee. Monsters are simpler." Mira leaned against the side of the bus beside him, close enough that their shoulders almost touched but not quite. The small distance between them felt more noticeable than it should have, which Noah decided was because he was exhausted and therefore vulnerable to geometry. For a while, they watched people move through the new route. "You did well," Mira said. Noah let out a breath. "I do not know if I did well or just invented a more complicated way to be wrong." "Maybe." He turned his head. That was not the reassurance format I expected. Simple reassurance is for people with simpler problems. "Fair." She looked toward the service gate. "But if it's a mistake, at least it's one that gives people a choice." The word settled between them. Noah watched Ellie run a few steps along the loading dock before Mrs. Calder called her back. He watched Bram accept a crate from one of the depot workers and carry it without complaint. He watched Dante correct the stance of a nervous guard without making him feel stupid. He watched Leon from a crate near the door pretend not to be watching everything while absolutely watching everything. "I keep thinking leadership means having the whole answer," Noah said. Mira's shoulder brushed his for half a second. "Maybe it means not driving away when everyone else would." Noah did not answer. He did not trust himself to make a joke quickly enough. Mira did not push. That made the silence more dangerous. Dante and Leon made their decision at dusk. Noah found them near the temporary guard station beside the service route, where Dante was reviewing sight lines with 2 depot volunteers while Leon sat on a crate with his injured leg stretched out, offering commentary that was exactly useful enough to avoid being thrown into the mud. "The blind spot near the container stack is terrible," Leon said. The younger volunteer frowned. "I thought you said the barrel covered it." "The barrel covers your knees. If your enemies are very short and polite, you are safe." Dante did not look away from the route. "Move the barrel 2 meters left and stack the plastic pallets behind it." The volunteer obeyed immediately. Noah waited until Dante finished before speaking. "You two should rest." Leon put a hand over his heart. He says, "After creating a transport-based political movement, I created nothing. Sam wrote things on cardboard and people took it seriously." Dante turned toward him. "We need to talk about Kestrel." The name shifted the air. Forward sight Kestrel, the suspicious military regroup point they had heard over the damaged radio, still sat on the edge of the maps like a promise with teeth. Dante and Leon could try to reach it. They could look for surviving command, answers, equipment, or the people who had decided they were non-recoverable. Noah folded his arms. You want to go? Dante looked toward the road, then toward Old Mule. Eventually. Not yet. Leon nodded. My leg has voted against heroic travel, which is rude because I had several dramatic exits prepared. Dante ignored him. This route will attract attention. Garrick's people are scattered, not gone. The hybrid is still out there. If these people try to hold the road without training, they lose it. And you want to train them? Noah asked. I want them alive. That was not dramatic. It was better. Dante held Noah's gaze. Until this road can stand without us, we stay. Leon raised one hand. Also, I am emotionally attached to the terrible bus. Noah glanced toward Old Mule. Old Mule has standards. It let Bram stay. Old Mule is working through that. Leon grinned. Then it can work through me. Dante's expression remained serious, but Noah saw something different in his eyes now, something that had not been there when they dragged the brothers aboard under claws and gunfire. Choice. Not debt. Not orders. Not extraction. Choice. Noah nodded. Then we keep the road open. Dante nodded back. For everyone who keeps it open. Leon looked between them. I hate to interrupt the oath of extremely tired men, but if there is paperwork, I refuse to sign in blood. Mira has opinions. From across the yard, Mira called. Mira has many opinions. Leon lifted both hands. The command structure. Noah laughed, and for once it did not feel like a defensive mechanism. Sam found the next problem because Sam had apparently become the official discoverer of inconvenient maps. He had taken over a corner of the depot office, where a cracked desk, 3 battery lamps, several scavenged pens, and a wall covered in route markings had transformed into what he called the map room and Leon called the doom scrapbook. By the time Noah arrived, Sam had spread a military map from the checkpoint beside Mara's local route notes, the depot inventory paths, and a sheet of cardboard listing possible contact points among nearby shelters. The office smelled of dust, paper, machine oil, and the bitter instant coffee someone had found in a drawer and decided to brew despite all evidence that civilization had fallen partly to prevent such crimes. Sam looked both excited and deeply worried. That is never a good face, Noah said from the doorway. Sam tapped 3 points on the map. If the route stays open, people will start coming from here, here, and probably here. That means we need more than a road. We need stopping points, water, signals, a way to check whether travelers are leading creatures, and maybe a rotating guard system. Noah stared at the map. I miss when my biggest planning concern was whether I could afford noodles. Morris stood beside Sam, arms crossed. He is right. Dante entered behind Noah. More movement means more tracks. And more tracks mean more things following, Noah said. Nobody needed to say the hybrid's name. The memory of its half-human eye and distorted voice moved through the room anyway. Mira appeared at the doorway with a tired expression. Also, more people means more injuries, more sickness, more arguments, and more people asking whether the bus can take them somewhere. Noah pointed at the map. So what I am hearing is that freedom has logistics. Sam nodded solemnly. Very much. I hate that this makes me useful. Before anyone could answer, Nico slipped into the room. The boy looked pale, one hand pressed against a strip of metal shelving he carried like a comfort object. He had been listening through walls and pipes all day, and his ability had left him jumpy, tired, and too aware of things nobody else could hear. Mara, he said. Mara straightened. What is it? Joss came back from the West Blocks. The what? Nico looked at Noah, then Dante. He found a convoy. Dante's expression sharpened. Military. Nico nodded. Maybe. He said it was all metal. Trucks, 1 armored thing, 2 smaller vehicles. But he said they were the boys swallowed. He said they were old. Noah frowned. Old how? Nico shook his head. Not old like abandoned. Old like they rotted while he watched. The room went still. Dante unfolded from stillness into attention. Where? Nico pointed toward the map, and Sam marked the location with a piece of broken pencil. A road northwest of the depot. A potential future route. A road they might have used. Mara's voice lowered. Jaws said the doors crumbled when he touched them. Weapons, too. The metal came apart in flakes. Like years happened all at once. Noah felt cold move through him in a way that had nothing to do with the weather. He thought of old Mule's rusted panels, the patched doors, the engine that existed because his authority refused to let failure win. He thought of the armored transport he had been unable to fully control. He thought of Garrick marking roads and the hybrid following movement. This was different. A threat to metal was a threat to motion. A threat to motion was a threat to everything Noah was becoming. Dante looked at the map for a long time. Then he said, "We need to see it." Mira's eyes moved to Noah. Noah wanted to say no. He wanted 1 hour where the road they had opened could simply exist without another nightmare stepping onto it with perfect timing. Outside the office, Old Mule's engine hummed steadily through the open loading bay, stubborn, alive, unaware or perhaps very aware that the world had already begun preparing its next argument. For 1 fragile hour, the road behind the depot belonged to everyone. Noah wanted to believe that was enough. Then Dante unfolded the report about the rusted convoy, and the silence around Old Mule changed. Garrick had tried to own the roads. Something else was learning how to kill them. Chapter 19. The Rust on the Horizon. For 1 fragile morning, the road behind Depot 6 belonged to everyone. That was what Sam had written on the largest piece of cardboard they could find, in letters tall enough to be read from the loading bay doors. While Mara Klein argued over wording, Dante Cross argued over guard rotations. Leon Cross argued that guard rotations sounded like a punishment invented by people who hated chairs, and Noah Mercer stood beside Old Mule wondering how a man could win a fight against a self-appointed road tyrant and still feel as if the real work had only just begun. The depot no longer felt like a hiding place, not entirely. It still smelled of damp cardboard, old concrete, canned food, engine oil, and nervous people trying to pretend that nervousness was discipline, but the atmosphere had changed in ways Noah could feel even before he put words to them. The hidden beds between the shelves were being moved into safer clusters. Children who had spent too long learning to stay silent now whispered while carrying folded blankets. Former debtors helped stack supplies beside the new service routes. 2 of Garrick's former collectors, disarmed and watched by Dante's improvised security team, carried broken barriers away from the path with the awkward shame of men learning that work looked different when nobody held a knife at their backs. Old Mule waited near the open service gate, patched side panels still scratched from the hybrid's claws, windshield cracked, interior smelling faintly of antiseptic and tired humanity. The bus idled with patient steadiness, its engine a warm vibration beneath Noah's palm when he rested one hand against the frame. For the first time since Garrick had marked them, there was no foreign pressure in the old vehicle's bones. No hook. No invisible thread pulling them back toward a bridge. No rotten little claim pretending to be law. Vehicle authority stable. Foreign claim, none. Route status, unverified. Noah stared at the system text and, despite everything, felt his mouth twitch. None, he said softly. That might be the most beautiful word the system has ever used. Leon, who had been forced by Mira to sit on an overturned crate near the loading ramp with his injured leg stretched out like a badly maintained exhibit, looked over. That is the emotional standard of a man falling in love with a bus. I am not falling in love with the bus. Old Mule's interior lights flickered once. Sam, from the cardboard sign, pointed his marker at Noah. The bus disagrees. The bus is biased. Mira walked past carrying a box of bandages, her dark hair tied back and her sleeves rolled to the elbows, and gave him the kind of look that made Noah a suspect she had opinions she was saving for a more medically convenient time. The bus has better survival instincts than most of you, she said. That is not a high standard, Dante added from the doorway, where he was studying the new route with the stillness of a man who saw possible ambushes in straight lines, curved lines, and probably in soup. Before Noah could answer, Mara crossed the depot floor toward them with a folded scrap of waterproof canvas in one hand and a man in a patched brown coat following half a step behind her. The man looked like one of the former scouts who had lived around the depot, too thin, too alert, and too used to running without breathing loudly. Mara's face carried the expression Noah had begun to recognize as bad news attempting professionalism. "We found the convoy," she said. The depot noise seemed to drop around them. Dante turned first. "Where?" The scout unfolded the canvas, revealing a rough pencil map of the outer industrial roads. His finger tapped a service boulevard several blocks beyond the liberated route, near a dead overpass leading toward the outskirts. "Here. Military vehicles. Maybe 7, maybe more. Trucks, 1 armored transport, 2 escorts." Looked intact from a distance, but nobody went close. Leon frowned. "Why not?" The scout swallowed. "Because the metal was red. All of it. Like it had been sitting in salt water for 50 years. Noah felt something cold settle behind his ribs. Dante's jaw tightened. "What?" "Not normal rust," the scout said quickly. The barriers around it were gone. Railings, road signs, even the chains on the old gate. Turned to powder. There were no hollows near it either. Mira looked at Noah before he could stop himself from reacting. He knew what she saw, the way his hand had tightened on Old Mule's frame, the way his shoulders had gone still, the way a threat to metal felt more personal than it had any right to feel. A man with a gun could be avoided. A monster with claws could be blocked. A tyrant with a toll could be challenged. But a force that made machines decay into dust touched the center of Noah's fragile little miracle and pressed his thumb against the bruise. "We need to see it," Noah said. Mira's expression hardened immediately. "Need is a strong word. If something out there can do that to vehicles, then yes, I need to know before we start sending people down roads I just promised we're going to stay open." Dante nodded once. "Small reconnaissance team." "No, civilians." "No extended search." "We observe, recover what is safe, and withdraw." Leon lifted a hand. "I volunteer as emotionally necessary comic relief." Mira turned on him. "You volunteer to stay seated and keep your leg from becoming a cautionary tale." "I can do both." "You cannot." Leon looked at Noah. "Driver, request transport rights as a wounded morale specialist." Noah sighed. "I hate that this group has categories now." Mara folded her arms. "If you go, take someone who knows maps, someone who knows tactics, and someone who knows when to stop bleeding." Sam raised his marker. "I know maps." Dante said, "I know tactics." Mira said, "Apparently I know when none of you should be trusted with your own circulatory systems." Leon smiled. "And I know morale." Mira did not look at him. "You know how to make injuries worse while talking. That is morale adjacent." Noah looked toward Old Mule, then at the open service road beyond the depot, where the muddy path he had forced into existence waited under a pale strip of sky. The road belonged to everyone now, which meant he had to learn what wanted to kill it. They left Depot 6 with Old Mule carrying a smaller team than usual, though the bus still felt crowded because every person aboard brought a different kind of tension with them. Dante sat near the front, rifle resting across his knees, bandaged, shoulder stiff but posture alert. Leon occupied 2 seats behind him, one leg braced, expression cheerful in the way of men who intended to ignore pain until it became bored and went away. Mira stood for the first few minutes despite Noah telling her there were available seats, because she was checking medical bags, water, gloves, bandages, and several objects she had declared not optional with such authority that nobody had asked for a list. Sam knelt over the map box on the floor, tracing their route with a pencil and muttering street names under his breath. The depot shrank behind them as Noah guided Old Mule through the newly opened service road. The path was ugly, narrow, and damp, bordered by bent fencing, disturbed weeds, scraped concrete, and the displaced wreckage of the barrier they had torn apart the day before. It was not a road in the elegant civic sense. It had no signs, no lane markings, no smooth asphalt, and absolutely no concern for the emotional needs of suspension systems. But it existed. That made it beautiful. Old Mule rolled over it with a low, complaining rattle that Noah felt through the steering wheel like a grumpy old animal accepting a poorly paved miracle. "Sorry," Noah murmured to the bus. The dashboard lights flickered. Leon leaned toward Dante. "Do we count that as communication or romance?" "We count it as worrying and continue the mission," Dante said. "You are no fun after near-death experiences. You have had enough near-death experiences to develop standards." Sam glanced up from the map. "We turn right after the old refrigeration warehouse." The scouts said the first signs were near the overpass supports. Noah nodded and turned onto a wider industrial street where the buildings stood farther apart and the city seemed to have given up pretending anyone would return to work. Loading docks yawned black behind chain-link gates. A row of forklifts sat dead beneath a corrugated awning, their forks lowered like tired arms. Wind pushed loose plastic sheets across the pavement, and somewhere far away a metal sign creaked in a rhythm that sounded almost like breathing. The atmosphere changed gradually. At first it was only quieter. Then the dead cars became fewer. Then the streetlights began to lean, their bases eaten by something reddish-brown that looked wrong even from a distance. No bus slowed. A road sign lay face down across the curb ahead, not knocked over by impact but collapsed because the pole had rotted through at the base. The exposed metal was not merely rusty. It had swollen, flaked, and crumbled into orange powder that spread across the wet pavement like spilled pigment. Dante raised one hand. "Stop before the dust." Noah stopped. Old Mule's engine idled. The bus did not like the dust. Noah felt the reaction before the system confirmed it, a tightening along the vehicle's surface, like a body flinching from heat. Environmental corrosion anomaly detected. Vehicle surface protection insufficient. Recommendation: avoid prolonged exposure. Noah read the words twice. That is new. Mira moved closer to the front. How about? The system just recommended avoidance, which is basically its way of screaming politely. Sam leaned toward the windshield, then wisely did not touch anything. The rust pattern is not spreading evenly. Look at the curb. The concrete is fine, but every metal bolt along it is gone. Leon looked out his window. No hollows. Dante nodded. Predators avoid stronger predators. I was hoping you would say something less ominous. Then ask someone else. Noah looked ahead, where the service street dipped beneath a low overpass before curving toward the reported convoy site. The railings along the overpass were rotten stumps. A chain barrier that had once blocked an access road had collapsed into powder. Even the metal caps on drainage covers had cratered inward, leaving dark holes in the asphalt. The physical destruction was disturbing, but the atmosphere around it felt worse. It was too dry despite the damp weather, too still despite the wind, and too empty despite the city being full of scavengers, monsters, and desperate people. The area had the silent respect of a place every living thing had decided not to argue with. Noah eased Old Mule forward, keeping the tires away from the heaviest patches of red dust. We go slow, Dante said. No one exits until we confirm a safe path. Leon sighed. There goes my plan to lick the mysterious corrosion. Mira looked back at him. If your brother does not shoot you for that, I might. Morale successfully restored. Noah almost smiled, but the feeling vanished when they reached the overpass and saw the first vehicle. It had once been a compact utility truck. Now it was a rusted husk folded over its own axles, doors sagging open, hood collapsed inward, windshield gone, frame flaking into powder where rainwater should have cleaned it. The tires had not merely deflated, The metal rims had rotted through in jagged crescents, leaving the vehicle tilted like an animal whose legs had dissolved beneath it. Noah felt no spark from it. No dormant machine. No sleeping structure waiting for authority. Just absence. On metal. The convoy waited beyond the overpass in the middle of a broad approach road that had once fed traffic toward the outer ring highway. Noah parked Old Mule 30 meters away, angled toward retreat, because Dante had said it once and Noah had accepted that smart people did not need to be told twice when the landscape looked like a metal cemetery. The convoy stretched across the road in a broken line, 2 military cargo trucks, an armored transport, a smaller command vehicle, 3 civilian vans, and a pair of escort jeeps. They had not been scattered by explosions. They had not been burned. They had simply stopped, and then something had aged them with impossible hatred. Rust covered everything. Not ordinary rust, not the familiar orange-brown decay Noah had seen on old workshop scrap or neglected railings, but thick layered corrosion that crawled over armor plates and swollen scales, split hinges open, hollowed wheel hubs, ate through gun mounts, and reduced suspension components to brittle lace. Metal had peeled from the vehicles in curls like dead leaves. Bolts had become powder. Doors hung from frames by stains instead of hinges. Weapons mounted on the escort vehicles had slumped sideways, their barrels warped and pitted as if chewed from the inside. The silence around the convoy felt absolute. No birds. No hollows. No scavengers. Only wind dragging red dust across the road in thin whispering lines. Dante stepped down first, testing the ground before putting weight on it. Noah followed, then Mira and Sam. Leon, after a stern warning from Mira that could probably have been filed as a medical threat, remained on the bus steps with a rifle across his lap and an expression of offended restraint. "I am participating from a leadership position," Leon said. "You are sitting down," Mira said. "Leadership often involves chairs." Noah barely heard them. He was staring at the armored transport. A machine that size should have had presence even when dead. What? Jip? Potential. A vehicle built to carry people through danger should have felt, to his ability, like a large sleeping beast. This felt like bones after fire. He walked toward it slowly, boots crunching on grains of rust that should not have been loose across the asphalt in such quantities. The air smelled dry and metallic, like old blood, heated iron, and rainwater trapped too long in a closed toolbox. Dante moved beside him. "Do not touch yet." "I know. You look like you might forget." Noah gave a short laugh without humor. "I promise I am not emotionally attached to that one." "That? Stay that way." Sam crouched near a fallen rifle and poked the ground beside it with a plastic pen instead of his hand. The weapon's metal crumbled when the pen touched the trigger guard. Sam went pale. "That was steel." Mira looked into one of the civilian vans and immediately stepped back, her face controlled but colder. "No bodies." Dante glanced at her. No bodies. No normal remains. Some cloth. Some straps. Metal buckles gone. Leon called from the bus, his voice less joking now. "That is not comforting." Noah approached the armored transport and finally placed 2 fingers against a section of the front panel that looked slightly less degraded than the rest. For a fraction of a second, his authority reached. Then it hit nothing solid enough to answer. The system text came like a door closing. "Vehicle authority contact attempted. Recognized vehicle, military transport. Operational status, severely corrupted. Mechanical failure suppression, failed. Structural continuity, compromised. Authority rejection, corrosion dominance." Noah pulled his hand back as if the metal had burned him. It had not. That was worse. The surface simply crumbled beneath his touch, leaving red dust on his fingertips in a small shallow hollow where his authority should have found structure. Mira saw his face. "Nala." He tried to answer immediately and discovered there were no good words waiting. The truck had not been broken. Broken things had relationships with repair. Vent parts could be straightened. Dead engines could be restarted under his authority. Bad wiring could be bypassed by something impossible that wore the shape of mechanics. Even the armored vehicle at the checkpoint had been too much for him, too heavy and complex and dangerous, but it had still been there. This was different. Mercer stepped closer. What is it? Noah looked at the rust on his fingers. It is not broken. Dante's expression changed. Then what is it? Noah swallowed. The word seemed too small for the fear behind it. Mira's hand hovered near his arm, not quite touching, giving him the dignity of deciding whether he needed the contact. He appreciated that more than he wanted to admit. Can your ability slow it? He asked. I do not know. Maybe if it is still on the surface. Maybe if the structure is intact. But this, he looked back at the transport. There is nothing left for the system to hold onto. Dante stared at the convoy with the grim focus of a man updating a battlefield map inside his head. Then anything carrying people is vulnerable. Noah nodded. Ness. Leon was quiet for several seconds before speaking from the bus. I disliked this chapter of our lives. Noah looked back at Old Mule. The bus sat beyond the worst rust, ugly and alive, engine humming, patched panels scarred but present. For the first time, Noah looked at the old vehicle and imagined it like the convoy. Wheels rotted, frame collapsed, doors gone, interior exposed, all that stubborn motion turned to dust. Fear moved through him so cleanly it left no room for jokes. Sam found the message. It was not painted on the armored transport. Paint would have peeled away. The words had been eaten into the side armor itself, carved by corrosion in deep reddish grooves that looked less written than grown, each letter formed by absence where metal had been forced to decay faster than the surrounding surface. The Rust King claims all roads. Sam did not read it aloud at first. He simply backed away and pointed. Dante saw it. Mira saw it. Noah saw it and felt his system respond before his mind finished processing the words. Hostile authority trace detected. Designation generated. Rust King. Threat type, structural corruption. Countermeasure, unknown. Unknown, Noah said under his breath. Mira looked at him. The system? It named him. Who's? Rust King. Countermeasure unknown. Leon leaned out the bus door, careful not to step down. I vote we do not meet anyone with King in the title. Kings are rarely good news. Dante's eyes remained on the message. This is territorial. Like Garrick's mark, but destructive instead of binding. Noah nodded slowly. Garrick had claimed roads by debt. This thing claimed them by ruin. A gust of wind moved across the convoy, lifting red powder from the road. It drifted toward a nearby road sign, touched the already pitted metal, and the lower edge began flaking faster, tiny pieces falling like rust-colored snow. Sam took another step back. The dust is active. Mira's voice sharpened. Everyone away from the red patches. Now! Something clinked near Sam's boot. A small multi-tool, probably dropped by a soldier or scavenger, lay half embedded in rust powder. Sam bent instinctively. Noah lunged and caught his wrist before his fingers touched it. Don't! Sam froze. The multi-tool's metal hinge began to darken as they watched. Orange corrosion spread across it in seconds, bubbling like a time-lapse disease, and then the tool collapsed inward with a dry crack. Sam stared. I almost picked that up. Yes, Noah said, releasing him slowly. Please do not almost do that again. Old Mule's engine note changed. Noah felt it through his authority, a small alarm beneath the surface, and turned sharply toward the bus. A faint smear of red dust had reached the front tire where wind dragged powder across the road. The rubber seemed fine. The wheel rim did not. A tiny freckle of corrosion appeared near the edge. Noah's authority surged instinctively, wrapping the vulnerable surface, delaying the spread before it could bite deeper. Corrosion exposure detected. Surface integrity threatened. Sovereign driver response, delaying spread. Warning, prolonged contact not recommended. Noah was already moving. Back in the bus. Now. Dante did not argue. Mira guided Sam by the shoulder. Leon pulled himself fully inside and braced one hand on a seat. Noah climbed into the driver's seat, slammed the door shut, and felt Old Mule welcome the contact like an animal leaning into a handler during a storm. The engine strengthened. Noah reversed carefully, keeping the wheels away from the red dust as much as the road allowed. For several seconds he felt the corrosion testing the edge of his authority, not intelligent exactly, but hungry in a way that did not need thought. It wanted metal to become less than metal. It wanted structure to forget itself. Noah pushed back through Old Mule's frame until the small spot of rust stopped spreading. He did not heal it. He only stopped it from becoming worse. The difference mattered. A lot. They retreated to a safer distance and parked on a side street where the metal signs still looked like ordinary neglected metal rather than victims of an accelerated century. Nobody spoke immediately. The bus interior had become a sealed pocket of breathing, engine hum, damp clothing, and shared realization. Outside, the convoy remained visible between industrial buildings, a red scar across the road beneath the flat gray sky. Sam sat with both hands in his lap, staring at his fingers. Mira cleaned Noah's fingertips with water and cloth. Not because the rust had cut him, but because she apparently intended to remove every trace of it from his skin, even if that required removing his patience too. "Hold still," she said. "I am holding still. You are thinking about moving. That is not medically detectable. With you, it is." Leon watched them with interest. "Should we leave you two alone with the terrifying rust trauma?" Mira did not turn. "Should I re-bandage your leg tighter?" Leon leaned back. "I withdraw the question." Dante stood near the front, studying the map against the dashboard. The convoy was heading away from the inner city. Not toward Garrick's Bridge. Not toward the depot. Toward the outer ring. Sam blinked, dragging himself back to the present. Maybe they were evacuating. Or retreating from something, Dante said. Noah flexed his cleaned fingers, still feeling the crumbly absence of the truck beneath them. "Did you see any signs of an attack besides the rust? No ballistic damage that mattered. No blast craters. No claw swarms." The formation stopped, then died where it stood. Mira capped the water bottle. "And no bodies." That detail sat between them, unpleasant and heavy. Leon looked out the window toward the distant convoy. "Maybe the Rust King only cares about metal." Dante shook his head. "Or the people were taken after the vehicles were disabled. You always find the worst fork in the road. It keeps us alive." Noah leaned back in the driver's seat and stared through the windshield. The liberated road had felt like a beginning. Garrick's fall had felt like proof that systems built on fear could be broken. But the rusted convoy changed the scale of the problem. It suggested that roads could be destroyed before anyone reached them, vehicles could be killed beyond his reach, and whatever carried the title Rust King had already learned how to leave messages for survivors who believed movement meant hope. A small sound came from Sam's map case. He opened it, perhaps just to give his hands something useful to do, and began sorting the few items they had recovered from the safer outer edge of the convoy before the dust forced them back. Most were not metal. A plastic sealed packet of route documents, 2 water filters wrapped in polymer, a cracked but readable laminated map, and a folded paper note sealed inside a transparent pouch. Sam opened the pouch with exaggerated care. These survived. Dante took the note, read it once, and went very still. Noah looked over. "Oh!" Dante handed it to him. The handwriting was rushed, uneven, and smeared in one corner, but readable. "Avoid red dust. Do not drive through it. He follows roads first." Below the warning, someone had drawn 2 words and circled them twice. "Iron Mile." Leon exhaled slowly. That sounds like the opposite of a vacation destination. Sam checked the laminated map. "Iron Mile is marked here." Or something close to it. Old industrial rail corridor, maybe 10 kilometers out. It connects to the outer highway network. Dante's face darkened. A rail corridor would have more metal than anywhere else. Tracks, bridges, freight yards, signal towers. Noah looked at the note again. He follows roads first. Not people. Roads. The phrase made his stomach turn. Because Noah was making roads. They did not stay. Dante insisted, Mira agreed, Sam did not argue, and even Leon refrained from suggesting one more look, which said more about the danger than any formal tactical assessment could have. Noah guided Old Mule away from the rusted convoy by a wider route than necessary, avoiding every stain of red powder, every collapsed signpost, every gutter where corrosion had gathered like dirty snow. The bus moved smoothly, but Noah remained alert to every vibration in the frame, every tiny change in engine note, every imagined fleck of rust on metal. The physical road back to Depot 6 was the same one they had used before: cracked asphalt, silent warehouses, dead traffic, sagging fences, and the new service route carved through the city's stubborn geometry. The atmosphere was different. On the way out, they had been worried. On the way back, they were carrying a future problem big enough to darken every plan they had made. Mira stood beside Noah for part of the drive, one hand braced against the pole near the driver's area. She did not ask if he was all right. Perhaps she had learned that the question encouraged him to lie. Instead, she said, "You cannot solve that today." Noah kept his eyes on the road. "I know. You are making the face of someone who does not know. I am making the face of someone who has recently discovered that the universe includes anti-bus magic. Structural corrosion," she corrected, because apparently Mira believed precision could also be a form of comfort. "That is worse. Anti-bus magic sounds less personal." She looked toward the patched side panels. "Old Mule is still moving. For now. For now is not nothing." Noah glanced at her, then back at the road. "You have a talent for making temporary survival sound like a philosophy." "It is medicine," Mira said. "We often work in temporary survival." Behind them, Leon spoke without opening his eyes. "I support temporary survival. It has kept me very busy." Dante ignored him, studying the map and the recovered note. "We need protocols. No vehicles through red dust. No exposed tools near corrosion zones. Wood, plastic, rubber where possible. Watch bridge supports, rail corridors, drainage covers, power structures. If this Rust King follows roads first, then the road network becomes both path and baked." Sam swallowed. "And Noah is opening roads." Noah heard the sentence even though Sam spoke softly. Everyone did. The bus continued forward. Noah felt Old Mule's engine beneath his hands, stubborn and warm, answering him with the same impossible steadiness that had carried them from the first dead terminal to this new, larger fear. "Then we learn faster," Noah said. Dante looked at him. "That is not a plan." "No. It is the part before a plan where I admit panic would be inefficient." Leon opened one eye. "Grow." Mira almost smiled. "A little." Noah let out a breath and drove on. Depot 6 looked different when they returned. The people there had begun moving with a purpose that had not existed before the route opened. They were still frightened, still underfed, still too aware that the world outside the shelves could kill them in creative ways, but they were no longer folded inward entirely. A group reinforced the service road with broken concrete slabs. Mara oversaw the distribution of food without letting anyone argue long enough to become useless. Two former collectors carried water under the watch of a woman who looked as if she would happily invent new uses for a crowbar if they tried anything. Bram, sweating and uncomfortable, was helping Galen move crates, and when Noah saw him pause to let a smaller worker pass first, he decided not to comment because some repairs failed if you stared at them too hard. Old Mule rolled into the depot yard, and conversations faltered as people saw the faces inside. Mara reached them first. "How about Dante answered because Noah did not immediately trust his own voice. Worse than reported. The convoy is unrecoverable. Avoid the area. Red dust is active corrosion. It affects metal rapidly. Possibly authority-based. Possibly territorial. Mara's mouth tightened. Territorial like Garrick. Noah climbed down from the bus and looked at the open road they had fought to create. Weiss. Garrick wanted roads to obey him. This thing leaves roads dead. That quieted the small crowd gathering nearby. Sam showed the recovered note. Avoid red dust. Do not drive through it. He follows roads first. Mara read it and looked toward the newly opened route with a different kind of fear. We just made one. Yes, Noah said. No one needed him to explain the rest. Mira stepped beside him. That does not mean it was wrong. Noah looked at her. I know. This time he almost did. A road could save people. A road could also draw things that hunted roads. The answer could not be to stop moving. He knew that as surely as he knew Old Mule's engine was still warm beneath the patched hood. Stopping was what the silence had done to the world. Stopping was what fear wanted. Stopping was what Garrick had used as a weapon every time he made people believe there was only one bridge, one route, one permission. Noah walked to Old Mule's side and placed his palm against the metal panel where the hybrid had left scratches and the toll mark had once burned. The bus answered him. I'll lie. Navity. Moving. Rust exposure, minimal. Long-term countermeasure required. New strategic threat registered, Rust King. Noah closed his eyes for 1 second. For now, the old bus was still alive. For now, the road behind the depot was open. For now, the people who had hidden in the walls had somewhere else to go if the walls failed. But somewhere beyond the liberated route, someone had found a way to kill machines so completely that even Sovereign Driver could not call them back. Noah opened his eyes and looked toward the muddy path, the depot, the frightened people, the patched bus, and the sky bruised gray over the broken city. Keeping the world moving would not only mean opening roads. It would mean defending them from the things that wanted every wheel to turn to dust. Chapter 20. Convoy of the Last Dawn. Old Mule returned to the depot with rust dust on its tires, silence in its cabin, and a fear inside a Mercer that did not know how to sit properly in his chest. The liberated service road behind the warehouse had changed since the first time he had forced it open with borrowed machines and more stubbornness than planning. People had widened the muddy track with shovels, broken pallets, and pieces of sheet metal dragged from the loading yard. Someone had planted 2 poles near the entrance and tied a strip of white cloth between them, not as a flag exactly, but as the first nervous attempt at saying that this road belonged to no toll gate, no collector, and no man who thought fear could be made into currency. The depot itself looked less like a hiding place now and more like a wounded animal slowly remembering how to stand. Crates had been stacked in organized rows near the loading doors. A board covered in rules and inventory notes leaned against a support column. Children carried small bundles under Mara Klein's watchful eye. Or in check cans by touch before passing them to Galen, who counted identical items with the solemn concentration of a priest handling relics. Tessa sat on an overturned bucket, temporarily sealing cracked plastic containers with her strange 20-minute glue while muttering about how no one in the old world had appreciated quality tape. For one fragile morning, the depot breathed. Then Old Mule rolled through the gate, and the people saw Noah's face. Conversations faded. Mara came down from the loading ramp first, wiping her hand on a cloth that had once been white, while Dante Cross stepped out after Noah with the expression of a man who had returned from seeing a battlefield the map had forgotten to warn him about. Leon limped behind them with his usual theatrical annoyance, but even he did not make a joke immediately. Mira climbed down last, one hand resting briefly against the side of the bus as if checking that the vehicle was still whole. Sam slid out with a plastic case of salvaged documents hugged to his chest. Noah stood beside Old Mule's front door and looked at the people gathering near the loading bay. He did not know how to tell them that the road they had just won might have an enemy that could kill roads. Mara understood enough before he spoke. How about? He asked. Noah looked toward the open service route, where tire marks cut through wet mud and disappeared between leaning fences. Bad enough that I do not want anyone driving east until we know more. Dante's voice came colder. A military convoy was destroyed by accelerated corrosion. Not damaged. Destroyed. Weapons, engines, frames, armor, all compromised. A murmur passed through the depot workers. Mara's eyes narrowed. Preachers? No, Noah said. Something else. Something calling itself the Rust King. The name landed badly. Names had weight now. People had learned that very quickly after the silence. A man who called himself Tollmaster had chained a bridge. A hungry hybrid had learned Noah's name while wearing a human face badly. And now something out beyond the liberated road had written a title into dead metal and claimed all roads as if the city itself were a throne. Mara looked at Old Mule. Can it reach us? Noah did not give her comfort dressed as confidence. I don't know. Dante looked at the road. Then we plan as if it can. Leon sighed. That is his favorite type of optimism. The weak laugh that followed was small, but it kept the fear from swallowing the yard whole. They gathered around the inventory board an hour later, because apparently civilization returned first as meetings and second as arguments about who had misplaced rope. The board stood near the center of the depot floor, propped against a stack of plastic storage bins. Someone had drawn columns for food, water, medical supplies, tools, fuel, batteries, blankets, and people. Sam had added another section beneath those headings in smaller, more nervous handwriting. Routes. Known hazards. Vehicles. Questions we hate. Noah had objected to the last category, but Sam had pointed out that it was the most populated one. The physical space around them was busy in a way that felt almost impossible after the dead streets outside. People moved between shelves with purpose. The smell of dust, cardboard, rain-damp clothing, canned food, old oil, and Mira's boiled antiseptic hung in the air. Children whispered behind a barrier of stacked blankets. Former debtors sat apart from depot workers, watched but not caged. A few captured collectors who had thrown down their weapons during Garrick's collapse were under Dante's rules now, which meant they were alive, disarmed, supervised, and deeply aware that Leon was bored enough to make escape a poor hobby. Old Mule waited just beyond the loading door, engine idling low, patched windows catching the gray light. Noah looked at the board and felt the shape of the problem become too large for one steering wheel. One bus is not enough, he said. Nobody argued. That somehow made it worse. Sam tapped the vehicle column with the end of a marker. We have Old Mule, the small delivery truck near Bay 3, the dead refrigerated van behind the west fence, 2 utility trailers, 1 yard tractor, and the ambulance shell near the old office. The ambulance is missing a front wheel, most of the dashboard, and possibly its dignity. Leon leaned against a crate, arms folded. Dignity is optional. Wheels are harder to negotiate with. Mara pointed toward the road map. We also have people from the lower blocks asking whether the new route is real. If word spreads, they will come here. Some will need help. Some will bring trouble. Some will bring both and insist they are a package deal. Dante nodded. A static depot becomes a target. A route without patrols becomes a trap. A moving group without rules becomes scattered dead weight. Noah rubbed the bridge of his nose. You make everything sound like a training manual written by a very disappointed wall. Training manuals save lives. So do snacks, and they are less judgmental. Mira stood beside the board with a medical bag over one shoulder, looking tired enough to fall asleep standing but still somehow more intimidating than most armed people Noah had met recently. We cannot move every injured person in Old Mule, she said. We also cannot leave the depot without a way to evacuate if the Rust King, the hybrid, or whatever remains of Garrick's people moves toward us. Noah stared at the vehicle's list. Old Mule was a shelter, a clinic, a command post, and an increasingly opinionated extension of his nervous system, but it could not be everywhere. It could not carry every child, every patient, every crate of water, every person who would hear about a road without forced tolls and arrive with desperate hands. It had taken him too long to understand that the power had never really been about an engine. It was about motion. And motion did not scale well when everyone depended on one impossible bus. System text appeared, quiet and clinical as always, because the universe apparently believed emotional crises should include tooltips. Strategic mobility threshold approaching. Multiple vehicle dependency detected. New branch requirement, convoy coordination. Noah stared at the words. The system is doing the thing where it gives me a problem and calls it progress. Sam's eyes brightened immediately. What did it say? Convoy coordination. Leon pointed at the board. Congratulations. Your bus is becoming a lifestyle. Mira looked at Noah more gently. Can you do it? Noah looked outside at Old Mule, then at the dead delivery truck near the loading bay, then at the trailers waiting in the mud like questions with wheels. I don't know, he said. So, unfortunately, we are going to find out. The delivery truck had once belonged to a bakery, according to the faded logo on its side, which showed a smiling loaf of bread wearing a chef's hat and waving at a world that no longer deserved that level of optimism. It sat near Bay 3 with its rear doors open, one tire soft, its battery dead, and its cab full of old receipts, flour dust, and the faint ghost of sweetness buried beneath engine oil and mildew. The truck was smaller than Old Mule, boxy and practical, with enough cargo space to carry water, dry food, blankets, or people if the world continued lowering standards at its current pace. Noah stood beside it with Sam, Dante, Galen, and two depot workers named Irina and Holt, while Leon supervised from a chair someone had dragged outside specifically so he could stop pretending he was not injured. Mira had approved the chair. Leon had described it as tyranny with legs. The morning air was cold and wet, and the yard around them held the smell of mud, metal, diesel that would not matter for Noah but mattered to everyone else, and the sharp scent of cut rope. Old Mule idle judges its way connected to one of you village villa. Head of the line, those of the hence by thoroughly done up had begun to judge the men of those hands. Noah placed one hand on Old Mule's steering wheel through the open driver's window, then reached his awareness along the tow bar. The difference was immediate. Old Mule was familiar, warm in the strange mechanical sense, awake beneath his authority. The trailer was not awake, not exactly, but it was connected. He could feel its weight as an extension, crude and dull compared with the bus, like trying to move a finger while wearing a thick glove. System text flickered. Connected load detected. Convoy influence, minimal. Fuel suspension, primary vehicle only. Mechanical failure suppression, partial on directly connected load. Warning, multi-vehicle authority unstable. Minimal, Noah muttered. That is one of those words that pretends not to be insulting. Sam leaned closer. But it works. Sort of. I can feel the trailer. Not control it like Old Mule. More like I know when it is about to become a bad idea. Dante nodded. That is useful. You have a very low bar for encouragement. Useful keeps people alive. Impressive gets them killed. Leon lifted a hand from the chair. I would like the minutes to show that I am both useful and impressive. Mira's voice came from the loading ramp. The minutes show that you are seated because I threatened you. Medical propaganda. Noah smiled despite himself and climbed properly into Old Mule's driver's seat. The bus accepted him with the steady hum of machine that had decided to be unreasonable in his favor. They tested the trailer first. Old Mule rolled forward slowly across the yard, pulling the empty trailer over mud, cracked concrete, and the shallow dip near the drainage channel. Noah felt the trailer sway before anyone else saw it. He corrected with a tiny adjustment, easing speed, and the trailer settled. Sam shouted triumphantly from the side. It works! The trailer immediately hit a pothole and bounced hard enough to make a crate jump. Noah looked at Sam through the mirror. Never celebrate during testing. The machine hears pride. Galen, who had spent his old life managing inventory and his new one counting things that kept people alive, studied the trailer with a serious expression. If we reinforce the side rails and distribute weight by category, it can carry 40 crates safely, possibly 50 if we accept more risk. Dante looked at him. We do not accept more risk by default. Galen looked offended. I said possibly. I did not say wisely. Noah decided he liked Galen. The bakery truck test went worse. Noah could not simply awaken it while still controlling Old Mule, and when Holt tried to drive it after Sam and the depot workers replaced the battery and checked the fluids, the engine coughed, turned reluctantly, and died twice before starting in the unimpressive way normal engines did when the world did not personally owe them miracles. It would run. Maybe. Not because of Noah's authority, but because people had made it run with tools, labor, and the kind of muttered threats mechanics had always used as universal lubricant. Noah found that strangely comforting. Not every vehicle in their future could depend on him. Some would need drivers. Some would need mechanics. Some would need people willing to learn before fear killed their patience. Sam wiped grease from his cheek and beamed. We have a truck. Dante checked the tires. We have a liability that moves. Leon pointed at Old Mule. That is how this entire organization started. Noah considered arguing and decided history was against him. By afternoon, the depot yard had become a strange workshop for the end of the world. The physical scene should have been ridiculous, and in places it absolutely was. A retired city bus with armored mesh and mismatched panels sat at the front of a forming line. Behind it waited a utility trailer loaded with water, blankets, canned food, and rope. The bakery truck idled badly behind the trailer, its smiling bread logo now half covered by a sheet of scavenged metal bolted over a cracked panel. A second small trailer carried medical supplies in plastic tubs, while the ambulance shell remained near the office, too broken to join but important enough that Noah had marked it with chalk as future problem, medical edition. The atmosphere, however, was not ridiculous. It was alive. People who had hidden inside walls for days now moved in the open yard. They lifted crates in teams, argued over weight distribution, checked knots, tested lanterns, sorted bandages, counted children, and created lists. Mara commanded the depot workers with practical sharpness. Dante trained anyone holding a weapon in the difference between guarding and waving metal while frightened. Mira arranged Old Mule's interiors so the wounded could ride without being thrown into the aisle every time Noah discovered an exciting new pothole. Sam wrote route markings on cardboard signs. Tessa sealed cracks in plastic bins. Oren checked food. Nico listened to the metal gate and reported every approaching sound, including one false alarm that turned out to be a rolling pin and another that turned out to be Leon dropping a spoon. Leon denied involvement in the spoon incident for 20 minutes. No one believed him. Near the inventory board, Sam wrote the first convoy rules while people debated wording as if grammar might save lives. Noah stood with Dante, Mira, Mara, and Galen as the list took shape. No forced tolls. No people as payment. Work keeps the road open. Food and medicine move first. Children, wounded, and messengers get priority. No vehicle leaves alone without signal. If active rust appears, abandon affected metal without argument. Old Mule is neutral shelter unless attacked. Noah stared at the last line. Neutral shelter makes the bus sound like it wears a little diplomat hat. Leon, seated nearby with his leg propped on a crate, looked inspired. We can make one. We are not making Old Mule a hat. Allie Calder, who had been helping her mother fold blankets, turned instantly. What kind of a hat? Noah pointed at Leon. This is why we do not let injured soldiers contribute policy ideas. Mira looked at the rule and tapped it once. The wording stays. Of course it does, Noah said. The bus has better political branding than I do. Dante's mouth twitched, which Noah had begun to interpret as the older Cross brothers' version of laughing in public. Then Dante grew serious again. Rules matter. So do signals. If this becomes more than a single trip, people need to know who leads, who follows, and what happens when contact breaks. Noah looked at the vehicles in the yard. I hate that this is reasonable. Reasonable is not the same as comfortable. Mara folded her arms. The depot can stay as the first node. We keep food here, but not all of it. We keep people here, but not everyone who wants to move. If the road works, we can trade information and transport the wounded. And if another Garrick appears? Galen asked. No, I looked at the rule board. Then the road belongs to everyone who keeps it open. Not whoever stands at one end with a weapon. Mara studied him. That is a principle, not a defense. Dante answered before Noah could. Principles tell you what you are defending. Plans tell you how. We need both. Leon raised his hand. I also suggest snacks. Morale defense. Mira sighed. One ration bar. For the group? For you, if you stop interrupting. Leon considered the negotiation. A harsh but functional government. The laughter that followed was louder than before. Not carefree. Not safe. But louder. Noah found a quiet place beside Old Mule near sunset, though quiet was now a relative term that included hammers, lists, medical instructions, Leon complaining about chair quality, and Sam trying to teach two depot workers the difference between a route marker and a warning marker. The sky beyond the warehouse roof had opened slightly, revealing a pale line of gold along the horizon where the clouds thinned. The light caught the wet mud of the new road and turned it almost right, as if the path had barred don't really because it did not try morning to arrive on schedule. Old Mule's side panels were scratched, dented, patched, and ugly. Noah rested one hand on the warm metal and felt the engine answer with a vibration so familiar now that he wondered what impossible had become comforting. He was 3 months from a degree that felt as if it belonged to a different version of himself, a version who had slept badly because of exams instead of monsters, who had worried about job listings instead of road tyrants, corrupted hybrids, and kings of rust. Now people were asking him where vehicles should line up, how many bandages belonged in the bus, what signals meant retreat, and whether a community route should prioritize medicine over water if both were urgent. He had never taken a class called Post-Apocalyptic Convoy Administration. He suspected the professor would have been insufferable. Mira found him there, because she had developed a talent for appearing when he was thinking himself into knots. She carried 2 cups of water, one of which she handed him without asking. Drink. Noah accepted it. You could phrase that as a suggestion occasionally. I could. But you won't. You learn quickly. They stood beside the bus while the depot worked around them. For a while neither spoke, and the pause felt different from silence. It felt chosen. Mira looked at the forming convoy. You are doing the face again. Noah drank water and lowered the cup. I have been accused of many faces recently. Which one is this? The one that says you are trying to solve the entire world before dinner. That is unfair. I am willing to delay until after dinner if dinner is convincing. She leaned against the bus beside him, close enough that he noticed the warmth of her shoulder through the cold evening air, not touching him fully, but near in a way that made the space between them feel quietly aware of itself. You do not have to become everything they need at once, she said. Noah watched Sam gesturing mildly with a marker while Galen corrected him, watched Dante reposition a guard, watched Leon make Ellie laugh by pretending the ration bar was a tactical objective. They look at me like I know the road. Maybe they do not need you to know the whole road. Noah turned slightly toward her. Mira looked ahead, not at him, which somehow made the words easier to hear. Maybe they need you to keep driving long enough for them to find it with you. Noah did not answer immediately. He could have made a joke. Usually, he would have. Instead, he let the words sit where they landed, somewhere between fear and the strange, impossible hope that had begun to grow in the cracks of him. That sounds dangerously close to encouragement, he said at last. Mira's mouth curved. Do not get used to it. Too late. I may require scheduled encouragement now. File a request with the bus diplomat. Noah looked at Old Mule. It still does not get a hat. Mira laughed softly, and for one brief moment the end of the world felt rude for interrupting. Dante and Leon found him before full dark. The brothers approached together, which meant Dante walked like a man ignoring pain because discipline had filed an objection against weakness, while Leon limped like a man determined to make every step personally offensive to the ground. Noah stood near the front of Old Mule, checking the toe chains again because worrying about hardware was easier than worrying about destiny. Dante stopped beside him. We need to talk about Kestrel. Noah looked up. Forward sight Kestrel had been waiting on the edge of every map and every silence since the checkpoint radio message. A place that might be real. A military regroup point. A trap. A grave with a broadcast. A chance to learn what remained of command. I figured, Noah said. Leon leaned against the bumper. We could try to reach it. Dante has been not saying that loudly for hours. Dante ignored him. If Kestrel exists, it may have answers. It may also have the same kind of people who wrote non-recoverable beside our names. Noah waited. Dante's face remained controlled, but there was something behind the control now, something human enough to hurt. We are not leaving for it tonight, Dante said. And not tomorrow, unless the situation changes. Leon nodded. We are staying with the terrible bus collective. Noah looked between them. You do not owe me that. Dante's answer came without hesitation. You came back. The words were simple. That made them heavier. Leon pointed at Noah. Also, somebody has to teach you how not to drive into tactical problems at full speed. That sounds like a long course. With your record, Leon said, fatalistically long. Dante glanced toward the convoy. This route needs security. The depot needs time. Your people need training. You need someone to tell you when an idea is brave and when it is merely shaped like suicide. Noah looked offended. I have Mira for that. Mira handles medical suicide. I handle tactical suicide. Leon raised a finger. I handle stylish suicide. Mira's voice carried from the ramp. You handle sitting down. Leon sighed. My authority continues to be undermined. Noah looked at Dante, then at Leon, and felt something settle into place that had not existed when he first saw them wounded and surrounded beside a dead military vehicle. They were not passengers anymore. Not merely rescued men. They were part of the road now. All right, Noah said. But if this becomes a formal organization, I am vetoing uniforms. Dante looked at Old Mule. Good. They would not match the bus. Leon stared at his brother. Was that a joke? Dante walked away. Leon looked at Noah, eyes wide with mock alarm. The apocalypse has changed him. Bram came to Noah later, after most of the depot had settled into rotating watches and last preparations. He approached slowly, hands visible, eyes tired. He had spent the afternoon hauling crates, repairing his section of fence, and avoiding Leon's creative suggestions about roof storage. Mud streaked his trousers, and a fresh scrape marked one knuckle where he had helped pull a jammed gate open. Noah stood near the bakery truck, checking the handwritten driver instructions Sam had taped to the dashboard. Ron cleared his throat. I can leave when you want. Noah did not answer immediately. The yard around them smelled of wet earth and old gasoline. A lantern hung from the truck mirror, casting Bram's face in uneven light. He looked smaller without a weapon, but perhaps also less like the man from the terminal who had measured every life by how fast it could protect his own. Do you want to leave? Noah asked. Bram looked toward the open road. No. The answer seemed to cost him. What? Because out there I am alone. And here people hate me, but they hand me crates and tell me where to put them. It is an improvement. Noah almost smiled. That may be the least inspirational reason anyone has chosen community. I am not good at inspirational. I noticed. Bram looked down. I was going to sell you. Not fully. Not with a plan. But the thought was there. Noah remembered the bus going quiet, remembered Bram saying one person might save the rest, remembered the old military words non-recoverable and the way fear dressed cruelty as math. I know. Ram swallowed. Why not throw me out? Noah looked toward Old Mule. Because if people are only allowed to stay when they have never been afraid enough to be ugly, this bus gets empty fast. Ram's face tightened. That does not mean you trust me. No. It means you get a chance to earn being trusted with small things before anyone trusts you with big ones. You can stay if you work for the road. You do not carry weapons without Dante's permission. You do not go near the driver's seat unless I tell you. You do not bargain with people. Ever. Ram nodded once. And if I break that? Leon called from somewhere nearby, roof. Noah closed his eyes. I am trying to run a serious conversation. The roof is serious, Leon replied. Bram actually laughed once, small and surprised. Noah looked back at him. If you break that, you leave. Maybe tied, depending on how creative Leon gets. Fair. No, Noah said. Fair is harder than that. This is just the first workable version. Bram nodded again. It was not forgiveness. It was not friendship. But it was a beginning. Noah had learned recently that beginnings were rarely clean. The first convoy test began at dawn. Not true dawn, because the sky remained bruised with low clouds and the sun arrived as a pale smear behind the ruined skyline, but enough light to touch the depot yard to turn puddles silver and draw long shadows from the broken service gate. People gathered without being ordered, standing along the sides of the muddy track, on the loading ramp, behind stacks of crates, and near the open warehouse doors. Some carried tools. Some carried children. Some carried nothing because they had lost too much and were not yet sure what hands were for when they were not holding fear. Old Mule waited at the front. Behind it, the utility trailer sat loaded and tied down. The bakery truck idled behind that with Holt at the wheel and Sam standing beside the cab giving instructions that were probably too detailed for a man who had driven delivery vehicles before the world ended. A second smaller trailer was hitched behind the truck. Dante stood at the left flank, rifle low but ready. Leon sat inside Old Mule near the door under protest, claiming he was positioned for rapid morale deployment. Mira had turned the middle section of the bus into a medical bay with blankets, kits, water, and the kind of order that made people lower their voices without knowing why. Ellie sat beside her mother and watched Noah with unbearable seriousness. Noah climbed into the driver's seat. The bus welcomed him. The engine vibration spread beneath his hands, along the floor, into the frame, through the tow bar, and faintly into the trailer behind them. The connection did not reach the bakery truck except his awareness of distance and movement, but even that was more than he had felt before. The convoy existed in pieces. Imperfect. Fragile. Not yet one thing. But it existed. System text appeared. Milestone progress, moving shelter. Connected load stable. Convoy influence, 3%. Authority growth confirmed. New branch seated. Convoy field. Noah stared at the final line. Convoy field. Now unlocked. Did a promise or possibly a threat with better branding? Dante's voice came from outside. Ready when you are. Noah looked in the mirror at the people inside Old Mule, then through the windshield at the depot workers, Mara, the former debtors, the children, the wounded, the people who had hidden in walls and now stood beside a road they could use. He had no speech prepared. Unfortunately, everyone seemed to expect one. Noah opened the window. Cold air entered the bus. He looked at the gathered people. I cannot promise safe roads, he said. The yard quieted. I cannot promise we will always know where we are going. I cannot promise this convoy will solve everything, because at this point I am fairly sure the universe hears confidence and sends paperwork with teeth. A few people laughed. That? He needed them breathing. But I can promise this. If there is a way through, we will find it. If there is no way through, we will build one. And if someone tries to turn that road into a chain, we cut the chain before we call it a road. Mara stood near the loading dock, her expression unreadable for a moment, then nodded once. Dante gave a small, sharp nod of approval. Leon raised a hand from inside the bus. Motion to keep that one. Sam shouted from near the bakery truck, approved. Noah sighed. This is not a committee. Mira, standing behind him, said quietly, it is becoming one. That is what I feared. Then he closed the window, gripped the wheel, and let Old Mule roll forward. The convoy moved slowly at first, because Hope with trailers handled badly over mud. Old Mule eased through the broken service gate, its patched body creaking, its engine steady, its headlights cutting through the pale morning. The utility trailer followed, swaying once before settling under Noah's correction. The bakery truck rolled after them, coughing but moving, its smiling bread logo now armored in dented metal. The second trailer bounced behind it, carrying water, blankets, and several crates of food Galen had packed with the solemn precision of a man who would haunt anyone who wasted inventory. People walked beside the convoy for the first 100 meters, not because they needed to, but because they wanted to see it move. Children waved. Someone cried. Someone else laughed like they had forgotten how and the sound had surprised them on the way out. The route behind the depot was not beautiful. It was a muddy service track scraped through debris, bordered by rusted fences and leaning walls, marked by broken signs and fresh chalk arrows. But it was open. It belonged to no tollmaster. It charged no frightened mother to pass. It did not ask a wounded man to prove his worth before being carried. Noah felt every bump through Old Mule, every tug of the trailer, every breath of the engine. And for once, the road ahead did not feel like something trying to kill them immediately. That lasted 4 minutes. At the top of the first rise beyond the service lane, Dante signaled for a slow stop. Noah braked gently. The convoy settled behind him. To the east, beyond a row of dead warehouses and skeletal utility poles, a faint reddish haze moved above the rooftops. It might have been dust. It might have been smoke. It might have been nothing. But Noah had seen what rust could do when it learned to travel. Farther north, carried faintly by the wind, something held once from the direction of the old transit terminal. The sound was not close. It was not human. And somehow, Noah knew it had not forgotten him. Inside Old Mule, Ellie leaned forward. Us King? Noah kept his eyes on the road. Still not official. Are we going to be okay? The honest answer was too large, too uncertain, and too cruel for a child who had already learned too much about questions. So Noah chose the truest, smaller answer he had. We are moving, he said. Ellie considered that. That is good. Noah looked at the muddy road ahead, at the red haze in the east, at the broken city, at the people following behind him, and at the dashboard of a bus that should never have run. Yeah, he said softly. That is good. Dante signaled clear. Noah pressed the accelerator. Old Mule rolled forward again. The world had stopped, and Noah Mercer still did not know why. He did not know what waited beyond the dead roads, the rusted convoys, the hungry hybrid, or the mysterious signal of forward sight kestrel. He did not know whether sovereign driver had been given to him by mercy, accident, punishment, or a system with a deeply questionable sense of humor. He only knew that Old Mule was moving, that people were moving with it, and that the road behind them no longer belonged to fear alone. In a world that had forgotten how to go forward, the first convoy of the last dawn began to roll.